It is really a special edition. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, before we get the ball rolling, I would like to inform you, we live in the digital world, so we do have our hashtag as you see it up on the screen. It's hashtag India Brand Conclave. Let's keep the buzz going. We request you to keep tweeting, gramming as you wish about the insights that you hear out here from our speakers. But don't forget to use the hashtag India Brand Conclave. We have a great lineup of speakers for you, so get ready for an action-packed day. The theme for this edition, ladies and gentlemen, is all about building brands for today and tomorrow. At the India Brand Conclave 2023, we aim to bring together all stakeholders of the brand building process to explore and discuss in detail what goes behind making of consumer favorite brands. We also aim to understand how emerging technologies have affected the entire brand building process, how building the consumer connect is now a two-way street, and what newer opportunities lie ahead. This and so much more is going to be discussed, spoken on, and deliberated on today. Now, before we roll, let's take a moment to acknowledge our partners once again, presented by Admatic. Transform your marketing strategy with data-driven approach. Our co-gold partner, Pepper Content, accelerate your revenue with content marketing. Our associate partner, Kantar and Subgroup. Can we have our partner presentation, please?
Your content has a huge impact on revenue. It's a shame nobody knows it. Proving content marketing ROI is not a piece of cake. Some people understand and some even empathize. But empathy doesn't get you results. Pepper will. Not this. This.
How? Well, content marketing is a multiplayer game. Let's get all hands on deck. First things first, let's address the big question. What should I write about? Use AI to find out what your audience is looking for and get an idea about the expected traffic. And then, if you're wondering, what are my competitors up to? We've got you covered. As they say, keep your friends close and your SERP enemies closer. Use these best practices to structure and write optimized content by default. Complete the brief and share it with your content writers, giving them the right context so they spend time getting more stuff done and not stuffing more. Use our AI writing assistant to create content. Your writers can offload some head scratching and start with more than a blank page. Also, if you have a long list of to-dos, we can help. All you have to do is share your requirements with us while you take care of other parts of your business, or save the world. We never know. When it comes to publishing, copy-pasting your content can be a huge pain in the... It's just so 2022. Not the case anymore. Save time and get more done with less. Measure your content success. See what isn't working and identify areas you're missing out on. Keep a track of all your content in one shared, easily accessible workspace. Collaborate and stay on top of things. Achieve your marketing goals and OKRs with the CMP. Make content marketing work for your business. Book a demo today.
Throughout our 75-year history, we have been pioneers in understanding people and adopting new technologies to help us do that. The first to use facial recognition in advertising testing. The first to use people meters to measure TV audiences. The first to migrate to online interviewing. New technology today comes in different forms, from biodata and biometrics in healthcare, to capturing human sentiment and even voting intentions by analyzing social media, in using telemetry to enhance our understanding of customer experiences, piloting apps to measure out-of-home consumption, deploying audio recognition to measure media consumption on multiple devices, and most dramatically perhaps in exploiting big data, artificial intelligence and analytics to enable us to predict attitudes and behavior. But ours is a business where we use technology and data in pursuit of a goal, to inspire our clients, our people and society to create and flourish in an extraordinary world. And in doing so, some things won't change. Asking the right questions, listening hard, understanding better than anyone else the way people live, think, feel, vote, shop, watch and post. The desire to understand human needs and motivations has been around for centuries and will continue to define our purpose in the years to come.
Subgroup's broadcasting bouquet boasts of the undisputed, unchallenged Masti, India's #1 music and youth channel.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं अमिताभ बच्चन.
Hi everybody, I'm Shah Rukh Khan.
हाय मैं हूँ कटरीना कैफ.
हाय मैं हूँ अक्षय कुमार.
Hi, मैं हूं Salman Khan.
हाय मैं हूँ सोनाक्षी सिन्हा.
Hi, मैं हूं जॉन इब्राहिम.
मैं हूं रणवीर सिंह. Hi, मैं हूं वरुण धवन. मैं हूं टाइगर श्रॉफ.
और आप देख रहे हैं
देश का #1
म्यूजिक और यूथ चैनल
मस्ती.
मस्ती.
मस्ती. मस्ती. मस्ती.
मस्ती.
मस्ती.
मस्ती.
मस्ती. मस्ती. मस्ती.
Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, the land that offers feast to minds that love to explore. Subgroup explored and offered Daba, a complete action-packed blockbuster movie channel. My Boli, a Marathi general entertainment channel.
जमायला सगळंच लय भारी.
नमस्कार मी सुबोध भावे.
नमस्कार मी अमृता खानविलकर.
नमस्कार मी वैभव तत्ववादी. नमस्कार मी चिन्मय मांडलेकर.
नमस्कार मी सयाजी शिंदे.
आणि तुम्ही पाहत आहात
महाराष्ट्राचं #1
चॅनल माय बोली.
माय बोली.
माय बोली.
माय बोली.
माय बोली.
Dainik Bhaskar Group is now in the top 10 media groups in India. Growth because of our beliefs. Growth because news is sacred.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास, डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+.
Thank you. Can we have a huge round of applause for all our partners? Thank you for supporting us. Ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart this morning, of course, our chairman and editor-in-chief, Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, wanted to be here in person, but due to his ill health, he has sent a video to welcome all of you on this occasion. So can we have the audio-visual, please?
Good morning.
Welcome to the India Brand Summit of Exchange for Media. The Indian Marketing Awards is in the evening. The India Brand Summit contextualizes what's happening in the business, the brand and the marketing space, and what are the brands doing in this environment to grow. Post-corona, purpose has become even more important than it ever was. Sustainability has become a way for businesses and brands, and most importantly, the direct-to-consumer, digital-to-consumer journey of brands has got accelerated. Today, at Exchange for Media, it is our 22nd year of writing about brands, about being the #1 editorial platform on the business of brands, marketing, content, media and advertising. The Indian Marketing Awards, which will happen in the evening, are India's largest marketing awards. Today, our jury chair, Mr. Mohit Burman, and all the jury members have decided the winners through a very detailed, long and robust process of jury. What will happen today is that there is a Lifetime Achievement Award and all the award winners are coming. I just want to say to you that brands are an integral part of every Indian's lives. Brands motivate you, brands have a meaningful place in your life, and brands are reinventing themselves. Marketing is becoming more and more simple and is becoming more and more complex. The India Brand Summit will tell you how to build brands in a meaningful, purposeful way, to build sustainability as part of the brand's existence, and more importantly, capture the D2C revolution as it happens. You know, somebody said 25 years back, business is marketing, marketing is business. So the India Brand Summit is a very important conference to be able to bring the best minds to tell you why business is marketing and marketing is business. Thank you. I'll see you at the awards. God bless you.
Thank you. Yes, like Dr. Batra said, sustainability is one of the key factors. Purposeful branding, building brands is one of the factors that we are going to delve into. And just a heads up, we are also going to have a quiz through the day, and the winners will get rewarded for the right answers. So do watch out for the quiz and participate in it. Just a reminder once again, if you're going to take pictures, going to put down your key takeaways from the sessions, then don't forget to use a hashtag, which is India Brand Conclave, written in bold on stage as well. Now moving on, when we talk about retail chains, there is one conglomerate under whose umbrella there are these multiple brands that we so love, be it Reliance Smart, Reliance Trends, Agio, Hamleys or JioMart. The mention of the retail chain segment in India is incomplete without mentioning the retail brands of Reliance Group. Since its inception in 2006, Reliance Retail has grown to become India's largest retailer, delivering superior value to its customers, suppliers and shareholders across sectors. Kicking off the conference and delivering the keynote address at India Brand Conclave is Ashwin Khasgiwala, Group Chief Operations Controller, Reliance Retail. He will be sharing insights on the topic celebrating choice, delighting with experience, availability and value. I'd like all of you to please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Mr. Ashwin Khasgiwala. A very warm welcome to you.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Exchange for Media for organizing this event, India Brands Conclave, and thanks to Dr. Anurag Batra, and to all of you for attending it here. The topic which we are going to discuss is about brands, all about brands today and tomorrow. It's a very wide topic, today and tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow is going to come, and today covers what was there in the past and continues. And what I have to talk about is celebrating choice, delighting with experience, availability, and value. It's a very wide topic, so it can be anything can be talked under this umbrella. All that which leads to making brands, continuing them in the minds of the customer from a recall perspective, and growing them for the future of business. From a Reliance, I've been told that you can make and you should make specific references to our company so that people know about it. But I guess everybody knows about our brands and its happy customers. All of you, I'm sure there will be nobody in this hall and anywhere who has not been associated with any of the Reliance brands in terms of bought or continuing to buy at some point or the other. But nonetheless, I will just say that how we think and how we believe and how we work for our customers and stakeholders, I'll just try to bring up some key points which are relevant for the discussion. Obviously, everybody is knowledgeable and knows. And Reliance Retail, we actually, in terms of organizing our businesses, we do specific formats and verticals, and those formats are living to the ethos of why they are formed. When I say format, it means what was mentioned about Reliance Smart. So which Reliance Smart is a superstore which actually deals in groceries and general merchandise and the day-to-day necessities of groceries in the value segment. We have Reliance Trends, which is the value segment apparel. We have Reliance Digital, which is in the electronics. Then we have our furniture chain, Urban Ladder. Then we have fashion and lifestyle is too deep for us in terms of being present in each of the particular class of the customer's requirements, right from the mass to the very, very premium. So where we have joint venture partnerships with name the international brand, Diesel, Paul and Shark, Brook Brothers, Steve Madden, Superdry, and the list can go on. And we have partnerships with Marks and Spencer. We have Hamleys in the toy segment. And in furniture, as I said, we have Urban Ladder. In the lingerie segment, we have Zivame, Clovia, Amante. So I can go on reciting the names of the brands, and online, of course, Ajio, JioMart, they are there. But the key to it is why so many brands and what goes behind thinking like this. Why not have just one Amazon or one Walmart and bring everything under one? What we understand is that customers in India definitely differentiate between different necessities of theirs, and they need to identify their shopping need for that particular purpose, and making it into different classifications and different shopping journeys makes it far more for purpose. It enables reach and scale in terms of reaching to different places with different formats, giving it in smaller modular situation. So for example, if somebody wants to shop electronics, they relate to a Reliance Digital shop instead of a very large, huge place, and then inside there is a digital offering somewhere. We believe that a digital store separately makes a lot of sense for the customer. It enables the real estate to be available for that particular unit, which is to the size and purpose. And nearby you can have another trend store, you have a grocery store, and all of them give identity to the customer's recall and recollection. So that's the fundamental understanding behind making separate verticals and store formats as per the consumption basket. When it comes to joint ventures, there are specific what you call nuances of the particular brand which comes in from abroad. They need their identity, they have their ethos, and it cannot be mixed a diesel will be in a premium place and it will not just go in any smaller place or town. Similarly, a small format which is in the mass, say 7-Eleven is one of our formats right now, and 7-Eleven will go in a anywhere which is a neighborhood convenience, and it will belong in large numbers. Is what is our experience. So living up to the ethos of the format just because it is under one umbrella doesn't mean that you can mix and match is a very important takeaway when we say in terms of about brands. So living the brand and respecting the brand and its values is very important. That's what goes in segregation. Again, online also, if we mix up everything, there is a particular way of understanding. Yes, you mix up, and there the search is possible to do everything. But again, in that also the categorization is extremely important. Otherwise, what is on the top really remains on the top, and where there is marketing happening, those sales will happen, and rest of it will not really reach the fruition what it is supposed to reach. As far as building brands of tomorrow, there are certain very important things which everybody will talk about, digital revolution and digital understanding of the customer and digitally reaching to the customers, AI, ML, and but all that is like what everybody does is relying on certain search capabilities of the large service provider, and no harm in naming Google, Facebook, and Meta. What they are providing inherently the ability to market, and everybody plugs into that. But really, we believe that the winning comes from your own understanding of your universe of the customer. For a small D2C brand, it can be a very small universe of people whom they have really transacted with, or they are able to reach. Everybody doesn't open all the pin codes and just try to do with courier services. Otherwise, you end up earning to pay the delivery courier situation. But otherwise, it is extremely important that you understand your customer segment and really talk to them, communicate with them in the language which we have set for that particular brand. So D2C, when it comes, it looks a very, very lucrative scenario, but really it's very difficult for all those who are in that particular activity will understand that how difficult it is and how quickly the money blows up if you do wrong marketing and you're not knowing your customer. The sales conversion is the art which is very important to be mastered before really getting into the marketing in a big way. So somewhere or the other, when we say brands of today, tomorrow, and what needs to be done, I'll just quickly, I noted down some pointers, and there's a big thesis. It cannot be a 10-minute session, cannot do justice to that, but all these pointers in terms of having some uniqueness, some kind of left out space which we are trying to occupy is a very important consideration in making a brand. Just copying something where already there is a big crowd doesn't lead to anything. There has to be a price proposition. Everybody gets carried away in terms of giving discount if you're trying to do, but that discount really is a very short-lived one. If somebody else comes and gives a higher discount, people forget about it unless you have a good price proposition along with the recall of the product, which uniqueness you are bringing in. There is quality definitely at the base of it in terms of customer will not be fooled by just a fancy brand name or a marketing. They will understand the quality and recall based on the quality, what they have experienced. If anything is wrong in quality, definitely it will be very punished by the customer. And even for the established brands, there is newness which is very much required. Otherwise, a stale scenario. If we look at the classic example which can be very easily understood is about the cars. The best brands in the world also have to bring in newer models. They cannot continue with the old model, even though they'll change something on the shape, but it constantly keeps to be moving. Similarly, the products which are in the FMCG or the consumer space need to be constantly moving, and inherently we don't experience it, but the brands are doing it with some kind of a plus, extra, or some new, something is always written. So that's important even for very large brands to bring refreshing scenario. Maintaining ethos is extremely important. We can't just waver from just because the brand name is there, do everything. It kills the brand impression. If it's a premium brand, it has to be the premium scenario. I mean, there are certain things which we should not make mistakes when we are building brands and nurturing our brands for future. And as Anurag ji said about sustainability, and really the people have become very conscious about the planet. So sustainability cannot be forgotten at the base of it. In terms of when we are doing marketing, it has to be connected with the stocks. Otherwise, we would have just done a huge amount of marketing and we don't have anything to supply. That money goes off. Really, the unit economics in terms of whatever we are selling has earning. People just spend money, but they forget that we are here for making profit. And choosing the right medium of communication is extremely important. Otherwise, also, it's really difficult in terms of making I'll give you just example which we will all relate to in this hall just now. There was a channel Masti, which was, we saw all Shah Rukh Khan, everybody, Amitabh Bachchan. Before this, how many people had known about the brand channel? I mean, can everybody raise their hand? They've known about Masti channel, and after seeing it here, how many people became aware that there is this Masti channel? So 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So after now, everybody in this hall knows about this Masti channel. So what exactly happened in the process is that localized basis, and this is for the mass channel, but I'm saying from a store perspective or a retail perspective, what really happened is a small audience really got to know about the subject with a limited reach. So what is most important is the catchment or the class of the customer. If they are all made aware in a very effective and low cost manner, so it can be as low as a hoarding in the locality, but if it is done, then everybody understands, have you heard about the brand? Yes. Have you heard about the brand? So that's what, they may not shop at this point of time. I mean, My Boli was another next one actually, right? That's a Marathi situation, but we got to know that yes, it is there. So these kind of, small situations, but the analyst community, the media community, they should at least somehow be, whole ecosystem of these, people who are really important should really be aware of your brand. Then quickly one can make a brand. Similarly, the customers in the locality or the relevant customers, and definitely using the right agency is extremely important. Everything we try to do on our own, it may be vision and concept we give, but definitely the right people who are doing it all the time is extremely important in terms of, and look, I mean, last thing I just want to, close it by, the customer is very important, looking at the customer feedback, understanding the customer feedback all the time, and being close to the customer, being open and, modifying based on what is relevant comments. Everybody will have a comment if you ask, but really filtering it out and what matters is extremely important. We ourselves pushing things without understanding the customer, really, finally we are making everything for the customer and trying to reach to the customer. So I just told that I'll just, close my talk with this, but any Q&A, I need to stay back and just take any questions. So I'll be very happy. I am, available just now. You can ask any questions if anybody would like to ask.
Yeah, hi, I'm Uday Mathur from Human Edge. You mentioned about learnings from global brands and understanding the Indian customer. When you get your catchment studies to understand what the Indian customer wants, my question is, how do you relate to the findings from the demographics versus the culture that eventually you get to see here? And second, when we are swayed very easily by discounts, how do you, once you have formulated a strategy, how do you then move to counter that competition discount and that side of the equation?
So I think the second question is very easy to answer. First, I'll answer that we don't get swayed with discounts. We give only customary whatever it is. So the whole, I mean, whoever are doing discounting, also the large organizations, it is a misnomer that only they are doing discounting actually. So what happens is really the creation of the impulse in the mind of the customer by certain loss leader or a discounted item usually. I mean, I'm talking about those who understand and do it well actually. Otherwise, some people may only understand discounting is a way of life, then I cannot talk about them. But those who do it well, they really bring some loss leader and some kind of discounting on the item where there are already a huge margin available by way of a talk with the manufacturer who would like to promote. They are doing the investing in the brand or the product. So really it becomes a collaboration that there is this kind of money in the game. And that brings people on the platform, if it is an online platform, or to the store. And thereafter, impulse takes over. So once you are, especially in a physical store, if you are entering a store, you never end up only buying that item which was advertised and which was shown as a discount. There is a lot more in the store which people just pick up on impulse, and a whole basket is full most of the time because the person already spent about 2-3 hours going to the place, and they are not just going for that 20 rupees, 50 rupees, 50% off on a discount scenario. So really that's the high-low game, what it is called in terms of the discounting. So we don't believe in discounting for loss and losing money. We are the most profitable company in the retail space. So that's the philosophy on not discounting and getting carried away because everybody is doing. There is end of season sale and all, which is customary, but that is actually money in that. Those are only mediums of reaching to the customer and factoring in what was already factored in kind of a margin earning. The other part of it is in terms of the catchment study, as you said. See, India is a very, very unique country where at every 200 kilometers, the preferences, the taste, the way of living, culture of the people keeps changing actually. So even in the place where we are, very easy to describe Mumbai. Actually, all of us are, large number of people will be from Mumbai. That what happens in the South Mumbai, what happens in, Bandra area, about the thought process of the customer, the class of the customer. So if we look at the shopping happening at Palladium, if we look at the shopping which is happening in the mall, say our new mall, JWD, Geo World Drive, it's the second big mall. And then you go to the malls in Andheri and Navi Mumbai side, and then take it further to Vasai, Virar and Palghar to the outskirts of Mumbai, Kalyan, Dombivli. It's not 200 kilometers, but really, if you look at just the catchments as they are changing, you would not put a very, very, a brand would not want to come and just sell something which is really not relevant to that catchment, right? So inherently, it is the study which happens, and otherwise, one learns with experience. You put in the products and, 3 months, 6 months later, the product will become stale and out of manufacture date. And obviously, it will get out. Then at that time, you have a choice to sit and think, oh, let's look at now. Or you start well, that look at what is selling in the nearby stores and nearby shops of the same type, and understand the market research. Luckily, there are lots of agencies and people who are doing research. So doing the good homework in the beginning is how we understand, and we do it. And this was Mumbai, but when you go to, say, even further, Buldhana, Satara, Yavatmal and all, you need to have really, really different product which is their taste actually. So that's very inevitable, but it's not so easy to do also. At the same time, when we want to do it, it can be done with very quick situation. It can be as simple as sending our few people. So what we usually do is before a new store opens in a geography, 15 days, 1 month before, we hire the people and they go around in the catchment, and that's how we build the assortment. And we used to do it, like, I mean, from 2006 we are in retail now in India. So we used to do it in the early time. Now, of course, we have our own, stores everywhere. So we just have to multiply the same assortment and all. But effort is required for everything, and nowadays it's more important from an online perspective, because all pin codes become open at all the time immediately. So really, which pin code among the 19,000 pin codes of India, really, what is happening is extremely the next step, which is our learnings every day, right? So to be successful, that's the question. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Great insights through your session. I have a simple question here. We spoke about sustainable brands. So when it comes to Reliance brand, what does it do when it comes to sustainable? Because when you say joint ventures of different brands coming together, do you analyze whether they have a sustainable approach? Can you just give us that idea?
Yeah, it is far easier when we say Reliance brands, which is the global brand, because from their perspective, they are, really, I would not say we are not conscious. We are, India has always been very conscious about, we are the pioneers about nature and our Ayurveda. All of those things are, I mean, our culture and our handicrafts and all are definitely, from ages. But when it comes in the current context of you're talking about the manufacturer brands and the, situation, what we experience is that they are already ahead in this thinking, and the whole concepts are coming in from a lot of, countries which are already thinking about sustainability and making laws which are very relevant for that. So when we look at, what is coming from the brand, there is already all of that, which comes in already inherently from what they are doing, recycled material usage, what they are, trying to think about, even the packaging for that matter, actually. International brand will immediately, I mean, even before the laws were made for the single-use plastic stringent, they already were in, paper and recycle and all of that, actually, and with the advisories of, not being away. And inherently in the product, the material used is increasingly on the sustainable side, actually. So recycled, I mean, everybody, you will see that there is a whole ranges which are coming in from the recycled and which are easy to recycle scenario. So from their perspective, it is that, and India definitely, there is in the newer product development, everybody is extremely conscious about this is going to come. It's just, how much time is everybody's guess in which product segment, but definitely it is going to move in that direction much sooner than we all believe will happen. Okay, so thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be here. Thank you.
I'd like you to stay a moment here. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Ashwin Khasgiwala? Well, I'd like to invite Mr. Anand Parmeswaran from Kantar to join us on stage and give a small token of appreciation to Mr. Khasgiwala. Take the picture. Thank you so much. Thank you for keeping it interactive as well, and thank you for your participation. If you'd like to share any of the key takeaways from the session, like I've mentioned, don't forget to use our hashtag #IndiaBrandConclave and keep the buzz going on social media as well. Also, we will have a quiz shortly, and the winners will get rewarded for giving the right answer, so stay tuned right here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, marketers across the world are familiar with the terms VUCA, which stands for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And Bani, have you heard of that? The brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. Now, these acronyms emerged during times of adversity, uncertainty, and the constantly evolving ecosystem that today's marketeers operate in. Our next speaker, you've already met him though, that's Mr. Anand Parmeswaran, Executive Director, Quantitative and Co-Lead West Insights Division at Kantar, delves deeper into the challenges that marketers face and shares his insight on the topic brand building in the face of adversity. So I'd like all of you to please join me in welcoming Mr. Parmeswaran once again on stage. A very warm welcome to you.
Hello, hello. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot for Exchange for Media Business World, okay, for inviting us to give a perspective from a consumer lens. A lot of times we talk about brand building, okay, from a marketer perspective also. But during these times, it's important to understand where's the consumer currently, what is he really seeing, okay, and look at the entire perspective from their lens. There are challenges which are currently, which we know is facing the world overall, okay, and there are certain challenges which even India is not really immune to. Let's look at what are these challenges, how do really the consumer really see where the brands are placed currently in these challenges, and what do we need to do going forward. So it will be four to five different aspects that we will talk about right now, but before that, first, we all know, okay, what's really happening currently, okay, yes, we moved away from COVID, but post-COVID, okay, there was the Ukraine war, which really happened, the global conflict, then there is inflation, and then there is a potential recession, which is there across the world. Yes, the recession is not so much for India, but there is, yes, there's a slight slowdown which might happen, which we are really seeing possibly in the GDP numbers, which also will get released today for the Q3 numbers in fact. We can see this from World Panel data also that there is a concern among consumers, okay, 92% of them have spoken about inflation, okay, as being one of the main concerns for them. Other Kantar surveys have clearly mentioned, okay, multiple aspects. Recently we had done a survey very close to the union budget where we found very clearly consumers talking about inflation as their topmost concern in India. Yeah, and also gets reflected in the FMCG volumes which have actually come down. Plus, there are a few other aspects in terms of the tech layoffs, job loss, etc. Okay, so what are we really trying to do today? Okay, we'll try and understand these four aspects because these are burning questions and questions which we as Kantar receive a lot from brand builders, okay, from clients quite a bit in terms of understanding where the consumer is currently on each of these aspects. So first is more in terms of understanding inflation. Okay, what are they doing right now? What is happening to their current basket? What is the mix between essentials and discretionary spends? How is it really changing? From there, moving on to the entire price premium quotient. What's really happening out there? Okay, can brands in these times command a price premium? Okay, and how do they really command a price premium during these times? Then, okay, looking at can I really be media dark? Okay, because for example, okay, funding is the challenge. Yeah, or if there is a little bit of a slowdown which is really happening, there is a budget cut. So can I go media dark and for how long? Then looking at digital in particular, okay, how can it really create a greater impact because more and more spends obviously are going to digital. So what is really happening out there? And finally, the entire aspect of India versus Bharat, urban versus rural divide, okay, are there opportunities? And even among those opportunities, okay, what do brands need to do out there? But first, okay, let's look at the tenets of brand building because those are constant. Those are not going to change, okay, whatever really happens. So from Kantar Brandzy, and this is a report that we really publish every year in India and globally and across 30 plus markets, okay, in countries out here. Yeah. What is really happening out there is that we always talk about strong brands, and strong brands always tend to deliver very well, okay, even in a turbulence time, okay, they go down lesser and they also bounce back much more strongly. So that's first aspect of investing in brand building is absolutely critical irrespective of the times we are in currently. Second aspect is that when we look at the brand and their equity, we clearly see that equity is a function wherein actually it drives overall valuation. So there's a valuation change which really happens when your brand equity or brand power actually goes up. And we have done this analysis across multiple brands over a period of time, where we see brands which have actually had an improvement in their brand equity, they've had a jump of 98% in terms of overall brand valuation. That's more from an importance of brand building. Plus, how do you really do that? More in terms of saliency and being meaningful. And why are these two pillars absolutely critical? Because when we really talk about saliency, meaningful and differentiation, which is the overall Kantar model, we look at saliency or mental availability. Does the brand come to your mind immediately or not? Is it relevant for you? And do you have affinity with the brand? And meaningful is a square which is like almost the 4 pillars of your brand, 4 corners of your brand. What really happens is that even if I am slightly lower on saliency or differentiation, because there is competition which can catch up quickly on differentiation, like what we really saw between in telecom, Jio, Airtel, etc. over the period of time, what really happened, we have seen meaningful to be a most powerful metric, because that is the foundation. There is really a aspect where you really are looking at building affinity as well as relevance with consumers. And a brand which is actually improving in saliency actually has a jump of 16% in valuation, but actually a brand which improves on both aspects of saliency and meaningful, there's a 31% increase. That's a huge jump, almost double, 2x. The key question, inflation, what's really happening out here? First is more in terms of the concerns. When we have done multiple surveys, we have seen that across the world, inflation economy right now is in the top 3 in terms of overall concerns. Inflation leads in that in terms of 31%. And COVID has actually almost moved out of the top 3 right now. But there is a change which is happening, and inflation is clearly hogging headlines right now. And what's really happening? The mix between discretionary spends and spends which can be, for example, for big purchases, long term, etc. Globally there is a change. So yes, on basics, on household items, etc., we may still end up spending, and that's almost like an essential. But there are certain aspects like dining out, or large purchases or a new car. Globally, there's a concern. But having said that, why is it not really a concern in India? Because the opportunity, especially on big spends, is still higher. If you see where India is placed currently, there are only 22 cars per household, in terms of 22 cars per 1,000 households, which are there. So there's a huge opportunity which has moved from 12 a decade back. So there's still a huge opportunity, and that's the reason you're seeing that overall sentiment out there, plus the aspiration. But what's really happening is when we look at India in particular right now, and this is data for APAC versus India, we clearly see that there is an increase which is really happening more from a value perspective on essentials, but on personal care, on a few other products, it is actually going, it is flat. It's stable versus the last year. So there's a clear difference between how essentials versus personal products are getting classified currently. But even on essentials, consumers are trying to make a differentiation out there. So because the budget is X, there's a X number of disposable income, and inflation is eating up some of those disposable income also. What's really happening is that people are actually then looking at frugality in terms of, for example, can I actually use lesser oil, or can I actually use a toothpaste? And this is a study which was done even in Thailand recently, where we saw, and it was validated very clearly, that people using just 3/4 on the brush versus the full part of the brush. So that's how consumers are trying to save more during these times, buying essentials, but trying to save as much as possible. Even on that, what's also happening is that people are moving from branded to unbranded in certain categories. Like, for example, washing powder. There's a clear increase that we have seen on the unbranded side currently. As well as the mass segment washing powder actually increasing from 39% to 41%. So there is a shift which is happening, a slow shift which is happening during these times, even on essentials. So how do brands really maintain their margin and pricing power? And that's an important aspect, because and this data is for Europe. Okay, what you see out there, and I'll touch upon this first and before coming to the India data. What you really see out here is that if you look at 2016 to now, so the overall purchase frequency is actually coming down, visits are coming down, and the basket size is increasing in Europe. Yeah, every time I'm going, I'm buying bigger packs, bigger basket size, and purchase frequency is coming down. But that's not true for the developing world. Okay, what is really happening out here is that the price elasticity, okay, on large SKUs, okay, is a lot more sensitive. Okay, so India is a lot more sensitive on those aspects. So if you can see a gap across all categories except for salty snacks. Yeah, where you can see that the sensitivity is very high. For example, biscuits or even deodorants or a few other products, there's a high sensitivity, and the reason that's really happening is that if you are going for a we all know a large SKU actually is far more beneficial, okay, in terms of price per unit. But when someone is actually going and visiting, okay, when he's actually purchasing, the outlay is much more when you're buying a large SKU. So they end up buying a small SKU still and try and see that how can I stretch that small SKU for a longer period of time. That's what is really happening out here in India. Yes, okay, we just spoke about, and there was a question on sale and discount. Yeah, and this data is very clear. Okay, it can work for a particular period of time, but it actually falls through. Like for example, okay, when we really look at promotions, okay, so there have been multiple times promotions have happened for Tesco, but then after the promotion has stopped, okay, the brand sales have actually come down. So there is very clearly an impact and how much you can really run the discount for a period of time in certain category. Hence, value becomes important rather than just discounting. And how can you really charge value and how can you charge a premium and get value? It is, okay, again looking at what drives premiumness, okay, across categories. Yeah, from the Kantar Brandsy database, we clearly see that differentiation is absolutely critical with meaningful. Okay, 49% of the weightage comes from differentiation if you need to drive premiumness. Yeah, differentiation is not easy, okay, and it is more about uniqueness and setting trends, etc. But absolutely critical to drive differentiation to command a price premium. There can't be a better example than this. Okay, we all know this brand, okay, Bira, premium beer, okay, Indian beer, which actually, okay, stands a lot for differentiation. Wheat-based beer, okay, which is also commanding a premium currently, but consumers pay for it because they see a lot of value in it. So these are some of the examples where we can clearly see that how a pricing power can be attained based on what the consumer really sees as value. Looking at this particular question, okay, in terms of should I really go media dark? Okay, what is the time period for which can I really go media dark? Yeah. So what we did was, okay, we ran a time series analysis, okay, on continuous data, okay, across different measures, and we looked at, okay, that if there is a budget cut for almost 6 months, and then what really happens to the brand in terms of awareness, okay, in terms of communication, yeah, and will the brand really bounce back quickly later on if we start spending? What we realized was that you need to, it will bounce back, but the spends out here, what you can see, are much higher than even this time period. So the budget cut at that point of time can impact the scores, including communication, etc. But to bounce back and reach the same level, it will take a lot more investment and effort. So sustainability is key even during these periods, even if it is not large spends. And what are consumers really saying? Okay, during these times, what do they need to see and what do they want to see? Offer something which has got a positive perspective. Okay, talk about how you can really help me during these times. These are the two important elements and aspects which are critical. Summarizing these 3 sections right now, okay, more first in terms of value, not discounts, what we really saw. Create a meaningful differentiation to command a price premium. Yeah, third is look at the SKU mix, okay, and can there be smart SKUs in between if there's too wide a gap between the lowest SKU and the highest SKU. Yeah. Finally, continue investing in your brand. Don't stop, okay, advertising, but at least have some measures for sustainability. So digital advertising, how do we really create impact? And the reason this question really came up, because we do get a lot of questions from clients in terms of digital actually, in terms of spends increasing quite a bit, okay. What is really happening? How do I really measure my ROI out there, and which kind of ads and communication will work? Because I can put a number of digital ads, okay, but what is going to work for me or not? So first is, okay, from an internet penetration perspective, okay, and if you really see the overall numbers which have been projected till 2025, okay, there is a growth, almost 900 million who will actually have active internet access, yeah, on a daily basis by 2025, which is again a fairly huge number, and that growth is also happening. Second thing is the overall time spent is also increasing. We clearly see that, because for example, duration of time being spent on the mobile, that has increased by 21% from 2019 to now. Yeah. Similarly, okay, the daily active users are 30%. Urban is almost 90% right now overall, 30% in terms of increase and 90% in terms of the overall urban penetration, active users. What is also happening is, okay, through multiple other studies that we have found out, okay, that the digital touch points and their impact is overall increasing. If you see from 2018 to 21, there's a clear increase which is really happening through surveys that we have done to understand the impact of the digital touch points, okay, on the brand. So what are we saying now? Okay, so since there's a lot of advertising, okay, yeah, and the digital touch points are also increasing, okay, from a solution perspective, what we had done a few years back, a couple of years back, okay, I had launched Link AI. Okay, Link is actually the advertising pre-testing tool that we have. But okay, what we felt was that it is very important for marketers to get something really on the tap. Okay, so if you give an ad, okay, and if you test an ad, okay, you don't need to really wait for 2-3 weeks or even 15 days to get the results. 15 minutes is what it takes for you to really just get the results in terms of behavioral metrics, creative inputs, okay, and what can happen to the brand. And this is, okay, again mined from database over a period of time over the last many years, okay, and is also India specific. Comes in a very neat dashboard, yeah, wherein you can actually see all the metrics at one go. You can even, okay, have a comparison across different ads that you have tested on the same metric, yeah, and is also, okay, very specific to the overall context, if it is YouTube or the platform, Facebook, across. Finally, okay, looking at, okay, India and Bharat, is there a need for a differentiated strategy? And there are 4 aspects we'll just address out here. One is more from a consumer involvement perspective and awareness. Second is from a creative. Third is from a media angle. Yeah. First, more in terms of awareness, okay, what we really see across studies that we have done, and this is again Kantar rural syndicated studies on brand that we do, we clearly see a difference in terms of urban versus rural in terms of awareness and average awareness and recall. For some categories, the difference is even higher, which is like, for example, skin cleansing, etc. Tea is still, okay, moderate, yeah, but you can also see, for example, like hair care, okay, 3.3 versus 4.8. So there are differences which are clearly there across categories that we see. So there's definitely a road ahead, okay, even in terms of building awareness currently. Second is, okay, we took up basically two segments and two sectors, okay, and completely different. One in terms of the CPG and second was retail, to see are there differences in urban rural in terms of understanding. So first was, okay, more in terms of looking at urban versus rural, okay, in the oral care category. Very clear in rural, aspiration and optimism drives it very clearly out there. Versus in urban is a lot more functional, okay, and higher order benefits, okay, whitening, okay, etc., and multiple other aspects really come through. Similarly, okay, when you really look at retail out here, you can actually see that for them, okay, when they're visiting a store or even a retail outlet, the ambience, okay, and the store, okay, has to be of a particular way for them to feel, because it's an occasion for them to go visit and even actually purchase. So these are some of the differences which really come through very clearly between urban and rural across categories. Second is, okay, again question, and a lot of times, okay, CTV penetration is roughly around 6%, okay, but from a connected TV perspective also, you can see 33% of the overall number is actually coming from rural right now for connected TV. Yeah, fairly sizable number if you really look at the overall mix currently from a media perspective. So mobile as well as TV in particular, okay, how it is being used out there. Yeah, and finally, from an advertising and a creative perspective, what are the 3 or 4 things that brands need to do? First is, okay, look at executions more in terms of, okay, are they really simple? Okay, do they talk about the moment of truth currently? Yeah, and are they more of the slice of life executions? Because that's more easier for people to understand out there, the rural consumers in particular. Yeah, storylines, okay, keep it as simple as possible, and when you're really looking at analogies, metaphors, etc., they need to add to the plot very clearly, okay, rather than being separate for consumers to understand. And finally, the most important aspect, singular message, okay, not having layered messages out there, absolutely singular message is critical. So these are more in terms of India versus Bharat also, the key learnings from an advertising as well as media and involvement, consumer involvement perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stay with me a moment. I'd like to once again invite Mr. Ashwin Khasgiwala to join us back on stage and give a small token of appreciation. And if you've jotted any of the insights that you would like to share with the world outside on social media or otherwise, don't forget to use our hashtag #IndiaBrandConclave. Thank you so much once again. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving for our next session, brand marketing is focused on building awareness and creating an emotional connection with the customer. We all know that, right? While on the other hand, performance marketing is focused on generating leads and sales. Representing a publisher-driven brand-safe advertising solution, we have with us Mr. Siddharth Kasturi, Senior Growth Manager at Admatic, who will share insights on how more and more brands are adopting performance marketing strategies for scaling performance and creative excellence. So I'd like all of you to please join me in welcoming Mr. Kasturi, who will be speaking on performance branding, a paradigm shift. Can we have a big round of applause for him? A very warm welcome to you. That's the cue. This would be to go forward. The back is the red.
Good morning, everybody. It is actually a pleasure, and I'm humbled to be in front of all the esteemed industry leaders who are present here today. As you can see, I am going to talk about the topic performance branding, which is going to be a new approach in the advertising network. Firstly, let's understand what performance branding actually is. When I say performance branding, it could actually mean that we are going to track the campaign in terms of branding metrics, but actually optimizing the campaign in terms of the performance metrics. That is what we were trying to do. So before we actually understand how that all works and how can it be implemented in your marketing efforts, let's also quickly dive into what are the events that have actually led us here today. In the traditional approach, if the business was actually new, it had to spend heavily in branding activities to raise brand awareness, brand recognition, brand recall. On the other hand, if the business was actually an established business, it actually had to just focus on its loyal customer base and just drive performance-related metrics like leads, revenue, which in turn leads to sales, which is what we call performance marketing today. But like coming back to when we actually have conversion tracking in place, wherein as per the recent study, if the brand development index is less than 60% for a new brand, actually the brand can benefit just by doing performance marketing and leaving the branding activity alone. This is because if the new brand is not willing to shell out massive amounts of money into the multitude of channels in a continuous way, it's not actually even worth doing the branding efforts. So in this new, it would actually not be worth it to do branding. So to answer this, I actually want to understand why this has been happening. So I think this is the kind of question which also keeps Elon Musk awake at night. It's actually because of a depleting attention span. As per the recent trend, In 2013, a global Twitter trend, a topic in Twitter was trending for about 17 hours. That actually came down to a whopping 11 minutes in 2020. And not just that, according to a recent study by Microsoft, the attention span of a user has fallen down 25% to 8% to where we're standing today. And it is not just about the depleting attention span, it is actually about depleting human patience as well. As you can see, with the depleting human patience, there is a lot of high churn rate happening, wherein we are able to observe there are a lot of retention rate going down. The retention rate is actually going down 5% every day. And 64% of the daily active users are also lost in day 7. Not just this, 1 out of every 2 apps is also uninstalled in every 30 days. And 2 out of 3 apps are actually abandoned after installing by the users in the first 30 days. What is the reason for all this? I think we can attribute majority of this to the intense competition that we have in the market. We have over 1 billion websites in the market today, along with 7 million applications. That is close to over 1,000 mobile applications per category. So when branding was actually considered an essential part of the marketing efforts we had, wherein you provide that recall to that customer when he's actually in the market searching for your product or service which you're offering. This actually helped brands back in the day to differentiate themselves from the competition, so that they only had few competitors back in the day. So it was actually an important metric to differentiate yourself from the rest of the competitors. Coming back to today, when you have over 1,000 competitors in each of your industry and each of your category, is it really relevant to have the structural pillars of marketing, which we used to be considered branding and performance? Do their entire structure still holds relevant? Even if the structure themselves is not going to be relevant, the values that they hold certainly do. So the brand recall, brand recognition, brand lift, revenue, sales are the same metrics that the marketers of today still track. Considering the past landscape and the present, treating branding and performance as a one combined effort rather than 2 different silos is actually the logical approach we should be heading towards. The reason is also to fight the existing notion that the branding activity cannot be measured and a performance activity is actually considered as a short-term, revenue-driven exercise. To understand this, let's actually quickly visit the journey of how these 2 silos are actually combining to become one. It all started with the banner that you see on the screen. This was the first advertisement on the World Wide Web, which was launched by AT&T on 1994. So this was the advent of the tracking. This was when marketers understood you can actually track your source back to the medium, back to the source, and actually kind of change the game. It's been more than 20 years since it's been launched, but I just want to ask you all, could you actually guess what the click-through rate or a CTR for this particular creative would be? Anybody? It's a whopping 44%. Yeah. Marketers of today would actually dream of having a metric like that. And let's just quickly run through what kind of a journey we had in the last 20 years. Right after the first ad, after a couple of years, around 2002, 2003, there was an advent of Web 2.0, which saw emerging a lot of technologies like Facebook, MySpace. But one of the most important things that emerged out of this space was cookies. And right after they were launched, they quickly integrated themselves into the marketing atmosphere, and they're here to stay. And right after the cookies were introduced, Google actually had the opportunity to introduce remarketing in 2010, which actually quickly changed the entire landscape. As soon as the channel was launched, every brand and every company actually started allocating budgets to this channel right away. And now we are here back to 2023, wherein we have AI-powered chatbots and AI-powered tools which can actually automate the entire marketing processes in some section. now that we've identified a structural approach to consider performance marketing, let us also understand what are the implementation strategies that a company or a brand can incorporate to achieve this kind of effort. Also, the current benchmark fell from 44% to 0.05% in 20 years. Yes, that happened. Okay, now let's quickly moving on to how can a company or a brand establish performance branding exercise in their marketing efforts. Well, I'm going to talk about a few features that a company can incorporate into their branding efforts, but it's not an exhaustive list of features, and everything works different with each brand. So it's a combination of mix and match. The first thing I wanted to talk about is frequency and ad sequencing. This is one method by which, adopting this method, companies can actually incorporate performance branding into their marketing efforts. As per a recent study, if a creatives are shown in a sequence linked to one another, it had 90% more retention rate than the creatives which are actually not shown in sequence. Moving to mixed marketing model and cross-channel attribution. When I say cross-channel attribution, it just means taking a stroll to the entire user journey and assigning a value or a credit to each touch point throughout the user journey and making sure that each marketing channel gets the desired credit or relevant credit that it requires. And when I say mixed marketing model, it just means mixed marketing model is a way where you collect aggregated data from either marketing and non-marketing sources throughout a historical period of time. And after collecting this data, it is actually used to develop a model which quantifies a historical contribution of each marketing channel onto the business outcome. So these two are a few approaches, and I'm also going to talk about another few approaches which brands can incorporate into their strategy. The other one would be the influencer marketing. I don't know if anybody, I think everybody would have watched an influencer video in their social media channel, but just to give you a gist of how this goes, usually influencers start out with a video about what the problem exactly is and how the brand is going to solve the problem and what kind of a unique selling features that the brand is bringing to solve this problem, and the video actually ends with either a promotion or a giveaway. This kind of holistic approach of creating videos in such a short time is actually benefited by brands, because sometimes brands cannot do it themselves because of a lot of contingencies in their net. Moving ahead, I also want to talk about audience segmentation, which companies can incorporate into their marketing efforts. So I think this is something not new that we all know about. Everybody segments their audience in different ways as per their business needs. But segmenting them in these three buckets can actually help curate objective-based campaigns to each of your audience who fall in their respective bucket. Now that we've understood what performance branding is and why was it even needed to bring it in the first place, and how can companies incorporate them into their marketing efforts, let us also check how companies have actually incorporated this into their marketing efforts and what kind of results that they have driven. Starting with Adidas, this is an interesting case study wherein Adidas was investing about $1 million in mobile commerce. When I say mobile commerce, they were investing money to drive sales from their mobile site. But unfortunately, the return on investment for this campaign was just $230,000 worth of sales. So the company actually had a negative 0.23 ROI for its investment. So it needed to understand what kind of impact the mobile is driving towards an in-store sales. So this is where Adidas implemented performance branding, wherein it's actually tracking the metric, which is a branding perspective, which is an in-store sales, by actually optimizing their campaign towards a performance metric, which is a mobile investment. So the approach that Adidas took in this case was to leverage Google search location extensions with their search campaigns and their smart campaigns, and the result was actually pretty astonishing. So previously, when $1 million investment was just leading up to $200,000 of sales, Adidas quickly understood that 70% of their in-store sales were actually attributed to a mobile touch point at one point of the time. So actually, a $1 million investment in its mobile actually was worth about $1.8 million in sales, wherein the revenue was a negative 0.2, was actually considered to be a positive 1.8. Moving ahead. This is also an interesting case study. Lenovo, being a huge conglomerate, actually had a lot of marketing channels. So Lenovo was advertising its products on each and every channel, but the problem was each and every channel that Lenovo was advertising on had their own attribution models. And because of this different attribution models that these channels have, Lenovo had actually inflated its sales numbers by 371%. This is because the educated user of Lenovo would actually tap into each marketing channel that Lenovo is advertising on first and then purchase it. So if he's being touched by each touch point of the entire journey, each of their channels were claiming their own credit. So in order to tackle this, Lenovo actually had to take an approach wherein it had to implement multi-channel and data-driven attribution model. And this kind of gave them a holistic approach of how their marketing budgets are being utilized and where they can spend a lot of money on. And the result here is also pretty amazing because previously, prior to this incorporation of performance branding, Lenovo was considering to take away the channel which was a comparison search engine, basically where you go to see or compare laptops. The channel was actually, the company was actually trying to remove this channel from its marketing efforts overall. But after this results, it was able to identify that that particular channel was the highest contributor to their revenue. It was attributing to about most of 40% of the revenue from that channel. So quickly understanding from this method, Lenovo was able to boost its best performing channels. So in order to quickly tackle some of the issues that we have discussed today, we at Admatic have launched a state-of-the-art DMP solution, which is called Segmentify, which actually aims to solve the problem finding the right user. Along with a 12 data point set on each user and segmenting the audience into 3 buckets that we've recently discussed and nudging the user smoothly towards the end funnel, it is not just about the DMP feature that we have. Along with it, we actually had solved a couple of issues along with our DSP as well. So a lead latency issue is what B2B users usually face when they follow a traditional lead gen approach to a sales cycle. I say this because the lead generation is usually handled by a marketing partner or a marketing agency, which in turn gives back to the client's growth team, and the client growth team in turn passes it along to the sales team. So there's a latency in which the user is actually filling up the form and actually the salesperson calling him. So with our proprietary technology, we were able to cut this time along, and we are able to deliver those leads directly to the salesman in a real-time basis. So along with providing the DMP and latency issue of the lead generation process, we were also able to solve one important issue, which is lead verification. So in this method, what usually happens was, it's the same way that we've discussed, wherein the marketing partner generates the leads, passes it along to the growth team, and the growth team then to the sales team. And the sales team used to churn out these leads to understand which of them are sales qualified and which of them are not sales qualified. So with our technology, we were able to identify this as a problem, and we were able to fix it in a way and directly being able to deliver verified sales qualified leads to the brand directly. So if you have any more questions about what we're offering as a business or a service, I have my team here with me, and we'll be glad to answer any of your questions. Thank you for your time today. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kasturi. And that was quite enriching as a session. I'd like to here invite Mr. Shivadeep Banerjee of ITC Limited to join us on stage and give a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Kasturi. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm going to invite you in a second one more time. But ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, I'd like to once again remind all of you to not to forget using the hashtag. We are in the digital world where the buzz is created outside this room as well through all the tweets and grams that you put out there. So don't forget to use our hashtag, which is India Brand Conclave. Before we move on, I'd like to thank our presenting partner, Admatic. Transform your marketing strategy with data-driven approach. Moving on, our next speaker is from a group that needs no introduction, and the brands in the company's portfolio are the leading brands in most categories they operate in. One such brand is Ashirwad Whole Wheat Atta, launched in May 2002. This brand has become #1 in branded packaged atta across the country, and since then, the brand Ashirwad has grown from strength to strength, with it diversifying into categories such as salt, spices, instant mix products, multigrain atta, sugar, and instant meals, amongst others. To tell us more about the journey of the brand Ashirwad, let me once again formally welcome Mr. Shivadeep Banerjee, Chief Digital Marketing Officer, ITC Limited, to share his insights on transition of brand building then and now. Join me in welcoming Mr. Banerjee with a huge round of applause. A very warm welcome to you.
Hi, morning everyone. Weekend was quite stressful when I was told to have this presentation, and I was struggling to figure out which brand do I pick up so that there could be a little bit of a case study talking about then and now marketing. Also wanted to ensure that it's not a lot of gyan and concepts and this can happen, this is the way the world is going to transform and change. Whatever I've put across some slides, and I'll try to talk. And in the process, I also realized that I've become very old when I can talk about then and now. But the challenge is always to stay contemporary. So I've finally decided to pick up a brand which is closest to a commodity. This is the brand, and she mentioned Ashirwad. So this is the brand that I'm talking about. It's now about 6,500 crore. It enters around 35% of all India urban households. It's 40% by volume when it comes to the category, branded atta category. So lots of drum beating I've done right now, but let's come to the point. Let's try and talk you through how this journey has been. So next 20-25 minutes, I'll talk you through the 20 years of journey that the brand has gone through. This was the time, 2002, she mentioned May, it's actually 25th May. So last year we just completed our 20th year. So very, very small branded atta as part of the entire atta wheat chain. It still is small. It's still around 15% of the entire atta wheat category at an all India urban level. Forget about the rural part. At an urban level, it's only around 15%. So when we wanted to enter the category, the usual set of consumer problems came through, which is कि consistency नहीं है, कभी रोटी hard बन जाती है, कभी पिसाई ठीक से नहीं होती है, कभी you will find that there is lack of husk in the product, the required quantum of fiber, and so on and so forth. So there was consistency as an issue. We had a strong agri background and a backbone behind that, and so we said that, okay, and we solve this problem, and yes, we can, because We will be going to the farmers directly, picking up the product, wheat from them, and would do the necessary in terms of providing a consistent product, whether it's a harvest period or a non-harvest period. The other obvious fact that came from consumers is that, you know what, we need atta, but we need it very fresh. So that's a supply chain issue that we needed to solve, as well as manufacturing unit issue. So we ensured that the distance to market was very low. At that time, I think it was around 250 odd kilometers. Now it has come down significantly, which is around 130 to 135 kilometers for manufacturing unit to a consumption center. So through that, what we ensured that we had a large learning curve around what are the wheat category, types of wheat which we would take and keep with us throughout the year to provide the consistent product. But let's come to the marketing piece. So back in 2002, we said that, okay, if Ashirvad needs to get built, there is an angle of freshness, there's an angle of consistency that we are going to talk about, and that happens because we know atta, we know wheat, right? And when we are talking about the homemaker then, it was obvious to talk about the fact that she's an active nurturer. So let's look at the first piece of content created way back in 2002. And we will look at this journey from here onwards, how marketing has transformed for Ashirvad.
चुन के जैसे आप अपने परिवार में खुशियां लाते हैं, बिल्कुल वैसे ही आईटी से पेश करते हैं चुन चुन के लाए गेहूं से बना आशीर्वाद आटा। आशीर्वाद आटा, खुशियां चुन चुन के।
Right, so you look at the entire semiotics of the communication, look at the homemaker that was portrayed, very different from if you would like to portray a homemaker today. Having said that, cohortization, which we talk so much about today, started way back then because it was the same brand and we had to talk two different stories to take this product back across to consumers. While in North, it was an everyday staple, continues to be a 20 kg consumption per household per month, and where back down in South, it entered because doctors told them that we should move from rice to atta because that keeps you healthy, and hence you needed a communication which is all about activeness. So-called geo-based segmentation started right back then, where the same brand moved in. Now, you will see the two packs on the two sides of the screen, and you will see that there are significant differences. While one had the traditional chakki in it, the other had an aspiration pulka, which was very difficult for a homemaker down south to really make, but they always aspired to make a pulka out of that atta there. And you had that symbol of trust. It was considered to be a north-based brand because it was in the category of atta and wheat. So you needed to build that angle of trust with the consumers. Now, it was just not about these visual cues. Let's look at, and I talked about the fact that this category and the brand was considered to be up from north. So if you asked a consumer down south, where does wheat come from? So Punjab, even today, that's the perception. So you wanted and needed to make the brand from from that market, and hence this communication. So the culture codes are coded back into the content piece in order to ensure that there is a relatability of the brand down south.
ஆசீர்வாத் கோதுமை மாவுல இருக்கிற முழுமையான சத்து எங்க குடும்பத்துக்கு தருகிறது ஆரோக்கியமும் சுறுசுறுப்பும். இது உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா?
So the ease with which she danced is the ease with which you can make roti It's always has been a tough one for them down south to make rotis easily, and it needed to have the culture code there, right? So we see the storytelling there, and I don't know if there are people from East here. The category codes in East had very different meaning system, which is all about fiber and hence keeps you active because of the presence of fiber in the category of atta. And it is in Bangla, so I'll play that. And these are all to talk about that entire concept of cohortization, geo-based targeting.
ছুটকিরও আবার বিয়ে ছোট অনেক কাজ পড়ে রয়েছে কিন্তু হবে তোমার ভাই এসে গেছে সব কাজ হয়ে যাবে
ছোট কেটারের কি হবে
হবে বৌদি হবে এই কেটারের ব্যবস্থাটা ওইদিকে চটপটি দেখলে হবে চটপটি আর লটর পটর চটপটি আর লটর
ওরে ছোট সাহায্য কর
হবে
খালি হবে হবে দিদি এই দুই চাটুজে ভাই তো আকাশ পাতাল তফাৎ
তফাৎটা আটার আমরা শুধু আশীর্বাদ আটার রুটি খাই
চটপটি নরম
আইটিসি চৌপালের গম থেকে তৈরি কলে পেশা আশীর্বাদ আটা। এতে আছে সঠিক মাত্রায় ফাইবার যা রাখে আপনার পরিবারকে।
কি রে ছোটদা হবে তো
দাদার আশীর্বাদ হলেই হবে হবে
আশীর্বাদ আটা চটপটে হতেই হবে।
So you have this typical Bengali cliche persona building that is there, that's saying that they're very lazy, they really don't want to do much. But they are very good in talking, right? So they will always say, I can do this, I can do that, but they will not end up doing much. So these are the two brothers. The younger brother is like that cliche persona, and he doesn't really want to do much. Whether the elder brother ends up doing a lot more work than the younger brother, and finally the story ends talking about the presence of Ashirvad in the meal, makes the elder brother active and chotpoti and all that. So why I wanted to show all of these were that the concept of segmenting consumers and having story told in their language and their context for higher resonance, higher relevance was there in fundamentally in our marketing principles, and not talking about Ashirvad or ITC for that matter. It is true across organizations and brands, which was there then. Now we will see how it has transformed, but fundamentals have not altered in a big way. Over time, things have altered and content pieces have changed and brand personas have evolved, the consumer personas have evolved and so on and so forth. I'll cut to 2018 roughly, and we'll take the story of Ashirvad multigrain forward and see how those fundamentals have altered. So Ashirvad multigrain is all about a lot of fiber, and we took up the story of digestion, and that's the consumer benefit that we wanted to portray, right? So we will see the transformation in the marketing process, and hopefully, now this is the most understood consumer benefit of digestion. Now gut health has multitude of outcomes. If you eat well, if your gut is good, then you look good, you don't have pimples. If you eat well, then you are active, more, you have stamina throughout the day and so on and so forth. But let's look at, this was the TVC done, and then we'll see how life has transformed. So this is the most common perception of digestion, or easy to understand. I don't know, many of you would have seen it, but
हुआ क्या यही पूछना पड़ेगा अगर खाने में फाइबर कम होगा। आशीर्वाद आटा विद मल्टीग्रेन्स फुल ऑफ फाइबर, ये फैमिली के डाइजेशन का रखे ख्याल।
हो गया
आशीर्वाद आटा विद मल्टीग्रेन्स, हैप्पी टमी फॉर अ हैप्पी यू फ्रॉम ITC।
right? So very easy to understand benefit with respect to digestion. But let's now look at how this same core message now gets transformed given the current context in which we are trying to build brand equity. And this is all being now driven by digital, and hence led a lot by the data that you are generating basis your digital processes. Now the first step that we are talking about is creating digital first creatives. So the idea is to create different kinds of consumer base. And if you see here on the screen, there is a sedentary lifestyle, a consumer like me who thinks that he should do a lot of exercises but doesn't end up doing it. And then there are people who would like to avoid hunger pangs and eat less, help me manage my meal consumption, and that's why there is a content for them. So let's play one of them.
Attention please, सारा दिन बैठे बैठे कैसे होगा डाइजेशन?
एक्सरसाइज और फूड में फाइबर, ये है सोल्यूशन। इसलिए रोज खाओ
फाइबर वाली रोटी
मेड विद आशीर्वाद आटा विद मल्टीग्रेन्स।
Okay. Similarly, you will have content created for, let's take another segment of consumers who are trying to avoid.
Attention please,
खाने में कम है फाइबर तो कभी कभी जाग सकता है, इसलिए रोज खाओ
फाइबर वाली रोटी
मेड विद आशीर्वाद आटा विद मल्टीग्रेन्स।
Okay, so different kinds of consumer segments, different kinds of cohorts, and for each kind of cohort, you would be constructing content, and then you would be targeting those cohorts with the content. It's something that we have been doing now for some time at a pan industry level, right? And if you see across, even there are certain lookalike segments from your first party data, and we will talk about the first party data a little more. Now what happens is, as you take these content forward, you would be doing these segmentation using one of your publisher platform, in this case let's say Google, and they will give you lots of segments, and then you will be trying to push across your content basis those segments. But they are not watertight compartment segments. There are lots of overlap as far as those segments are concerned. So to avoid that and make things sharper for yourself, then what did we finally end up doing? So let's take the first segment of consumers, active seekers of fiber solutions. You have created a content for them. You will sharp target those consumers. After 3 frequency, in fact 4 frequency, you will see that there is a consumer base who do not react to your advertisement piece. So you will exclude those who have reacted, who have seen your ad, and then you will exclude them and show them the second ad. And in the process, you are sharpening your segment base on, let's say in this case, DV360, right? So you will be sharpening your consumer base there, and each of those segments, so that's what you see here, the viewer of the ad 1 goes into the consideration segment, and we show them the second ad, which is the consideration ad. And from there on, you take them down the funnel to the purchase intent or the bottom funnel content. But those who did not finally react to the first piece of ad are excluded, those who have reacted excluded, and the rest are shown the second piece, and so on and so forth. This is to sharpen your segments that DV360 had given you, just to ensure that those not so watertight components are now further sharpened when you are trying to target them. The obvious is true that when you're trying to reach them out, not only through Google or YouTube, but you're also trying to reach out through Meta and its platforms, you would be constructing content basis what are the best practices for the platform, so that the user segments are connected or reached out rightly. And through the process, we ended up creating many assets. And this, what we are talking about, and this is, these are sets of content that you would be generating through the funnel, right? And when you are really, when we went ahead and did this targeting, it was not only just using the algorithms of Facebook or a Perf Max at Google, etc., but you would also, we wanted to use certain AI algorithms. The jury is still out how efficient they are. We have been using them at scale now, where the media deployment is through an AI channel, which is across all platforms, whether it's OTT, Facebook, as in Meta, or Google, whether it's GDN or YouTube, so that we can build in the efficiency of that 100 rupee that is there in your wallet across all the platforms. And these are just some scores to exemplify that. Moving on from there, it is just not about the content piece that you are pushing to the consumers through cohorts, but if there is a call to action and when the consumer is clicking on it, your landing page, or that means your mid-funnel assets, your own assets, are they in sync? So for example, if you have been shown the sedentary lifestyle and you have clicked on that, when you land on your own digital asset, the page for that should also be in sync. I should not see that content and land on a page which disconnects with me. And that translates into a lot of course, bounce rates, etc. But our idea was also to understand this better and create something what we call as the good quality consumer base. And that means it's a combination of the first one on there that's called the in-market interest, and the high interest, which is basically based on time spent, how much have you scrolled on our Ashirvad website when we have taken them there. And basis that, what we construct is called the good quality traffic. We ignore initially the mid quality traffic and those, of course, who have bounced from there. And these are examples of different kinds of landing pages that you have, so that you generate this good quality consumer base at scale when you're doing your marketing. Of course, you cannot ignore vernacular content when you're creating these at a pan-India level. Moving on, when you're using this first-party data, the point was then, till now what you have seen is a lot of push marketing still. But then what about the pull part of the marketing? And hence, where we are now talking about that as brands, we should not just think about as advertisers, but as publishers, and hence content creators. And that led to the rise of the platform called Happy Tummy. Now, Happy Tummy is a platform which is only about digestion, and hence we started with a very sharp central idea called digestive quotient. So you come to the platform, you take a test around digestive quotient, and then starts the journey with consumers. So lots of routes to bring traffic to the platform, right from PR to ad campaigns and so on and so forth. And then there are multitude of ways to engage with the consumers when they land on the platform. So there are recipes to engage with the consumers. There are nutritionists there to engage with the consumer, to make the engagement stronger, deeper. And there are a lot of nutritionist consultations that was provided, and so on and so forth. These are examples of that. And of course, somebody was presenting just before me, and there was an influencer part of the conversation that happened. Of course, we used your influencers to demonstrate. We use influencers primarily to demonstrate the USPs of the brand, and those were also used at scale. And this is how it all started as a journey. And the interesting part is that the first fear factor that comes to brands is that, what is the cost of acquisition? Really, can you really manage a content-based approach or a pull-based approach? And what we ended up seeing is we could drive traffic to the platform at just rupees 30. The journey started with somewhere around 750, 800 rupees on cost of acquisition. And now we are in a position of generating traffic at just 35 rupees. It is now moved down to 30. These are some examples of that. And search, of course, and SEO-based, all the work done based on SEO, whether it's the backlinking piece and so on and so forth, helped. The other interesting piece that you will see is that the testimony of consumer engagement is the bounce rates would keep coming down. We also saw that a lot of people are coming to the platform because they wanted a meal solution, a meal plan solution around high fiber. And that was the second set of levers that we unleashed in order to generate a lot of consumer pull and repeated views and stickiness and so on and so forth. So you see all these charts which are talking about hence how has the matrix improved, whether it's with respect to DQ or with respect to the meal plans. Moving on, now as you have generated a lot of first-party data on your platform, you now knew a lot more about your consumers. So you know low DQ score people, you know mid DQ score people, you knew high DQ score people. You also knew people who are actually consuming less of fruits, people who are getting stressed and they're not sleeping well in the night. So there is a lot more information that you were generating because they were landing on your own platform. And thus led to a lot of content that you push, and you see that. I don't think whether you guys can read them properly, but let's say the first one is about set of consumers whom we saw as a segment who consumes a lot of who do not consume a lot of fruit, and you would design a content piece for them. These are all from that perspective that you're going to generate resonance with the consumers, and in the process build your brand. And again, one of the key data points or matrix that you're going to measure for is the declining zero resonance traffic. As it keeps going down, you know that your content strategy is working sharply in order to generate the desired equity, and of course, you're measuring equity on the side. Very quickly, there is a set of new muscles. We know about the value that consumers now give about authenticity. There's a lot of conversation about organic today, but organic mostly from the perspective it doesn't have chemicals. But we wanted, because of that strong back end or backbone that we called out, we have the ability to trace back to the farm from where we have bought the organic wheat from, and hence we built a traceability tool which you can scan, you will get the certificate, you will see the farm from where we have picked up the wheat, and so on and so forth. Year of millets, and hence you cannot but not talk about millets. Our presence in millets have also happened this year. We've also ensured to create a product which would, easy 3-step, I'll take just 10 seconds to take you through this.
When it comes to food, my husband and kids only care about taste. So it's up to me to ensure that they get the right nutrition. Millets are nutritious, but my kids don't like it. Then I found Ashirvad Multi-Millet Mix. It can be added to your regular batter. I just add this 80 grams pouch to 240 grams of batter and make the dosa the regular way without any change in taste. My husband and kids don't even notice the difference, and I am able to add nutritious millets to their diets.
Right, so while there is a flour and homemakers really don't know, younger homemakers really don't know what to do with that. So we thought it's a better way to introduce millets so that life becomes more convenient when you are trying to use millets and make nutritional food out of that. The other angle that we took was to build purpose. 20 years of brand, we've always been a great friend in the kitchen. We thought it is time now to become a great friend in the life. So what we did was last year, because it was the 20th year also, we moved into creating a program called Raho Char Kadam Aage. Now we had a 4-step process before that, and which is the left content piece, and I'm not going to show you it anymore. But we used to say that we buy wheat from here, we clean it like this, and we grind it in a particular fashion, which is a traditional way, and so on and so forth. But we said that let's take that same storytelling back into when we say we are a friend in your life. So what would that mean is that there was a phone number given, people had to register. We partnered with an organization called Hunar. We said that we are going to upskill you in different fields. And 75,000 women actually registered and have completed their course. We also tied up with Flipkart because we say it's just not upskilling. If you really want to make a commercial sense of that upskilling, then can you go there and sell your products as much as you want to or can? And that was the partnership. I know you are here and Reliance, but that's how the partnership went. And we found a lot of resonance. That was the first year that we have done, and we think that we will have different avatars of this as we progress.
नमस्कार, मैं एक गृहिणी रही हूँ, स्क्रीन पर भी और असल जिंदगी में भी, और दोनों में ही मैंने मुश्किल रास्तों पर चलकर अपनी एक नई पहचान बनाई है। तो आज मैं आपसे कहती हूँ कि आप भी अपने लिए एक रास्ता चुनिए ना, जो पूरा कर सके आपका सपना, और उस रास्ते पर आपका साथ देंगे हम, आशीर्वाद आटा और इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप के अभियान रहो 4 कदम आगे के जरिए।
So we talked about the newer muscles, we talked about authenticity and traceability, we talked about, of course, millets and health, we talked about giving a new purpose to Ashirvad and a new meaning to the life in the life of the consumer, and then, of course, customization of atta. Customization is, as we all understand, is another important vector which consumers value a lot. And this is now available on itcstore.in right now, and now we've also launched a new platform called Ashirvad Meri Chakki, where you can choose your wheat, you can choose your desired mix, you can choose the way you want to grind it, and your grammage that you want, and those combinations, and it is actually made once you order, and it's actually delivered to your house next day with the timestamp, your name on it, and everything. So that's the customization route. So these are new muscles that you're flexing, and hence these are all critical. So there's a digital aspect, this is completely data driven. We discussed that piece, but these are newer muscles which the brand needs to keep building. So going forward, just a few, now finally one Gyan or two Gyan slides on it. If you see the entire journey, there's a lot that you need to build at the core, which builds conversations. I think that's the core, and how can you build that conversations, because it's no more a one way, it's no more that Chun Chun Ki ad that we had created in 2002. It is all about now to build newer muscles into the brand which can fuel talkability. Then hence becomes, these are the few strategic pillars that we believe are key for us, whether it's content based on value exchange, whether it's building connected experiences, whether it's excellence in full marketing and full funnel marketing, etc. But these are also now being enabled by a lot of AI tools that are around with us. And I've used the word connected multiple places, and we feel that this is the kind of touch point ecosystem that one can probably look at. We are looking at this very closely and strongly, where it's just not about a siloed approach, but a connected approach, whether it's in the space of data, whether it's in space of storytelling, whether it's push-based marketing or content and hence pull-based marketing. And that's not possible without a huge set of partners in the ecosystem. And because as an organization, you're not going to build all these skill sets or your muscles to build that. And while we do this, we are extremely paranoid about the fact that there is a lot of stuff that is happening there which you need to protect your brands from, whether it's the ad fraud, whether it's the brand safety, a lot of reputational angle which are at stake. And of course, we don't know when the new bill is going to come through. But this is an area which we are extremely paranoid about and becomes extremely important for all of us to look at very carefully. Thank you.
So we'll keep the house open for any questions if you'd like. We'll take two. Yeah. Can we have a mic there, please?
Don't ask too difficult questions.
Very simple. I'll keep it simple. So I just want to go back onto and bring the point to the dichotomy in your category, which is 15% kind of unbranded and unorganized.
50% branded.
15% branded.
85% unbranded.
So there's a 85% play out there.
That's correct.
So, and then shifting gear to, data, personalization, cohortization. So how does you straddle internally and to partners?
You thinking the unbranded consumers are not on your phone like we were right now when I was speaking, everybody was, a lot of people were.
Sure. So how do you manage this equation internally? It's because see, my experience is that this is great. First of all, great presentation. So a lot of insights on that. At a personal level, we face this challenge from consumers or rather marketeers in that sense. So broad-based versus funnel-based, but with a lot of room to grow and penetrate. So how do you manage that problem?
See, I don't know whether we can define it as a problem, but let's try to address this. So if the thought from where you are asking this question is that if we go through a digital route, and right, your personality and my personality will be very different, right? But we might both love a particular brand, right? If the brand talks to you in your way, you're going to resonate better, right? Rather than the way it might want to talk to me, right? Whether we are an unbranded user or a branded user does not matter, right? So if the reach is possible, which is, right? Today, I think the rural in terms of absolute numbers, 351 versus 341. So in terms of you look at the number of people who are connected on internet, it's a huge base that we are really talking about. And as you rightly point out, only 15%, right? Even in urban cities, and we are in a city where majority of people buy wheat. Hardly people buy branded data, right? Whether it's an ACC A1++ or not. So I don't think the reach is the problem. So if we all try to use the strength of the digital medium, I think it's only going to help us build the brand stronger because we will be building it in the fashion that people are going to understand. Of course, core of the messaging should be the same, right? We cannot deviate from that, except only the expressions changes. So I don't think that's a dichotomy. I think it's just an aid because technology is only helping us build that brand stronger. नहीं तो वही सिर्फ हुई किया ad दिखाते. Now I can do little more. Now I can have different cuts of it. I can talk to you the way you want. Maybe you don't have the hui kiya problem, right? So and hence I become more relevant for you.
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. One last.
We'll take one last.
Yeah,
the
you're
mic is
audible.
just coming to you.
Yeah, hi. Quickly, really insightful Power Pack 15 minutes presentation. So thanks for that. And yeah, my question is, a lot of this was about building awareness and the funnel was still clicks and some questionnaire that the consumers took. I want to understand that we all, when we are talking of marketing spends on digital, since there is performance marketing possible, a lot of brands want to know if it got converted into sales. That's what at least happens in my case when I'm asking for budgets for digital. I want to understand at the end of it, are we also correlating it to sales?
Sorry. See, I had 15 minutes and I had taken 15 more minutes now, I can see on the screen. But there's a lot. So it's a full funnel strategy. It's never a top funnel strategy. Even in this case, let's say multi-grain, if I had time, we would have gone through it. But there's a lot that has happened down the funnel. In fact, on the screens, you had some bottom funnel content, etc. So just to give you a perspective, roughly a chunk of money. So television is now what, 50% of our spends, right? Another 35% is on digital, and then there is another chunk of on performance marketing, right? And performance marketing, if you break performance marketing into two parts, which is the digital spend ka 34%, there is some part which is in the bottom funnel already. If you only look at on-platform spend, which means on search, whether it's sponsored product, sponsored brand, or a little bit of top funnel there with your banners, etc., that's the other chunk of money that you're spending. But my only submission to you is that if you only do performance marketing, which is on-platform or off-platform but performance marketing, it's a very, very left-brained content that you're constructing. I do not know whether in that process you're generating empathy and hence equity about your brand. Brandsy, and there are some people sitting in this room who will tell you how loyalty is coming down south. I think it's time for us to create a balance in the way we are approaching in building our brands, and just not only focusing about the bottom funnel or performance marketing. Somebody talked about 60 BDI. Anand or somebody was talking about a 60 BDI and talking about the fact that we should only talk about performance marketing, but I think we look at it a little differently.
Got it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. Please stay with me a moment further. I'd like to invite Mr. Ketan Bharti, Vice President Global Marketing Operations Strategy at Truecaller, to join us on stage and give a small token of appreciation to Mr. Banerjee. And we can have a big round of applause for that insightful, power-packed presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about the quiz. So here is now the time where we're going to ask you a couple of questions. If you know the answer, please raise your hand and we will bring the mic to you. And if you give the right answer, you will be rewarded. So if everybody is ready, can I get a yes? Are you guys ready? Oh wow, that's really great energy in the room. Are you guys really ready for the question? Yeah, perfect. All right, so here's my first question to all of you. Vinyls are less sustainable than the new material that companies like Lakshmi Media are recommending to their clients. Now, what material are we talking about? If not vinyls, what material is more sustainable? Just raise your hand if you know the answer, or if you want to guess as well, and we'll bring the mic to you.
Hi.
Hi.
Agri-based, jute-based material?
Sorry, sir, can you repeat?
Jute-based. Yeah, something related to agri plants rather than something from the petrochemicals.
Right.
Organic.
Organic, absolutely. When we talk sustainable, our mind directly goes there. But I want the name of the material. So I'm going to go to the gentleman at the end of the hall. Can somebody run and give the mic right there?
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Aleem and I'm from JC Deco. I think alternate to flex is UPO paper, what we are using in bus shelter advertising. UPO, Y-U-P-O.
YUPO.
Yes.
UPO is what you're saying. All right. So now the answer that is, I'm sure all of these answers are correct, but the answer that has come closer to my question is by the gentleman here. So can we give him a prize? So sustainable, organic, plant-based. So we are talking about fabric is as an alternate material. So give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Can we bring the prize to him, please? Okay, my volunteer is going to bring the prize to you, sir. I recognize you by face now at least, so I'll bring it to you. All right, my second question, ladies and gentlemen, to you is, what do sustainability-oriented OOH companies like LML do to reduce their carbon footprint? So we're going to give the chance to someone else as well, yeah? I'm going to come back to you if I don't get an answer from anyone. Yeah, can you go right there, the lady at the back?
Hi, are they
Hi.
using eco-solvent paints? One of the things.
No. So what we're asking is how, not just in terms of material, that material question's over. Now, to reduce their carbon footprint, there's already, that's happening, but to reduce that, what is it that they do?
They use solar power.
Yeah?
They use solar power. Solar power. They use solar panels to generate electricity.
Solar panels, wonderful answer, but that's not what is given to me. I'm telling you, we're thinking like too high tech. It's so simple. When I tell you, it's so simple. Yeah. Hi.
Hi, this is Surbi. So coming from a design perspective, a brand like OH might be using LED strips behind their hoardings to decrease the energy consumption and make it more sustainable.
Absolutely, that's also a correct answer. Can we give her a big hand, please? And to the gentleman at the back. But like I said, this is something that most of us, are doing to reduce our carbon footprints as well, even as individuals. So just a hint to all of you. All right, can we bring the mic here, please, to the gentleman there? Can you raise your hand one more time, please?
Is it carbon neutral or carbon offset programs?
No. Like I said, it is so simple that we are not thinking of it. Can we bring the mic right here?
Yep. Plant sapling?
That is correct. What is your name, sir?
Sarabjit Singh.
Sarabjit. Can we have a big hand for Sarabjit? And by the way, there is no right or wrong answer. Everything that you've mentioned also makes sense to reduce the carbon footprint. But just because I had the answer here, which was plant saplings, the simplest thing to do. So can we, I don't know where my volunteers are. Where are the prizes for our right answers? We're bringing it? All right. So to Sarabjit and to gentlemen right there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our first panel discussion of the day, I'd quickly like to showcase our partner audiovisual. Can we have the audiovisual on screen, please?
Dainik Bhaskar Group is now in the top 10 media groups in India. Growth because of our beliefs. Growth because news is sacred.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, in the very first panel today, we aim to discuss consistent versus persistent, the long-term growth plan. Brands are undergoing a massive reinvention with the proliferation of tools and data with focus on reaching the right audience at the right time. Brand building is now not an overnight success story, but the story of being persistent and consistently putting out brand messages along with the experiences that communicate its promise and meet consumer perceptions and expectations. In the business of brands, they say the phrase consistency is key is being reiterated time and again, and most brands try to adhere to it, but is it enough unless paired with persistence? Now that's the question we're going to deliberate on, and I'm going to invite our session chair first. Please welcome our session chair, Mr. Vivek Bhargava, co-founder Profitwell. Join me in welcoming Vivek on stage. A very warm welcome to you. And to explore this in more depth, I'd like to invite our panelists up on stage. Do join me in welcoming Mr. Arvind RP, Chief Marketing Officer at McDonald's India. A very warm welcome. Mr. David Ghoshal, Vice President and Head of Marketing, Voltas Limited. A very warm welcome to you as well. We also have with us Ms. Neha Anand, Head Global Brand and Marketing Communication, Automotive Division M&M. A very warm welcome to you. Mr. Sai Narayan, Chief Marketing Officer at Policy Bazaar. Warm welcome to you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to applaud. We also have with us Sneha Bariwal, Chief Marketing Officer at Vahdam India. Welcome to you, Sneha. And last but not the least, please welcome our panelists, Supratik Sen Gupta, Head Marketing Consumer Health, Lupin. All right. I think I'm going to be persistent and ask for consistency here. So collectively, can we applaud for our panel here and for our session chair? I'm going to leave the stage over to you.
Thank you. So I think what we're going to do is, this is a very interesting topic. I think it'll be great for all of us to sort of give a 2-minute take on our views on the topic. Let's start with you, Arvind. Your thoughts on the topic.
Thanks, Vivek. Am I audible? I think the topic is very apt. It's very important for marketeers to take control of the narrative as far as the long-term business growth aspirations is concerned. While one always delivers to the short-term part of the business requirements for the month and for the quarter, but how to build a sustainable brand, how to build a brand that delivers on the business goals consistently. I think that's the task for marketeers. And to that, one has to be fairly consistent in terms of brand positioning, but also renewing the brand from time to time to make it relevant to today's conditions. But it doesn't just mean advertising, right? For example, in the McDonald's example, it's also about consistent experience, because that builds brand as much as all the other marketing efforts do. So I think consistency in terms of positioning and experience is the bedrock for long-term business growth. But also I would emphasize the fact that how can the brand keep reaching new consumers or light consumers? Because in the end, most of the categories that we're talking about are under-penetrated, right? 8%, 15% penetration levels in a very large market like India. So in the Indian context, it's all about growing penetration. So reaching light buyers, new buyers is always a key imperative, apart from converting the high-intent consumers to today's sales. And how can we be consistent on that? But also important is building a business case for the various stakeholders. For example, in today's soft demand conditions, right, high inflationary conditions, marketeers are on the spot to demonstrate ROI from their long-term marketing efforts. I think then it's very important. I think there was a question in the earlier session also, how to demonstrate the linkage to sales. I think that's a very important linkage, be it through attribution, be it through incrementality. How can marketeers demonstrate to the various business holders that long-term long-term marketing efforts do land on the business outcomes consistently? I think those are my top-level takes on this topic.
So I think I'd like to share 2 examples about McDonald's, right? So the first example is that when the McDonald's opened on Linking Road, the first store, they sold 150,000 burgers on the first day. The thing was not that they sold 1.5 lakh burgers, but they prepared for it. Second thing, I think the research has shown that I think it's the most consistent brand in terms of experience. Every time when you have a McDonald's fries or whatever, right, globally, wherever you want to eat it, it's going to be exactly the same. And I think that's what has allowed it to become one of the largest brands in the world.
Absolutely, Vivek. You can't go wrong, right? I mean, you know that you expect something and you get that time after time. I think that's how great brands are.
Absolutely. Deba, would love to have your views on the topic.
Yeah, thanks, Vivek. I think Vivek and me were having a discussion before the panel started about these 2 adjectives which we are talking about. Very close to each other, and I couldn't be in a better place to talk about being persistent. Because in this room, there are many people, I see a very young audience over here, and there are many people who would not know that I belong to a brand which is almost 68 years old. Now, there's something which we have done over a period of time which makes us still sell, right? Which makes us still be relevant to you guys. Perhaps some of your grandfathers bought one of our products many years back. Perhaps our parents bought one of our products many years back. And perhaps today, you still aspire to buy one of our products as on date. So I think I'll keep the Tata story separate, because I think Harish Bhatt is here in the second half to talk you through the Tata story. But as far as Voltas is concerned, I think we have been a warrior across many generations. And what we did was to refresh the business cycle in an interesting way so that we are relevant to our end user decade after decade. I think if a brand looks at persistence, it should look at where I should be 10 years from now. That's about persistence. If a brand needs to look at being consistent, it's about the present. You need to be consistent in your business offerings, in your propositions, in your messaging, in your after-sales service, in the entire life cycle which the consumer faces you with. So for us, it's more about longevity vis-a-vis being persistent, and it's more about being relevant when it comes to being consistent. However, I would also emphasize on the fact that refresh yourself. Keep in mind that the consumer is changing, the touch points are changing, and your stakeholders are changing. It's not only about the end user, it's also about your other stakeholders. Is your brand adding value to your for your shareholders? Are you creating value for the organization? So that's where being persistent comes in more than being consistent, because in the long run, you need to satisfy your other stakeholders also. And I don't think marketeers need to restrict themselves to only the end user today, because whatever you do has a bearing on your value of the organization, on your market cap, and long-term returns. So keep that in mind and keep the business in mind, because without a consistent or a persistent business, you don't have a brand. So I would urge all the marketeers over here to always remember that if there is no business which is sustainable or profitable, there is no brand.
Thanks you, Deva. One quick thing for the sound guy out here, there is some sitar playing on our head. If somebody can shut it off, it'll be appreciated. You know, one of the things I was discussing with you, right, that a lot of times when you're part of Tata as a brand, you would wear it on your sleeve all the time and you make it Tata Voltas or whatever XYZ. But it's just amazing that actually the consistency and persistency of the brand has been so strong. There's almost as big a brand in its own space that you don't need you don't feel the need to use it at all points of thing. Only at the buying consideration phase is when you feel it's worth using it, right? That itself speaks a lot about the Voltas brand per se.
Yes, we used the Tata parentage very strategically when you come to a decision-making journey where it's a brand choice. So we ensure that the consumer gets reassured of the fact that he's buying a Tata product. That's very important for us. However, before that, in terms of consideration, awareness, equity, touch points, Voltas is a powerful brand in the CDID business we are in. And we have come across various instances where we had the opportunity to get into multiple product categories, but we chose to be in certain domain where we feel we are relevant as a brand to our customers.
Okay, awesome. Neha, would love to have your views on the topic.
Thank you, Vivek. So, when I look at the two words, consistency and persistency, if I look at those two words, I think for me, the synonymity holds true for consistency to go with trust. You know, and Mahindra as an organization has been around for nearly over 75 years now. So trust for us is absolutely critical, and I would say that kind of goes really well with the word. You know, how do you remain consistent in a way that your customers, consumers have that trust in you? And I think when I look at the word persistent, I think for me the word that stands out to simplify it would be relevance. So how do you, you know, put your brand out or your message out, which is absolutely relevant to the here and now? So one is slightly long-term, and the other is more from a short-term here and now, and a combination of two is really the winning formula. That's how I kind of, you know, look at it. And when I look at consistency, it's not just in the quality of products that you put out there, it's also the value and the DNA of the organization and the authenticity of the organization, you know, that people experience through the years, especially if it's been a brand that has been, you know, there for long. So it's not really, you know, when I talk about persistency, it could be a, you know, a product proposition. Whereas when I look at consistency, you know, customers are experiencing your brand much over the product as well. And so it's kind of a responsibility of the brand on if you want to really create that trust, How do you look at a 360 on how the brand is engaging with the customer, how the people representing the brand are engaging with the customer, and that's what will kind of also build in the consistency along with the product offering that you have. So I think both are absolutely critical, as we build brands.
It's so true. I've seen all the initiatives of Mahindra Group. They have been similar initiatives or the same initiatives for extended period of time, whether it's the Mahindra Blues Festival or its Rise or dominating the SUV category. And the thing is, I think it really represents that over a 30, 40, 50-year period, how can you have consistency and persistence? And it's just amazing. So over to you, Sneha. Would love to have your views.
So good afternoon, everyone. Can everybody hear me at the back? Yeah, okay. So I actually represent the youngest brand on this panel, right? So let me give you a slightly different take on how young brands look at this consistent versus persistent debate. But before that, as a marketer, I've had a very, very solid belief that I've lived with forever, right? I always say brands are like people. Would you like to know a person who is X today and Y tomorrow and Z the day after? No, right? You'll call them schizophrenic actually, right? The same applies to a brand. You cannot be a brand if you are not consistent, because then you are just a schizophrenic personality that's floating around in the world of marketing, right? So I don't think it is a consistent versus persistent debate. You have to be consistent. I mean, just like as people, we have to be consistent, as brands, we have to be consultant, right? But think about it like this. As people, we evolve. That's what brands need to do. As people, we sometimes go out of our comfort zone and surprise everyone. That's exactly what brands need to do. Coming to the persistent point of view, I think the way young brands like us look at it, persistency is actually an expensive marketing route, right? And when you are young, you are actually first trying to find out what is my consistent message that brings people to me, right? That really warms their heart, that attaches them with me. And once I figured that out, then I go back and decide, listen, do I need to be over persistent to drive this, or is the messaging and the consistency doing the job of, getting me to more and more customers and building those very deep customer relationships, right? So as young brands, I don't think persistency is too much of an option for us. We have to be consistent, but we have to really, really deliver on that consistency. Like Neha said, everything from your product to how the executive is delivering the product, to your customer service, to your website, to your social media, right? Even the kind of influencers you work with, right? I mean, if you are a brand who's standing for X and if the influencer is not standing for that, it's a bad investment to make. So I think young brands have to be consistent. Of course, at some stage in their life, they get to a stage where they also need to start being persistent because they just need to reach more people, right? So that's how I look at this debate, and also from the perspective of being, like I said, probably the youngest brand on this panel.
That's so true. I think if you look at it, brands were generally built over 50, 100 years. But I think that is changing. If you take some of the new brands, like Cred is less than 5 years old, and most of us would have heard of Cred, right? So I think that is changing. That also is a very interesting take we can discuss when we are having a thing. Sai, over to you.
Thank you, everyone. I think in this group, I work in the most complex and at a slightly boring category, which is insurance. But one thing, if you ever opened our app or our website, you will never complain us of not being persistent. So we are very persistent. But jokes apart, but we persist. The fact is that it's a very complex category, insurance, and it requires a certain amount of persuasion. Because no one actually wakes up in the morning thinking about insurance, or as a matter of fact, people don't think about our category that much. So that makes it extremely important for us to be very, very consistent in what we are propagating. Like, for example, our core is, talking about protection as a category, like building that category, which is term insurance and health insurance. We like literally build that category. And also be persistent, which is to kind of, keep, even if you are not interested, at some point of time, we have to just keep explaining because, the moment of truth for you can be at any moment. And it's a category where, a lot of times you think about this category when something happens to someone in the close family or someone else. So that's when you think about this category. So, so for us, at least, for Policy Bazaar, we've been, from day one, we've been very, very focused and committed to build a long-term brand. And with, despite not having maybe deep pockets in the beginning, but we always felt that, building a brand, building a category is super critical for our category. The reason being that no one thinks about us, our category. So therefore, we have to be consistent. And for us, persistency comes from the fact that, how well we are able to talk about the category truths. So that, when the category is coming in the consideration, we are pretty much are the brand considered. So so that's pretty much how I look. We look at consistency and persistency. Again, like all my fellow panelists have shared that it can't be either or. It needs to be both. But yeah, it needs to be kind of it needs to be there. It's like in a cricket team, you can't say that you'll have only 11 players of bowlers or batsmen. You need to have a healthy mix of team. Yeah.
So I think I can guarantee you, anybody who has any doubts on your persistency has to fill up a lead on Policy Bazaar.
That's exactly what I said. If you have ever opened our app, you would know what persistency means.
Yeah, over to you, Supratik. Would love to have your views. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. And e4m, thanks for having us here. What is the problem of being the last speaker in the panel? Look, I had 5 set of thoughts to talk about what is consistency and persistency. Now, by the time Sai had spoken, all the 5s are tick marked. So I don't have any point to add. But on a serious note, the way I look at consistency and persistency is what brand does in terms of both back-end and front-end, in terms of the communication, in terms of the look and feel, in terms of creating the brand grammar. That is primarily is the consistency. You keep on having a particular insight-based truth which you keep on harping to the consumer. And as Neha was talking about, you don't change that because as an individual also you don't change. So the consistency comes from that. And then I remember one quote of Roberto Goggietta, who was an iconic Coca-Cola CEO. He said that anything white on red should be read as Coca-Cola. So that comes from the consistency. Okay. Persistency is a little bit different in my vocabulary, in a sense that persistency is something when you need to be persistent when you face a challenge. As a marketeer, we face multiple challenges. Like you can be consistent. Big brands are consistent, but small or medium brands, they need challenge. They sometimes face the challenge of a budget, maybe a culture issue, maybe a media penetration issue. And how do you navigate through those things? That is when the persistency comes in. I'll give a very non-marketing example. Like you do morning work in the morning 6 to 7. That is consistency. Every day you go for morning work. And you have a morning flight to catch. And then on that day, what do? You can surrender your work, or you can do an evening work. Now, see the point that doing the evening work is a symbol of persistency. So you sacrifice the morning part of the consistency, but you retain the work part of the thing. Am I making sense? That, okay, there is 2 parts of a consistency. So consistency works on 2 axes. One is the time axis and one is the platform axis. Like time axis that over a certain period of time, I will give a consistent message. And on the interface axis, be it TV, be it print, be it digital, be it merchandising material, I'll give the same message across. So that is where the difference between consistency and persistency, in my mind, that when you keep on doing same thing in a normal time frame is okay. But when you face a challenge and then you still keep on doing that, that is persistency. So in a way, persistency is the kind of acid test for consistency.
Well, that's wonderful, Supratik. I think my take on this topic is, right, I think there's always this, Ben Evans has said that there's always a time in the world when the whole world gets reset. And to a certain extent, like sort of generative AI is resetting the world. And the biggest challenge for us as brand marketeers was that we had to be consistent because just imagine, right, that we had to communicate the same brand properly to 100 million people. Now the thing is, there is an opportunity that you can actually take psychographics of 1 million each and create 100 audiences, and every person may have a different sort of consumption behavior of our brands. So do we communicate the speed of a Ferrari to every single person who wants to buy it, or do you want to communicate the safety features of Ferrari to the spouse whose husband is going to buy it, right? So the fact of the matter is now for some brands, maybe aspirational to some people, with some brands who are high net worth, maybe value for money, the same brand, right? The thing is, the challenge we're going to go through now as brand marketers is that the psychographics of our users is changing. And now we have this unique ability to communicate with each one of those segments slightly differently. And I think that's going to be very interesting of how do we tackle it. And do we make some changes? Is this something that's really resetting the world, or is just some more new wine in an old bottle, right? So Supratik, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so Vivek, I'll just add to that, right? Of course, the world is changing, right? The demographic is changing. The question is everybody becoming way more unique? I think that's more in people's head, right? If you really look closely, large cohorts of people are still very homogeneous, right? If you put clusters of X, Gen Z with X education, X location, they largely behave in a similar manner, right? However, the self-image is that, oh, I'm the most unique person that exists, right? And I think that's something that we marketers need to really understand very quickly. Otherwise, we can go all over the place with personalization when it's actually not needed, right? So it should not be personalization for the sake of personalization, because ultimately we are all humans, right? Social animals need to belong to a, like community is becoming such a big thing. It's just that it's now online. People want to belong to a community.
So Sneha, I think, let's say I'll agree to disagree. It's like, somebody asked me that, oh, you are a consumer intelligence platform. It's like, how are you different? I say, yeah, I'm completely different, like the 700 others that are there. We all believe we're different, right? So the thing is, when the thing is that today Facebook tracks 1.2 million interests. The combination of 1.2 million interests that somebody consumes is different per cohort, right? But yeah, does everybody like food? Yeah, but food, Korean cuisine and Japanese cuisine, and to a certain extent, when you go down to that 1.2 million interests, then all of us are very different, and that's where the challenge is going to be. Can we customize our messaging with each one of them? But this time, Supratik, I'm going to start with you, right? So that you have the first thing to add, right? So what do you think as the fundamentals of consistent marketing, and on the strategy front, how does one actually build that? Yeah.
Fundamentally, I come from FMCG, food, OTC background, and so I would speak from that experience only. Fundamentally, the starting point is that you need to have a good product which addresses a particular need of a consumer. That is fundamental. You cannot change that. If it is not fulfilling a certain aspect of a need of a consumer, the product, whatever you do around marketing, it will not sail through. The second part is basically understanding the insight around that particular need and then translating that insight into a communication. I'm talking about a classical marketing, but I love classical marketing. I propagate classical marketing because I think fundamentally it's there. You cannot challenge classical marketing. But the main point comes where, as a marketeer, we mistake consistency with a singular messaging. I think consistency doesn't mean that you'll have to bore your consumer to the death with the same single message. And today, in the era of digital and social media, I think, like we are having between Vivek and Sneha, they are talking about customization. Today, there is a large pool of urban smart TVs, which makes each TV an addressable TV. Like today, if there is a match happening, Vivek can see a different ad, I can see a different ad, depending on what cohort I am into, okay? It's not like the earlier days, which is a linear TV, where if a particular KBC or something is going on, if there is an ad coming, all of us are seeing, if that we are switching on to that program, all of us are seeing the same advertisement. Today it has changed. That connected TV and addressable TV has changed it. So you can customize what Sneha would see and what Neha would see. Okay. No pun intended, sorry. So that's where I think the challenge and the opportunity of consistency coming in. I would say, I would finish my thought is that, I was thinking that what is a very classic example of consistent and persistent brand. I think Amul, as a template, has created an excellent consistent brand. Globally, it could be one of the best consistent brand. Those day-to-day things which they pick up as a part of their communication, be it Banga being the World Bank CEO or something like that, or Virat Kohli doing the centuries, anything which happens around the world, it immediately taken up as an Amul creative. And that template, so it's not boring, but it is very consistent. So they keep on changing the creative. Look at the persistency angle also. So 15, 20 years back, when we started our career, maybe not all of us, but some of us, Amul used to take that communication primarily through outdoors hoardings. Now they are taking it through the digital media. So they have understood that, okay, I need to adapt the medium of communication. So that has given a lot of flexibility also. So suppose if you do an outdoor-oriented, that kind of consistent communication, outdoor requires a little bit more time to change. In digital, you can change overnight. So it has given a flexibility. On the other hand, it had met them on a kind of thing that it had given them a flexibility. At the same time, it had thrown a challenge to them that how would you remain consistent continuously. So that's the classic example of how do you balance consistent and persistent. Using both the message content, the template of the message is same, but it changes. At the same time, the medium and other challenges which are being thrown at to them, they're adapting to those kind of things. So that's basically a classic example of, and the fundamentals of consistent and persistent is that you need a strong insight, and around that insight you start playing, and persistent is that how to navigate around the challenges when you deliver those insights as a communication capsule.
Yes, Pratik, I think that's a great example, Amol, and I think on digital they can actually have an amazing play on it, right? They could actually have creative for each sort of day, and depending on regions they are existent in, using a DALL-E or an OpenAI or ChatGPT, they can actually generate this at scale very, very quickly. Awesome. So Sai, over to you. I think one of the things we were talking about is that earlier sort of insurance was sold, but it was not bought. Policy Bazaar in a single-handedly has changed that. Would love to know your thoughts on what has gone about to achieve that objective.
Yeah, I think, like I spoke earlier, that insurance was always, I remember before Policy Bazaar, I was in a offline insurance company, and then at that point of time, our sales head used to come and tell me that, whatever, Sai to koi bhi marketing kar le, insurance hum bechte hain. We sell insurance, it's not bought. So, it was always a very, heart-wrenching moment for a marketer. But I think to an extent it was true, because the category was pretty much a push category. And also when I was moving to Policy Bazaar around eight and a half years back, I was also questioned that that what will you do as a marketer in a publisher kind of a space, At that point of time, it was that. But I think, there was a clear problem statement that we were solving in the consumer's life, which is that, if you go online, if you buy online, if you compare, you will end up buying the right product. It's as simple as that. Because, offline, people tend to sell the product that is good for them, not for you. Whereas, when you compare, you buy the right product for yourself. And somewhere we kind of, believed that, it's absolutely in the interest of consumer to buy themselves rather than being pushed to buy. And that kind of, that entire mentality kind of, changed the way, the category started behaving and the consumer started behaving. And, initially we got a lot of traffic. But we also understood that, at the end of the day, what you get, like, for example, my friends in the panel have interesting brands. Like, you go to McDonald's, you like to click a selfie with it. But have you ever seen someone clicking a selfie with an insurance policy document? I don't think anyone has ever done that. So the only consumer experience is the moment of truth, which is if someone passes away or a health claim. So I think after being, being a portal where you can compare, very soon we felt that, if we can't give a great experience at the moment of truth, then the entire product fails. So that's why, we kind of, pivoted our entire energies in providing better experience at maybe when a customer is at the hospital. Like, we have dedicated claim support team. We work along with insurers, but the face of the dedicated claim support is PB, Policy Bazaar guy, and same goes for any other product. So it's again, if I have to weave this into a consistent and persistent debate, it's pretty much that, how you are able to solve a consumer problem consistently over a period of time, and be persistent with the fact that, what the truth of the product is. So that's pretty much the story here.
So I've sold insurance for 15 years, and I remember how the sales guys used to treat us. Beginning, when you should generate leads, very, very condescendingly. And then overall, they became dependent on the leads that we should generate. And then the moment of truth you talk about is, like, I was told that if you really want to understand what life insurance is all about, you have to go and deliver the check when something has happened, you're reimbursing a claim. Then you actually know the difference you're making in somebody's life. And that changes the way you sell insurance, because then you truly identify what your purpose in life is, right? So, awesome. So over to you, Sneha. We can either talk more about what we discussed earlier, which I shut you off, but we can also talk about how do you build a long-term brand, is what we discussed earlier.
No, I think we just agreed to disagree, right? I mean, that's where we left it. But coming back to the other question, which is, what do we need for long-term brand building, right? See, I'm a big believer of being consistent. Could be because of the kind of brands I've worked with, the kind of, people I've interacted with. But I do feel that consistency needs a lot of internal persistency. I don't think being supremely persistent with your customers is a good idea, right? If they associate with you, if they like you, right, then saying it a few times should land it. If it's not landing, then either they're not the right customer or you're not saying the right thing, right? That's the hard part of not being persistent, because then you really need to figure out what will work. But if you want to be consistent as a brand, as a product, internal persistency is like a non-negotiable thing. I mean, we sell a very conceptually simple product called tea, right? I mean, this category has existed for I don't know how many hundreds of years. Mammoth brands sitting in it, and despite being a young brand, we've been able to make a dent in the space. Why do we do that? Because the only thing we are super, super obsessed about is the consistency of our product. You buy a turmeric tea from me today, buy it 12 months down the line, buy it 24 months down the line, you will get the same cup of tea every morning, right? That's the promise, and that's not easy to deliver in a category like us, right? Because produce is changing every year, right?
your suppliers will have issues, your factory will have humidity issues at times, right? So I think persistency in managing that, what we say as a brand, we are super obsessed about being consistent in every ad creative, every messaging, every banner, right? It gets annoying at times, but I think that's the hard part, and I think that's where brands need to put the persistency focus, and hence deliver a consistent outcome to the consumer. So that's my take on it.
So the thing is, I'm going to follow up with all of you guys for a Zoom demo of our platform, and I'm going to be very persistent because now I've learned we have to be persistent. And there is a line which I remember, it says that money grows with the trees of persistence. So I think over to you, Neha. I think working for Mahindras, I think the values, culture play a very, very critical role, and you've seen consistency of building even a new brand like Rise, where the whole organization identifies with it. Would love to know more about it, of how it's influenced the whole group.
Thank you for that question, Vivek. So 78 years back, the first ad that came out from Mahindra actually read Mahindra and Mohammed. This is a print ad that came out. And it actually didn't talk about any product as such. It talked about the purpose of the organization. And clearly the purpose was that we're looking at hiring people based on caliber and competency. And we're open to hiring Hindus and Muslims. And it was a long ad. It had lots of things. I'm just kind of giving you the essence of what was in that first ad that came out. And I'm kind of fast forwarding it to today, where our purpose is Together We Rise. And the essence of the purpose of Together We Rise is really, when we help others rise, we will rise. That's the essence of our purpose statement today. And I'm going to kind of go to a product that we recently launched, and I'm hoping this audience knows the product, XUV700. It's a big rage in the market, and we're very proud of that. But just going back to the genesis of that product, the purpose of that product linked back to the purpose of the organization was, how do we help the middle class rise to own a premium luxury vehicle at a non-premium cost? And so I'm just bringing back the consistency that every product that Mahindra is putting out there has a very clear, consistent message that is attached to its purpose. And that's what brings in the trust, that's what brings in the authenticity, that's what brings in the numbers. So 50,000 bookings in 3 hours for XUV700, and over 1 lakh bookings in 30 minutes for the new Scorpio N. So just kind of building on how, trust and consistency, and not just consistency in the product offering, but consistency in really how you're creating that trust, and multiple dimensions like we've all spoken about. And that becomes critical. However, if we didn't have the other side of the coin, the persistency, the messaging that we put out for XUV700, the whole tech focus, bringing in a product that is tech focused within this price segment, within this category. And we went all out very persistently on the digital front, using personalization, using other avenues, leveraging multi-channel and a full funnel approach, we would not have achieved what we did. So it was really, the trust and the relevance playing a role together that we were able to. So I'm just kind of bringing this example as a live example on how both worked very, very well and, helped us achieve the success that we did. So just want to kind of.
I'll just take 1 minute. See, I think consistency also is, the culture is a big factor of creating a consistency. And I'll take what Neha was speaking about. And I don't know how many of you noticed that she was telling XUV700, not 700. Okay? There is a reason for that, and correct me if I'm wrong. So all Mahindra successful brands, it started from Scorpio. So they had the O at the end, Scorpio, Bolero. Then if you ask any Mahindra guy, he would not say XUV500, he would say XUV500. So culturally, that O is so ingrained that not a single Mahindra guy would say that as a 700, 500, or 300 or 400. It's all O.
That is correct. That is consistency also, absolutely. You know, the brand language becomes extremely critical when we talk about consistency as well. So thank you so much for that. Back to you.
Anyway, I'm one of those people who are waitlisted. And the thing is, I'm shifting from a Q7 to 700. So you can imagine that I already feel there's an upgrade. So over to you, Deba. I think we are discussing that, how do you build a brand long term and still stay relevant yet persistent? Would love to know your views. We have a little less time, but we're going to keep at least 2 minutes for the audience. So a couple of minutes and then a couple of minutes, Arvind.
Yeah, firstly, on a lighter note, I thank God I'm not from Tata Motors. I'm from Voltas, so we'll talk about cooling and comfort. But yeah, very interesting thoughts, I think, whatever I heard from all the panelists over here. I take back a lot. But I'll take a step back and I'll come back to the point of being consistent or being persistent. First and foremost, your business has to define what domain you want to occupy persistently. Because if you are into multiple businesses as a brand, it's all the more challenging for you to be persistent or be consistent, whichever way you want to look at it. So for us, it was to do with the fact that we came through generations of multiple businesses as an organization. And organizations are also brands, which you buy in. So we had to hive off many businesses to be consistent and to be persistent. We were into multiple distribution businesses. We were into multiple project businesses. But today, in the last 2 decades, we focused on 3 things: cooling, comfort, convenience. If we can satisfy our customers in these 3 aspects of their life, professional or personal, B2B or B2C, I think we have a business to talk about. So whatever we offer to our customers revolve around these 3 things. The brand may have the strength to go much beyond these 3 C's, but we prefer to stick to these 3 C's. What we do is we try to innovate around these 3 C's. Innovation is also one aspect of being consistent in your approach, because if you don't innovate, you will die. And that's what we have heard from many panelists over here. You need to innovate. So I think consistency should go hand in hand with innovation. And give an example of our bread and butter business, air conditioning. Perhaps you're sitting in this room and having the comfort of air conditioning because of the fact that somewhere some of our technicians worked on this comfort for all of you guys. But coming to the end user air conditioning, it's a very passive product. You don't even touch that product, right? Your remote is the aspect which you go through when you reach that product. So we asked the consumers, what do you want from an air conditioner? And they said that, can it do something more than cooling? So we made it a point to innovate and make the air conditioner even heat for you, even keep you warm in winters, even keep you dehumidified in monsoons. So we were consistent with our offering. We didn't go beyond our core promise of providing comfort, but we innovated through all weather ACs almost a decade back. And we reinvented the whole category of air conditioning. So these are the examples which I'm trying to showcase here, where being consistent and persistent has to come out of your business promise, has to come out of your business domain, which you occupy as a multifaceted business.
Arvind, last question to you. I think, especially with having quarterly pressures of being a listed company, how do you balance the short-term, long-term growth part of it?
Well, I think it's a common problem for most marketeers, having to balance, the resources are finite. Then how does one do brand building at the same time deliver to this month's revenue or this quarter's revenue through various tactics like, for example, bottom funnel marketing? I think it's a question of balance, and it's about discovering the balance over time. Because one, we can't make a case of one without the other, right? In the end, marketing has to deliver on the business by building brands. There is no other way to go about doing it. Because if you don't deliver on a business with long-term strong brands, you're not building a sustainable business. you are there only for a few quarters. So how to discover that balance? I think a lot of experimentation. I think there's enough literature. For example, authors like Les Binet talk about 60-40 rule, 60% top funnel marketing, 40% bottom funnel marketing, but I think it varies from category to category. We at McDonald's have did our own trial and error and discovered roughly about 50-50 rule, wherein 50% of our consumer-facing resources are all on pure brand building, which is all about forging emotional connections with consumers and nothing to do with buy this product today. Whereas the balance 50% is on what we call as menu marketing and sales building activities, which is, let's say we have a spicy range, we have a cheesy range, let's say we are talking about coffee. So this is how we have discovered a healthy balance between building long-term brands as well as delivering on the business today. I think every marketer needs to experiment and find that sweet spot and be able to do both.
I think we can just get one question from the audience. Anybody would like to ask? Yes, my friend. Can somebody pass on the mic?
Since Vivek has passed me the mic, maybe Vivek, this is a question on your behalf itself. Okay, so basically, I think, this is an interesting discussion around persuasion and being consistent. I have one question for everyone on the panel. As we all know, marketing technologies, which we all deal with, are constantly evolving and very rapidly. So from your perspective, if you say, for the next year or maybe the next couple of years, which are the one or two new marketing technologies which probably you would like to pursue, the newer ones, which you probably feel can fuel your growth for the next couple of years?
There is a technology called Profit Wheel.
Vivek, this is not a plug.
Let me plug it in for him. There is a technology called Profit Wheel, which we are using at Pesa Bazaar, and I think it's pretty cool, and I think all of us should definitely try. Yeah, I must try that also because we heard about that before we entered the panel. For us, it's going to be a seat. But for us, it's going to be, to answer your question, for us, because we are a multifaceted distribution segment, right? We have distributors who go sell to sub-dealers, so we don't have much of a horizon for our end users many a times. 60% of consumer durables sell through distribution many a times, and 40% sells through organized trade and modern retail and e-commerce and stuff like that. So for us, it's very important to tap the customer. So for us, the next level of imbibing technology would be the best or the ideal CDP platform, which is ever evolving today, and to get into a fair amount of segmentation, which is much more micro than macro. So that's where we stand as a category. Yeah.
I think for us, customer experience is absolutely critical and paramount. And with the Teslas of the world coming in, that's kind of gone to another notch altogether. So how do we keep pace? And there are multiple technologies that we could look at, but AI particularly, how do we embed AI across, all our journey points? How do we bring in more data from an AI perspective? And possibly from a machine learning perspective, how do we respond more accurately without, I would say, overindulging with the customer, considering privacy and stuff, right, today.
For us, I would say, investments in ad fraud and brand safety is one of the key things. Given the investments on digital and given that roughly 30 to 40, 50% of digital spends are spent in questionable areas, how to improve the ROI from digital spends and investing in ad fraud, brand safety. I think it's a bit of a journey for us. We are reasonably there, but the quantum of fraud is huge, and that's where, for me, the next set of investments would be.
For us, it is, brands that are D2C first as they grow, the whole D2C versus Amazon versus offline attribution is always a tricky bit. And I don't know if that solution exists in the market, but we have not figured that yet. So that's a big focus area. I think our problem's even bigger because we are a global brand. So we are not just trying to solve the channel problem, we are also solving the geography problem, right? I mean, a quick commerce in India looks very different from online platforms in the US versus the mom and pop shops in UK, right? So the complexity is different, but yes, this is, I think, one area where we as a business really want to get it right. So I think that's where we are.
Okay, thanks everyone. Can I have a round of applause for all the panelists, please? Cool.
Thank you. May I request you to just stay a moment further on stage and come together outside the table for a picture together? While I invite Mr. Deepak Khurana, co-founder and CEO at WeServe, to please join us on stage and give a small token of appreciation to all our panelists and moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, we can give a big round of applause to all our panelists. I think a very insightful and meaningful discussion right here on stage. We thank you for your valuable input today. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, before we break for lunch, let me acknowledge our partners once again. Our presenting partner, Admatic, transform your marketing strategy with data-driven approach. Our co-gold partner, Pepper Content, accelerate your revenue with content marketing. Our associate partner, Kantar and Subgroup. Let's quickly have a look at the audiovisuals of our partners. Thank you so much once again to all our panelists, and thank you, Vivek, for moderating it so ably. Thank you.
Your content has a huge impact on revenue. It's a shame nobody knows it. Proving content marketing ROI is not a piece of cake. Some people understand, and some even empathize. But empathy doesn't get you results. Pepper will. Not this. This.
How? Well, content marketing is a multiplayer game. Let's get all hands on deck. First things first, let's address the big question. What should I write about? Use AI to find out what your audience is looking for and get an idea about the expected traffic. And then, if you're wondering, what are my competitors up to? We've got you covered. As they say, keep your friends close and your SERP enemies closer. Use these best practices to structure and write optimized content by default. Complete the brief and share it with your content writers, giving them the right context so they spend time getting more stuff done and not stuffing more. Use our AI writing assistant to create content. Your writers can offload some head scratching and start with more than a blank page. Also, if you have a long list of to-dos, we can help. All you have to do is share your requirements with us while you take care of other parts of your business. Or save the world. We never know. When it comes to publishing, copy-pasting your content can be a huge pain in the... It's just so 2022. Not the case anymore. Save time and get more done with less. Measure your content success. See what isn't working and identify areas you're missing out on. Keep a track of all your content in one shared, easily accessible workspace. Collaborate and stay on top of things. Achieve your marketing goals and OKRs with the CMP. Make content marketing work for your business. Book a demo today.
Subgroup's broadcasting bouquet boasts of the undisputed, unchallenged Masti, India's #1 music and youth channel.
नमस्कार मैं हूं अमिताभ बच्चन
Hi everybody, I'm Shah Rukh Khan.
हाय मैं हूँ कटरीना कैफ
हाय मैं हूं अक्षय कुमार
Hi, मैं हूं सलमान खान.
हाय मैं हूँ सोनाक्षी सिन्हा
Hi, मैं हूं जॉन इब्राहिम.
मैं हूं रणवीर सिंह
Hi, मैं हूं वरुण धवन. मैं हूं टाइगर श्रॉफ.
और आप देख रहे हैं
देश का #1
म्यूजिक और यूथ चैनल
मस्ती
मस्ती. 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 मस्ती.
मस्ती
मस्ती. मस्ती. मस्ती.
Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, the land that offers feast to minds that love to explore. Subgroup
Hi, Virat.
Hi, sir. Can you hear me, see me?
Am I audible?
You are very much audible, sir.
And am I visible or not?
You're visible and audible, sir.
Okay, very good. So
And
shall I go on mute now until they turn up?
would you just want to mind sharing? We're not presenting anything, right?
I'm just going to speak, Virat, about the brand. Till
Sir.
we may as well speak about the content if you're free
Yes, sir.
now.
Absolutely fine, sir. Absolutely free, sir.
So I thought we said the Tata brand in exploration, right?
Right, sir.
So I thought we'd start, Virat, with asking people in the audience the question that I often ask classrooms. How many brands do they know which are, I'll talk about the Tata brand being 154 years old.
Just 1 second, sir. Sorry, sir. Yes, Simran, we are on the link. No, we are on the link and we are talking to each other, me and Mr. Bhatt. So we are fine. Absolutely, absolutely. My camera and my audio both will be off. Okay, no problem.
We'll change it, but when he rejoins that time, he can do it. No, that's me on the second side. Hello, sir.
Hi, hi.
मेरा माइक
Mr. Bhatt is.
साउंड है जस्ट होल्ड ऑन सर 100 है मेरा sir just say something
Hi, hello. How are you?
yes yeah we can hear you clearly sir
I'm just trying to get Mr. Bhatt also online. Hi,
Yeah,
he's here.
I'm online, Virat, now.
Yes, sorry, sir. I think you just. So can you just say something? Just they want to
Hi,
just address.
hi,
You just.
it's Harish Bhatt here. I hope I'm visible and audible.
hi sir we can hear you clearly sir so
Can you?
can you hear me
Yes, I can hear you. What's your name?
my name is Sagar sir I'm from e4m IT team
Yeah, so Sagar, I'm Harish Bhatt. Am I visible? Am I audible? And is this frame behind me okay, or do you want a different frame?
yes sir it's okay sir sir can you can see yourself on the screen now sir just check
Sorry?
You could see yourself on the screen, sir.
yeah
No, I could not see myself on the screen. I can see a gentleman who is holding a mic.
That's me, sir.
Yeah, that's Mr. Sagar. Okay. Can you see the screen, Virat?
Now
Yes,
you
sir.
can see, sir, screen?
I can see the screen. It's quite clear.
Yes, yes.
I'll clean up a little bit behind my on the shelf and
You
have.
can put some, you can blur the your background, sir, or you can put your some, if you have some background image.
If you can guide me on how to put a background image, I'll be happy to do
Do
that.
you have a virtual background? Any of a virtual background, sir? Do you have some virtual background, sir?
I do have virtual backgrounds, but how
Okay,
do I
so
put them on this?
yeah, so you can see a stop video icon.
What? Yes, I
Stop
can
video
see.
icon.
Yes,
Yeah,
I can.
beside that, there's one up arrow,
Okay.
small up arrow.
Yeah, and choose virtual background.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. You have to just add your file to that, and you have to do it.
I have to add my file to that.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, how do I add my file?
There's a small plus sign on the right hand side in the middle of the screen.
There is add image.
Did you find, sir?
I'm just checking.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I choose the background and then what do I do?
That's it, sir. We can see the background now, sir.
You can see the background now. Does this background work?
Yes, sir.
Or
Yes, sir.
Virat, is it to have a natural background?
No, sir. This looks good, sir. It looks
This is
like you're
good, sir.
sitting in a conference room, sir.
I agree with this.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Simran here, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for taking the time out. I just wanted to inform you we are running 15 minutes late, sir. I'll try to make the time out, but I'll keep in touch with Virat to if there is any delay. I don't foresee any delay. I hope.
Yeah, so 15 minutes later is fine, Simran.
Okay.
I'm sorry that I cannot make it to the venue today because I have had a bad muscle pull.
I hope you recover fast, sir.
It is much better now, so it should not come in the way of my speaking, but it comes in the way of my walking. So I'm not going to take the trouble to come to Santa Cruz. But I hope to engage your audience very well in this session.
Sir, I just wanted to check with you. Would you be open for a Q&A, sir, with the audience members? 2-3 questions we'll take. Would that be fine?
You know, I only have a point on Q&A, okay? Typically, when it comes to a Tata Group, people ask various questions which I'm not permitted to answer because
Okay.
there are SEBI and other regulations. So for today, let us keep it similar to my address, no? And let's not have, okay,
It's
let's.
perfect, sir. I just thought it's best if I ask you first before, doing. No problem, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I'll be in touch with Virat and I'll keep updating. I don't think more than 15 minutes. I'll be trying to wrap up everything. We'll do that. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and when I come back on, will I have to put this background back on again, Virat?
No, sir. It will be there.
It will be there. All
Yes,
right.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
No, that's fine, Virat. Are you okay with this background, Virat, or should I do
Yeah,
something else?
absolutely fine, sir. So it looks like you're sitting on top of the table and talking to us.
Yeah, no, that I can reduce the, I can reduce the thing. This
Yes,
is
sir.
one of our Bombay House conference rooms.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Disconnect
Right,
now,
sir.
sir. We'll connect by 4:30. I'll be in touch with Virat. Thank you,
Right.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So Virat, can you and I join on an MS Teams call for 10 minutes to discuss the
I'll
content?
I'll just dial you in right now.
Okay.
I see some of you are not around here, so all eyes towards the stage. And here's a quick tip that I'm going to give you, which one of my physiotherapist friend told me, that if you want your digestion to be great, posture does a great work in that. So if you can just sit up straight and give a big broad smile, I think everything's going to be fine. All right, welcome back everyone post-lunch. Once again, a very warm welcome to you all at the India Brand Conclave 2023. It's been a fantastic start since morning, but believe me, we have lots in store for all of us. So let me acknowledge our partners before we move forward. Our presenting partner, Admatic, transform your marketing strategy with data-driven approach. Our co-gold partner, Pepper Content, associate partner, Kantar and Subgroup. I would also once again like to inform you all that our hashtag today is hashtag India Brand Conclave, written in bold above the screen, as you can see right here. Let's keep the buzz going on social media. Please keep tweeting, gramming, and don't forget to use the hashtag India Brand Conclave. As I mentioned earlier, we will be having quiz throughout the session, and the winner will get rewarded. I remember the winners from our last quiz. I will bring you up on stage to give the prizes together, so no worries on that. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is sharing his experience of building a brand as a one-stop destination for all health, grooming, and beauty needs, and how the brand manages to stand apart from the competition in a highly competitive beauty and wellness category. Ladies and gentlemen, to take us through the journey of building a brand that stands tall today and one that is also looking at becoming a brand that will strive through the test of time through agility and flexibility. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Mrunmay Mehta, Chief Operating Officer, Wow Skin Science. Can we all do a little hand gesture together and give a big round of applause for Mrunmay Mehta. A very warm welcome to you.
And do you have a mic? Yeah, do you have one? That'll be useful. Or it's okay if you want to carry on. I just want to ensure we...
Yeah.
What is live?
Mute it.
This was wrong, please.
You can see.
Yeah, that's fine.
Where is the back button? Is this right? Yeah. Okay.
Is working now? Am I audible? All right, super. Thank you so much for the warm introduction and the opportunity to connect with this audience here. Very thankful to Exchange for Media as well as the sponsors for the event. Pleasure to be talking to you this afternoon. It's the post-lunch slot. I'm hoping that I am able to at least maintain the energy, if not add to it. I come from Wow Skin Science India. A quick introduction before this. I've had a career in e-commerce with Amazon and with Unilever in FMCG. Today, I'd like to take you through what it means to be building a brand with a digital DNA. Wow's been around. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with it. It's a relatively small brand when we look at the wider FMCG, but we hope to change that very, very soon. The brief agenda I've laid out in the 15 odd minutes we'll spend on this is what's the context in which we operate. The second is what's been the history of the brand. The third is a quick snippet of what do we kind of do day to day, and it gives you a flavor of how you build a brand, not TV backward, not offline backward, but online backward from a very different consumer. And lastly, just summary of what WOW kind of stands for and what do we do to be where we are. As I said, I'd like to start with context. How many of you recognize that logo on the top left side? Yeah. So if you just remember, there was a time that there was only one channel, and there were those many people who could afford to advertise on that channel, and then equally those many few people who could afford to distribute in those outlets that we see. Come to 1990s, early 2000s, and the logos changed to that. You had the emergence of a new media, the consumer was exposed to different trends, and this was not the same consumer because they wanted more variety, they wanted more value, and then you see the distribution changing. You see the likes of Big Bazaar emerging in 2001, D-Mart in 2002. This changed the kind of brands that the consumers were offered, but equally so what the consumers wanted. We are living through the third transitional era where we are seeing media consumption patterns change dramatically. A consumer sitting in Ghaziabad is as aware of what's happening in Brazil or US in terms of trends on TikTok or Facebook or Instagram. Of course, India itself has a very vibrant creator community, getting those trends to India, exposing them to consumers. And there is demand. There's demand for more. India has the lowest per capita consumption of beauty and personal care. And that kind of reflects in the way new channels have grown, whether it be a Nykaa or an Amazon or a Flipkart. And yeah, WOW is present everywhere. Yep. So we believe that we will see emergence of a new clutch of FMCG brands. We saw the likes of legacy players, distribution-led, large behemoths. Then we saw the MNCs coming into play somewhere towards mid-1990s. And today we see an emergence of a completely new set of digital first brands. With that, what is WOW today? So WOW is, of course, online forward. We are born out of the digital platforms, whether it be media or commerce. But in the brief 5-year history that we've got, we have created an array of category bestsellers. And when I say bestsellers, I mean it with all due respect online. Offline is a completely different ballgame. But whether it be beauty and personal care or whether it be health and personal care, we are in both. So WOW Life Science is a brand that sells more towards health, and then beauty is WOW Skin Science. We are present across all offline and online beauty and wellness retailers. And we are present in the US. We are listed in Walmart across 3,000 stores. And we sell across a couple of chains there as well, apart from Amazon.com, which is a very, very big channel for us. So a brief history of WOW. This was a brand that had a D2C website, I think before the word D2C became D2C. We were trying to do commerce back in 2014 from the brand's website. However, the big shift happened when the marketplaces took over. So 2015 is when India saw Flipkart and Amazon really scale up. And that's when WOW really kind of rode that wave. Come to 2016, we got into beauty with our first hero product, which is the apple cider vinegar shampoo. Quick, interesting nugget of insight there. We actually were selling apple cider vinegar, right, which is a food product. And when we saw reviews, and that's where the consumer centricity comes from, which is we saw reviews and consumer calls that said that, listen, we use this on our hair. Could you package this in a shampoo? And that's when the shampoo was born. And from there on to today, WOW is across both US and India, across all online marketplaces. In fact, we have evolved as a brand and as an organization. We are not only present in online, but we are also expanding into offline in a very measured way. Only the top outlets where beauty is the relevant consumer shops, right? We want to be where the consumers are. At the same time, 10 plus countries, we are seeing success for the mix that started from India and is going to the Western world and still finding relevance. And that's rare for an Indian brand. So we are happy, we are pleased with the consumer traction it gets. We also operate our own tech platform. So we have our own website, our app, that's almost like a separate company within the company. We directly sell to consumers, we ship to them, we learn about them, we get signals. Our networks are kind of completely embedded with Facebook, with Google. So we are able to read across all of these different consumer cohorts on what the reaction to our marketing is. What does it mean when I say marketing digital first, right? I just want to give you a quick snippet, and I won't kind of go through all the detailing there, but to give you a sense of how marketing works. And I come from a traditional FMCG background, spent close to 10 years, 13 years in FMCG, old world. It's a very different world out there when I look at marketing from a digital-only lens. There is full funnel, and full funnel doesn't go away. There is awareness, there is consideration, there is trials. Those basics don't change. But at the same time, the way we reach to consumers, the relevant set of consumers changes dramatically. Today, we are able to reach probably more consumers through Facebook or through YouTube than we could theoretically through TV. And that's a very interesting thing because the kind of consumers we want to go to are more available on Facebook or a Google than they are, let's say, with traditional TV. And maybe that will change in the medium term, but in the short term, we don't see that changing dramatically. In fact, we see a lot more increase of penetration of the digital media, giving us a larger and larger addressable consumer cohort. The second thing, which is again an early wave in India, now of course it's become very, very large, is the role of a creator. A creator is essentially what you could label as an influencer, but there are varieties of creators, not necessarily influencers. We work with hundreds of them right from our inception, and they've really given us a foundation on which the brand has credibility. You could argue that a celebrity does the same thing from a different media structure, but when you look at the power of micro influencers and micro creators, we have really seen value out of it. The third is because we have control over the full funnel between awareness, consideration, and trial. Just zoom out and think about a TV ad, right? You got a TV ad, you kind of put it onto TV, then you hope that people will register it. Then you wait to see if they go out and really kind of purchase it in their next purchase cycle. And there is no way you can close loop this feedback system. The advantage of digital is there is a direct feedback mechanism available. You're able to measure who saw your ad, did they go out, did they really purchase, because you have your own commerce platform as well. So you can actually measure how many people who saw your ad, clicked it, came to your website, purchased it, went back. You could remarket them, you could cross-sell, upsell, you can again measure if they are repeating. This is a very, very different way of marketing because imagine if you were able to go and measure how many people saw your TV ad and ran out and bought your shampoo. Not that easy, right? It takes a lot of time to get that data. The advantage of an online system is you get this. However, again, this is a factor of where you start. As you evolve, we see a very different landscape emerge where there will be, and I'll talk about it a bit later, a mix of online and offline, and brands will kind of grow into that. Lastly, and this is again very interesting, we are able to have one-on-one conversations with the consumers, and technology enables this today to do this at scale. So when you shop on our website, and you've kind of, if you shop on an average once in 3 months, and you miss one trip, we will have a one-on-one message to you to remind you that, hey, there is a purchase waiting for you, or there is a special incentive. And that helps us calibrate how we promote, how we incentivize trials and repeats, both in terms of our messaging, because we are able to literally show a different ad to a repeater versus a new consumer. But equally so in terms of reminding you, or just in terms of CRM, if you have questions about the product, if you want to learn more, there are direct channels where you can talk to the consumers one-on-one. Imagine doing this to millions of consumers simultaneously every day. And that's the commerce platform and the power of what connects us in terms of digital media. These are the front ends. This is what probably we see as outcomes. But if I go to what are the capabilities that allow us to do this, the first one is we leverage a lot of the technology that comes in from digital media and commerce platforms, apart from, of course, building our own. What it means is that the feedback loop I talked about is something that doesn't come easy. I mean, we are very thankful to our partners who have these mechanisms built into their media platforms to be able to do this day in and day out. To the extent that we at any given point of time might be running 500 plus campaigns, right? It's unthinkable. I mean, as a brand manager, if you tell me to run 3 campaigns, at the same time, I would start kind of counting what is the over delivery of GRP, spillover, etc. But here you are running 300 exclusive campaigns, and you're able to do that today. The second is measurement. Now, measurement is also evolved. You're able to do controlled A/B tests, not just on your platform, but on partner platforms. Now, what does this mean? A YouTube or a Google, or a Facebook, you're able to do brand lift studies for upper funnel outcomes, whether it is awareness lift, consideration lift. We use this extensively. Equally so, there is lower funnel conversion that you get to measure. Again, the power of feedback loops, where you are able to see whether a new consumer came in, shopped, how many times, what did they buy, how many pages did they visit. There's a lot of data there, and data becomes therefore a way to look at the consumer in a much more granular way, almost personalized manner. The third is that when you evolve this playbook and once you've got this engine created, you are able to then kind of use it for newer and newer brands. So what we learned with Wow Skin Science was deployed on Wow Life Science, and we saw the success in terms of how it changed its rankings on Amazon. And these are things that you're able to monitor daily, with the kind of data that flows in. But these are repeatable playbooks. It tells you that, okay, if this works here, it should work. And yes, it did work in the US. And therefore, the same playbook can be repeated in new context, and it typically works out. And the last bit, which is we are a product company at the end of the day. We are not a tech company. We are a tech-enabled company. We do sell shampoos. We sell skincare, right? For us, what also helps is to be very agile and to be asset light. We are not here to lock ourselves in a technology where you make like billions of tons of shampoo. No, we work with a lot of our partners who work very closely with us to not only scout for what consumer niches are underserved, but equally so look at how do we manufacture them in the lowest cost, at the same time lowest order quantity. This allows us to cycle very quickly through innovations. So if an average FMCG brand launches X SKUs, and I will leave X open because different brands have different trajectories, but typically you don't really look at a brand launching 20 plus SKUs in a year. We would be looking at launching 100, 120, and we will look at what sells, what doesn't, very quickly be able to kind of take a call, scale what works, downscale what doesn't. This ability is important to us because it allows us to focus on what we do best, which is looking at the consumer, looking at marketing, looking at our data. With this, just a quick snippet of a couple of consumer-facing assets that we tend to use, and I'll just briefly talk to them. On the left, what you see is more of our brand communication. And by brand, I mean there is largely a premise, there is a context, there is a benefit, there's a product in that context. The objectives are reach and frequency, awareness is what we measure. After that, we are able to use some of these assets into a more of a immediate, let's say, performance marketing, if I would label it very, very broadly, platform. And there you get into consideration. You're able to activate, you're able to offer very different hooks. You're able to talk to the consumer to almost personalize what hooks work better for each consumer and look at these cohorts, and that's the middle section. And then comes a lot of conversion and loyalty, which is remarketing, which is about not just incentivizing trials, which is what you would do typically through a price off in the erstwhile, let's say, modern trade system, but you do it dynamically. I mean, I could give a coupon to each one of you, and each one of your coupons could have a different value, right? And you wouldn't know what the other consumer is buying it at, right? So this is possible today because you're able to hyper-segment, look at consumer cohorts with that kind of granularity. And of course, we extensively use the shopping, remarketing platforms with all the digital partners that we work with. And some of those snippets are what you see over here. These are called catalog ads. We tend to use it a lot, but once you've seen the product, once you like it, once you've considered it, you've probably visited our website once or twice, you will find some of them following you in your Facebook feeds. Hopefully not irritating you, but yeah, at some point, hoping that you convert. That's the full funnel in front of a consumer. What I talked about earlier was more of the background in which we operate these. And therefore, if I look at how we look at building a brand with a digital DNA, is that we don't start thinking TV backwards. We don't start thinking distribution backwards. We first start thinking consumer backwards in terms of what are the niches which are underserved, where legacy brands do not completely, or rather, in a satisfactory manner, cover the niche, or it might be too small for them, which is where we would be very interested in serving that consumer niche. Then looking at how do you reach out to the consumer through a, as I said, full funnel approach, right from awareness, down to consideration, down to conversion, all of it largely through an online first approach. Equally so, evolving from that to running a very calibrated offline distribution channel where we are building offline as we speak. And very interestingly, I always had a mental block myself saying, if you want to be in offline, you got to go TV. Very interestingly, when you do an influencer campaign in a very pointed, scalable manner in a certain geography, you see offline sales change. Now, there is something happening here. The consumer is the same. They are looking at TV, they are looking at digital. It's not like the consumer is only watching TV or only looking at Instagram. There is a common consumer. This consumer shops online, but they also shop offline. So if you're present where the consumer expects you, you are able to cater to her need and service that demand that you create through your full funnel advertising. Lastly, innovation is a big part of where we are. We are able to handle a much higher complexity because our supply chain doesn't work the same way. And therefore, if you look at it from a brand lens, the ability to be able to innovate quickly, try out ideas, and then weed out the failures in an accelerated manner is a crucial capability that you would have, at least in the CPG domain. What I speak here is a lot more CPG, maybe fashion, but doesn't extend beyond that. Lastly, our big advantage, or rather what we are grateful for, but equally so very focused on building, is the ability to sell to the consumer directly. Now this is where the word D2C kind of comes into play. It's not to say D2C is the only way to sell. It'll never be. You can't build a large brand by saying I'm only going to sell on my website. But it does give you signals. It gives you the ability to look at insights, data, from a much more granular manner than looking at a broad spray and pray approach. And that's where we leverage our D2C platforms in a big way. We are grateful again for the kind of traffic we receive, for the kind of scale we have been able to operate it at. And we intend to use these playbooks, as we enter newer categories or newer brands. So that in sum is, wow, this is typically how my ad would look like when you are browsing Facebook. I don't know if I've bothered you with this in your feeds, but yes, discovery through online media, access through omni-channel distribution, largely e-commerce first, and designed for agile, fast-fail innovations is the way we design Wow Skin Science. That's about it from my end. I'm hoping that I kind of adhered to the brief of 15 minutes, and that's it. Thank you. Any questions? Happy to take. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, sure.
Thank you so much, firstly, for sharing the story behind Wow. We've all seen the amazing growth of the brand, so thank you so much. I just wanted to actually get a little bit more understanding of how you manage the 120 launches a year that you talked about. Any little bit more detail if you can share, that'll be really nice.
Could you maybe help me get a better
I'm
insight?
just trying to
So
understand
what part of how do you
the
manage?
speed
Is
and
it the
scale.
front end, the back end?
Yeah.
How do you
So
look at it?
just both from a discovery and then also managing the 120, the work required to just also do the mix on the 120.
Right. So let me split it in three parts. One is about what should we launch, then how do we launch it, and then how do we manage once it's been launched. The what we launch comes from looking at trends, looking at consumers, looking at patterns that we could see in terms of product categories that are doing well, something that we could add to the mix in terms of, let's say, an ingredient story or a certain functionality in the product. And this happens again at scale because we don't wait. Our average time cycle to launch would be 2 to 3 months. We don't wait for a year's worth of research because we don't need to mitigate that risk, right? So that's the how or what to launch. The how we launch, as I said, we don't really have our own one factory, right? We work with a very large network of partners who are equally partners in our journey, and therefore they help us kind of get micro batches early on. We are able to launch quickly on a D2C website, get feedback. We are able to launch as a seller on Amazon, again get feedback. If it works, we are able to then send it to one of the larger B2B players, etc. So we are able to use our own online presence to test quickly versus testing before launch. Imagine testing after launch. That's a slight difference, and that's what we kind of use. After that, it's a supply chain game. We've got a very talented team of supply chain managers who have all been from legacy FMCG companies who help us manage that complexity. But equally so, we don't carry 6-month, 10-month covers. We're able to do this in a very lightweight way. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but that's...
So typically out of the 120, how many will fail in the fail fast approach?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, in general, 8 out of 10 will probably not succeed wildly. 2 would really surprise you positively. But it would be unfair to say all 8 fail. There are 4 or 5 that you would continue, kind of take a different approach, give it a year, and then you take a call to cull where you need to. But yeah, the success ratio is as ever low. Consumers are very divinely discontent, and therefore, as long as you're able to hit the right nerve with the right message, with the right creative, you don't really see that kind of success. But that's the model. You quickly try, you realize if it works, and then you move out of it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Very organized and structured presentation. That's the insight. I have a question. Is how do you take care of a competitor's brand compared to your brand, and what is a competitive advantage which you can highlight for us?
I hope they're taking care of their brand, because I'm certainly not. But yeah, I think it's a fair question. What is the differentiator? I think in the business of FMCG, largely after a point of time, the product ceases to become the differentiator, right? There are very incremental changes you can do. Now, of course, in our case, we truly believe that the large legacy brands tend to have content, chemical content in it, which we don't believe in that philosophy. We do believe in giving the right benefit, the same benefit, probably even better, but without that kind of, let's say, avoidable toxins, if I may call them that. And therefore, if you look at it, most of our formulations are paraben-free, silicone-free, sulfate-free. In fact, Wow was the first brand that started this trend in India in a big way. Today, of course, the consumer has moved on. There's a lot more choice. So we look at our brand in terms of differentiation, in terms of what consumer cohort are we going after. We don't need to go to every consumer. We are still a very small brand. We look at how our packaging evokes a certain emotion. And you will see that there's a packaging code at play, which might work for Wow, might not work for the next brand, right? So these are early codes that we are building into the brand. But as the story goes, every large brand that we know today used to be a damn good product at some point of time. Whether you look at a blue bottle of coconut oil, right? Whether you look at a great laundry brand, they were all awesome products that delivered. Over time became something larger. And those are the memory structures which in an early stage you'd want to hard code, which could be colors, which could be sound, which could be the emotions that a creative brings out. We are way early in this journey, so we are still solving it as we speak, so I may not have a definitive answer, but hopefully we'll get there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Mehta? And before you go, I'd like to invite Mr. Himanshu Nagrecha, Vice President, TrafficGuard.ai, to join us on stage and give a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Mehta. I'd like you to take the center stage, please. All right, thank you. Thank you very much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, just a reminder, I know you had questions and I'm sure you've taken some key takeaways from Mr. Mehta's presentations, and don't forget to put it out in the world for a larger audience to benefit from it by using our hashtag India Brand Conclave. Now, before we move on to our next session, let me once again acknowledge our partners, presenting partner, Admatic, transform your marketing strategy with data-driven approach. Our co-gold partner, Pepper Content, accelerate your revenue with content marketing. Moving on, we're doing a little slight change in the agenda where I'm 100% sure that all of us have hummed the very popular jingle. I'm going to try to sing it, don't laugh. Har ghar ki raunak badhani ho, दीवारों को जब सजाना हो. I'm not going to sing ahead because you know what the brand stands for. But did you know that brand Nerolac has been coloring people's lives for over a century? In fact, our next speaker says that color is the most powerful unifier, especially in a country like India. So please welcome on stage, amidst a huge round of applause, let me call on Mr. Ram Mehrotra, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Decorative Paints, Kansai Nerolac Paints Limited, who will share his insights on Nerolac Paints' 100 years of coloring the nation, a consumer journey. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, e4m team, for arranging all these and giving us an opportunity to present what we have done in last 100 years. So we are 102 years and we say 2 years young, now starting again. I'll share with you how the brand has been evolving with the evolving consumer, how we had been able to cope up and continue to do innovate around the brand so that it becomes and remains relevant for the consumers. So a little bit brief about Kansai Paints of, we are a part of Kansai Paints of Japan, who has its presence in 53 countries. They are among the top 10 coating companies in the world. We are a part of it. And in India, we are located across all states, various branch offices, around 108 offices we have, which serve the dealer network. So we are not into direct to consumer as of now. I'll share with you some nuances which is hindering it, and we are trying it out, how we'll reach out directly to the consumers. And as rightly said, like, we feel that color is the most powerful unifier, especially in a country like India, which is so diverse, but we can be recognized. These do not have any, you can say, specific religion, or colors are like that way neutral. Now, just to give you a little bit of industry brief, this industry has three verticals, and all three are very, very important. The one is the dealer. We as a company, we manufacture and then sell it to our dealer, and then dealer sells it to the consumer, and along with consumer comes the painter. So sometimes the purchase is only done by the painter. We are sitting in a city like Bombay, where generally the flat or house painting is given to the contractor. He does the buying, he just quotes on per square feet basis, and then you pay and he does the complete work. So painter that way is important. And consumer, with the coming up of digital on a lot of information, because earlier there was very little information which the consumer had about paints. And we say, even whatever you do in your house, you can get costliest of your home appliances, maybe television worth 5 lakh, 10 lakh, but if the house is not painted well, probably people will not like the place, right? So that is the importance of colors, but the involvement in the category was very low, and whatever involvement was there in terms of colors was coming through females, like they were more involved into making the decisions around colored. But when I see these three verticals, they are almost like consumers today stand in terms of brand choice. They dominate, say, decision, say, to an extent of 30%. Dealer role is in the past is slowly going down with the advent of more and more information now available on the digital or net platforms. And painters, anyways, is important, along with the architects and interior designers, which are influencers. They give reference of various colors, and also sometimes the brand name. And today they have also started taking turnkey. So they have also become of late important in this category. Now, just to take you briefly through the consumer journey, and then how the brand has been evolving with this consumer journey. India, as you know, the story has been good for last so many years. Still, whatever has happened during the COVID period, still the growth is pegged at 6%. So that's a pretty good GDP growth year on year. We have been like improving upon. The average income, if you talk about, has been increasing, especially the middle class, where you see a biggest change happening. So in 25, we say maybe 32% of those people will be in that middle class, 2 lakh to 5 lakh bracket. So the growth in the middle class has been quite good, and therefore the demand in terms of home and the home development has been quite good and continuous. So we are in an industry wherein for last, I would say, leave the COVID year, otherwise the industry has been growing with a double-digit growth rate for, say, a number of decades as of now. And largely so because the demand is more driven through the repainting than the new painting. So when an economy faces some challenges, you find issues coming in terms of new projects being rolled out or realty sector being impacted. But because major chunk comes from the repainting segment, the industry continues to do well. And the other factor which is influencing and which is involving and which is also impacting the sale of paints in India is that the average age of the consumer is definitely going down. So today we find that in India around 65% of the people are between 25 to say 64 kind of an age. And this is, I remember when one of my management trainee joins and he says, I'm planning to take a home loan. So at the start of the career, like in our time, like we used to think of building up a home maybe after some time, but today's generation is far younger and they are ready to invest and take care of that home needs. So therefore the buyer or the consumer is becoming more and more younger, and they are able to take faster decisions. They use the current whatever digital tools are available in terms of making decisions. Therefore, the brand has to evolve so that every space where the consumer is moving, we are able to reach to those consumers. Now, this is also another changing trend which we caught up, and therefore, whatever changes we have done in terms of our brand proposition is that for a better lifestyle, there's a lot of growth or stress going around, say, personal products and services. They are improving in terms of the purchases, then education, recreation, and healthcare. These are the segments which are rising, and they are, in effect, giving us demand for better and better products, which are more maybe hygienically also better, and health-wise also. Earlier, health has no correlation with paints, but now those factors have started coming into the brands. Similarly, in terms of family structure, more nuclear families and more population moving into urban areas, and therefore more number of homes getting built up in the urban areas, and therefore more demand for paints. So that's another good correlation which we had been studying, how the movement is happening, and according to that, what are the changes that we need to bring in terms of the brand propositions. The housing demand, basically three big factors which have been in the urban basically has been impacted. One is that easy availability of credit. As I told you, a management trainee thinks, okay, I'll take loan and I'll be able to start building up. Maybe in 10 years, I'll repay the loan. Then high income levels in the urban areas, and also the family types which I discussed, where more nuclear families, more number of homes. So desire is that probably will not be able to accommodate, and therefore shifting into nuclear houses. So with the demand of housing is increasing with the increase in home improvement needs, and so is the demand for the paints. Now, when we look at Nerolac, what are the opportunities which are available? We say next 3 to 4 decades, the growth momentum will continue, and there won't be, with the increase in per capita income, lower this consumer age, the trends which I talked about, and the increase in housing capacities. All these 3 factors will ensure that the industry is continuously growing. If you see the needs, how it has changed over time, it was earlier, like, as I told you, very low consumer awareness around the paint segment, and non-friendly ambience at the paint outlets. If you go, they were simply selling lime and all. People didn't want to go. The consumer themselves were not going to the shops to buy. And then the quality of job also was not guaranteed. But today, when we say, with the advent of digital and also various efforts with the organization has taken various training programs throughout the year, we do even reaching out to rural areas through mobile vans and giving training programs to the painters so that they provide a quality work to the consumers, with that understanding that whatever best quality paint we make, unless it is applied well, it will not look good on the wall. And the consumer would always say the company is not, the product is not good. Whereas that may not be the case, the issue might be on the application part. So a lot of efforts have been taken on in terms of training of these painters, and making ourselves more experimentative in various kinds of products that we come out, and more involving them, the families, how do we involve them, various initiatives which ensures that the entire family gets involved, although the involvement is still, for the female is much higher than the male. Male is basically on the brand decision, whereas females are very choosy in terms of colors and how the house will look like. So entire interior designing aspect, there the involvement of female is very, very high. And then ensuring that they themselves go and buy and feel an experience. So I'll share some of the things which we have done, which will ensure that they get a much better experience than what they were earlier getting, and while they were not visiting to the paint shops. So the eras, various eras in which the housing, it has changed. So one was decoration, painting, which was earlier done around Diwali or say festivals was the period when the painting was done. Today the painting is done for the entire year. Maybe a small party at the home, single drawing room may get painted, or one single wall might get painted. So those kinds of trends are coming up, and the frequency of, earlier we said painting, repainting used to be done in 7 years' time. Today it has shrunk to 4 to 5 years. So some or the other, say some marriage in the family or something, so that also has become an occasion for painting. So that is why it goes on for the entire year. So in terms of the Nerolac journey, how the brand and what are the things, changes we have done so far, this is I could not put entire 100 years, so from say 1984, I was able to put up some things which major changes which have happened. So earlier in 94, it was only distempers which were used for any painting. And then for exteriors, there was some, exterior was not in focus, but those who did used to do very cheap quality cement paint, which requires kind of a lot of waterproofing and all those things to be done. And then the first big change came in when we came out with machines which were kept at dealer counters to tint various shades. So today you can tint maybe 20,000 different shades. So earlier inventory, dealer cannot keep 20,000 different shades because he doesn't know which the consumer will select. So with the machine being there, the shade card is there, they can see which color to choose, and only that color the dealer makes it. So that was the biggest change in 1997 when the dealer tinting system came in around 97 to 2000. And then in our, you can say, brand journey, one big change, because earlier we were considered, we were a, you can say, FERA governed company, we were a UK based company, then Tata's took the share in this. So Tata's and Kansai, they were the joint venture. Then, so that point in time, the focus was more on industrial. We were supplying to biggest, all car manufacturers, Maruti. Today also 99% of whatever Maruti paint is there, or any car which comes out in India has Nerolac. So that we were focusing there. But first step that we took in the first industry is that taking a leader who can talk about decorative and give a jerk to the consumer saying, no, Nerolac is also for decorative. We took Amitabh Bachchan as a brand ambassador in year 2000 to communicate this, that yes, Nerolac, these paints, home decor paints, are also manufactured and made by Nerolac. And then we came out with certain innovative products at various price points which helped consumers. Then assessing the needs, how the things are changing on our own, we were the industry leader to make all our products lead free. So lead and mercury free, that was our initiative. Then industry followed that. Initially there was a resistance from the industry, but finally everybody had to change for the benefit of the consumers, because those harmful impacts that the lead and mercury had, we wanted that the consumers as well as the painters who are regularly applying it, they should not get affected with that. And to communicate that, we took another strong say personality in Shah Rukh Khan, who was there for almost 7 years, who communicated various health-related benefits to our consumers, including no VOC, which are harmful fumes. Even when you are sitting here with this carpet, there are volatile organic compounds which are getting evacuated, and probably we must be inhaling it. And then we came on to a concept called healthy home paints. We said every paint will beautify. If a house is not painted for last 4-5 years, and if you paint it, probably it will look good. But along with the look good, what else? So we said probably healthy home paints. So we came out with an entire healthy range of paints. And then when the new things were coming up, like IPL getting involved, we went into IPL knowing that male is a brand decision maker for us. So we went into news, we went heavily advertising into cricket, and we took IPL 3 teams at one point in time in terms of sponsorship and ensuring that the right visibility to the right audience is available when it is going for the brand decision making. And lastly, now the recent shift that we have taken is a paint plus, which is another say healthy home paints next step, that every paint of ours will have 1 or 2 features which the competition is not having, and will have at that price point those figures which are not available with competition. So if somebody is offering, say, a paint at 500 rupees a liter, maybe we'll give with antibacterial properties, we will give that maybe at 300 rupees with washability. So washability is the main feature, but you also get antibacterial at that price point. So just to disrupt the market on that price point with that added features, and that is why we said Nerlac is a paint plus. So every, say, most of the products will have certain added features which no other company is having. And then to communicate this, we had Ranveer Singh as our brand ambassador, which currently is doing films for us and communicating the message to the audience. So key measures that we have taken is, one is around the innovative products to meet the consumer needs and the evolving consumer, and then the creation of shoppies. So we have created next generation shoppies where the families can walk in, they can see the color combinations, they can bring their photo of their house and put it there, and we can color and show various combinations, what kind of combinations they can apply. Also, we have gone into segments like waterproofing. So even if there's a problem related to waterproofing in that store, they will get a solution for waterproofing. So there is somebody who's talking to you, giving you suggestions on color combinations, helping you in interior designer or in terms of color combination, and also helping you in terms of the other problems that you face within your house, including your waterproofing. And then recently we have launched a next gen painting service also, which is providing doorstep service to the consumers. We have started in select cities now. We are taking it to more number of cities. But in a city like Bombay, we say 5-day painting, which was a pain area for consumer, because it was believed that once the painter enter the house, you don't know when he will go. That was the popular belief. See, they'll come and say, okay, I'll finish the work in 7 days, but finally you find a month has gone, but still the work is going on. So that was one of the pain areas for the consumers, and we realized this pain area, and therefore we said, let us give a fixed timeline that within this timeline, your house will be completed. So we have launched this 5-day painting service in select cities, and then expanding it, that painting services through our dealer partners to more number of consumers. In terms of product innovations, as I told you initially, distempers, then we came with the most economy emulsion, because to consumer to upgrade, there was a big gap between the price between a distemper and an emulsion. So the middle class was not able to get into that high band, high value product. So we started bringing that difference down. And today we say between a distemper, which is the cheapest paint available, beyond that you have a very little, maybe 10-15% more if you pay, you can upgrade to a emulsion. So that was the beauty emulsion that we came up. Then we came up with a paint which has no smell. So smell is one thing when the painting is going on in the house. It was a pain area for consumer that they can't remain in the house because so much of a smell is there. So we came out with a paint which has no smell, also good for, say, hotels and hospitals, where they can do it in the night and next day morning they have a room ready for the consumers to occupy. So that kind of a paint we came in. Then we went into a product called Zero VOC, where there is no emission at all, which is even Europe is not able to get to those level of standards of when we call of almost low Zero VOC. And now, as I told you about the Paint Plus. Now, retail initiatives, this is the transformation from the kind of shops earlier used to be and the kind of stores that we are looking up today. So these are some pictures of the Shopee, wherein families, it is more family friendly. People can walk in more and take a call in terms of brand choice and the color choice. Then we also came out with various tools during these years, which consumers was looking up to, like where they drive inspiration from, say Vastu colors or color styles, which maybe 2-3 years we launch. Then fashion collections, then exterior architecture book, and also we came out with something called Shadi Guide. So newly married couple, based on their personalities, which are the combination of colors which will go well in their house. So these kinds of innovation, new things we had been doing around brand, so that the brand remains more relevant and more concerned to the needs of the consumers, and also segmented. Okay, these are newlywed, their requirement is something different, so they need some different type of color combination. This is the new age. So all those experimentation we had been doing. So this in terms of the overall communication, how we have done, I'll just share with you some of the pieces. So in 1950 to 80s, So people lived more in independent family homes. Consumers were very traditional and had limited means. Home painting was focused only on, as I told you, distempers and only around festivals. So we launched at that point in time, as I told you, oil-borne distempers and enamels. These are the products. They were low margin, not very high margin products. So our focus was all more toward industrial. Then came the 90s, when we said nuclear families were increasing, still in the verge of exploding, but then they were increasing. People started moving to rented homes for jobs. They started moving out. They were looking for value for money, and they were more rationally inclined. And the festivities also led painting. The percentage, like earlier 60% used to happen around Diwali. That came down to say 35-40%, and rest other occasions also people started painting. And we were the first in the category to, because consumer wanted a durability. How long will the paint last for? So we were the first to answer, okay, 5 years, 7 years is the warranty that we give you. It will last for. And that time we created our most iconic jingle, which I think she was also learning. I'll show you the first ad, which was like air with this jingle. Although the picture quality is not that very good, but I'm sure you will enjoy the music.
जब घर की रौनक बढ़ानी हो, दीवारों को जब सजाना हो, नेरोलैक, 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 नेरोलैक.
So moving on to the next area, which is early 2000. So that was the millennial era, and higher the markets had got opened after 1992. Dr. Manmohan Singh opened up the markets, and colors started featuring it as a big tool for homemaking, and people were looking at home as a medium of self-expression. If my house is looking good from outside, that will give a better impression to the people who come to my house, and even from the inside. That was the insight. So we said we already had a good strength in say industrial, and we wanted to showcase to the consumer that whatever touch point you have, you will be touching Nerolac somewhere or the other. So we communicated this aspect, and coming into in terms of decorative, as I told you, with a say you can major personality in Amitabh Bachchan to communicate this, that whatever you touch upon, it's Nerolac.
जहाजों को, ब्रिजों को, कारखानों को, कारों को, घरों को, दीवारों को, सपनों को, उम्मीदों को, सबको किसी न किसी तरह छूता है नेरोलैक. ये रंग है जो हर एक की जिंदगी को छूता है, सिर्फ नेरोलैक. हम कह रहे हैं.
So that was saying that, see, wherever you today also say 7 to 8 out of refrigerators, washing machine, your ACs, they all are painted with Nerolac. So we are market leaders in industrial segment, and cars, as I told you, if you are going for Maruti, 99%, but otherwise also at Indian roads, we say whatever cars are there today, almost 80% would be painted with Nerolac, be it say Toyota, be it any other vehicle, you will find Nerolac on that. But very few people know that we have that strength and how to leverage that strength into decorative, wherever share is not that very high. So this was when we said ki we are into decorative and we want to take it forward. We were pretty small. The ratios would have been maybe industrial doing, contributing 70% of our business, and decorative contributing maybe 30% of our business or 25%. Today it has reversed. So we are almost 55% decorative and 45% kind of industrial. So that the change started happening from here. And then 2010 onwards, when we took that stand of being more healthier paints, and in this era, the consumers were more family oriented, more conscious about health. They were getting more conscious, and they were seeking for innovation in terms of products. Home improvement was gaining higher momentum, and also painting led decor that was also getting popular. So we positioned the brand at that point in time around healthy home paints, brought in Shah Rukh Khan as the brand ambassador, and introduced products like EcoClean, which I talked about, no smell. I'll quickly just play a couple of things where we even because the consumer is changing and jingle was also almost, you can say, decade or old. So we transformed the jingle. We came out jingle in a new avatar, in even in various, you can say, languages. We dubbed that, or we had a jingle so that it can reach to more people in their own local language. But this was the first we attempted, and this was the first time when entire Star network was blocked for this particular period. All the channels of Star were playing the same. That was the first time we experimented it.
नेरोलैक कुछ चेंज करो, चलो पेंट करो.
And then to make the consumers aware about the various harmful effects which the paints or the VOCs has on the, say, the health of the consumer.
ये है चिमनी और ये है दीवार फ्रेशली पेंटेड. अगर इसमें भी ये चिमनी होती तो इसके हर इंच में से आप निकलते हुए देखते VOC जो शायद इस धुएं से भी ज्यादा नुकसानदायक है, क्योंकि ये पोल्यूट करती है आपके घर को अंदर से. क्या नुकसान जानने के लिए जाइए हमारी साइट पर nerolachealthyhomes.com और जानिए क्या आपकी पेंट कंपनी आपसे कुछ छुपा रही है.
Post that, we are in current phase wherein we said Paint Plus, and I talked about the additional features. So product with something extra which the consumer can get and which is more towards the health of the consumers, so that along with the beautification, the health is not harmed and it is also taken care of. So we came up with the Ranveer campaign, one again talking about that there is a little bit of Nerolac in your life. As I told you, whatever you touch in, I feel there would be hardly even mobile phone, even the hair clips, even the artificial gold ornaments that you see, they are a maximum are painted with Nerolac. So people don't know, therefore that campaign of little bit of Nerolac, and then coming up with a product called Impression Kashmir, which is our latest offering, wherein we talk about that Paint Plus with zero VOC and the no smell, various other features. This is the latest campaign that we did with
Nerolac पेंट की स्मेल यार. Nerolac Impressions Kashmir, no smell, impossible.
Possible.
लगी शर्त. लगी. सच हुआ तो मैं पेंटर बन जाऊंगा. नो स्मेल. ये सिर्फ पेंट नहीं, जापानीज टेक्नोलॉजी वाला पेंट प्लस है. पेंट इतना खास, घर ले आए कश्मीर का एहसास.
So I think the idea was that we found that one, jingle is our asset. Nobody can take it for last so many decades. So every ad or whichever communication that jingle is a part. Then we thought Japanese technology is also our strength, right? Because we have a technology available through Japan. So why not highlight that, which no other competition can right now immediately take it away. So Japanese in the communication. And then the benefits, product benefits, which along with the other benefits of sheen, good finish, but then there is no smell, there is no VOC, those benefits for the consumers to take notice of. Now with this, we also went into the digital world, website, mobile, new experience. This is the new age consumer which is there. And in terms of the number of followers and all, we had been doing a lot of SEO in terms of ensuring that we get a good number of traction in terms of Facebook and other activities. Then we also have a website in 7 different languages. That was the first website which we launched in wherein say ki various parts of the country, wherever you see every content of the website in your own language. So we were the first to do that, where in English, Bengali, Tamil, Gujarati, various languages, the website is available where you can interact, you can have a lot of information about paints, you can also do all this painting, colors, choices you can do here. And 3D model was provided so that you can realize standing in your room how the room will look like when it gets painted. So you can have that view also. So that was the first virtual reality experience we provided to the consumers. There were visualizers, color pickers, which have been given as a benefit for this website for more and more customers to come in and experience the various accurate way of selecting the colors. They can upload the image and we can send back various combinations to them. That is also available through chatbot. And then we also did some color trails, taking consumers along for a journey, clicking the picture. From those color trails, we drew various colors, combinations, like say color trails having in Jaipur, talking about pink. So as inspirations from pink, and then which are the various combinations or even the designs, the windows of say Hawa Mahal, how those can be created on the walls to give a much better look. So then, as I told you, you can have a 360-degree view. You can capture the 360-degree view of your house, and each wall you can color whichever way you want. You'll segment the wall one by one, and it will give you the final picture of the house, how it will look like. So all these through chatbot, as I told you, you send a message, we'll send you the pictures back. You send the photo of your house, we'll collect and give you 3 combinations through chatbot. And then along with that, being a socially responsible company, there had been various efforts which we took in terms of giving back to the society. So there's a concept of breathing cities, which we are doing it in various cities, creating a monument which is depicting the city. Like this one is from Vizag, then there is a, say in Matka Chowk at Chandigarh. So various things which are related to the city and which reminds of the city. And then initiative like the cans, plastic cans, how they can be used as a flower pots. So providing consumers at one point in time those stickers by which they can convert it to flower pots and use them. Then participating in various festivals and even transforming villages. So like Koliwada here or in Rajasthan, we had transformed villages, completely doing the painting for the entire villages and transforming their schools, their houses into beautiful, colorful place to live in. So I think when we look at our 100 years of success or ingredients, 3 basic things is innovation at the core of everything. We have been innovating various products or services or tools with the requirement of the consumers, staying relevant to consumer needs and sustainable approach over the 100 years. So I think to 100 years more of Consign and Relax, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And sharing how the brand journey has been in last 100 years. We are working on how to become, because still the digital, the sale through digital is very, very low because there's an involvement of painter. It is not a product which you can buy and apply yourself, right? So probably the earlier products we heard of, the consumers are themselves using it. There's no influencer required. But for painting, still there's a painter required who has to do it. So therefore, we have arranged a site which is called masterpainter.com. So there you can even get painters near you. So those kinds of things we are building up in a digital ecosystem so that consumer, even if they want to go digital, right now buying may not be there, it can be through dealers, we can service at the doorstep. And painters also, we have trained so many painters, those database with KYC, everything we have uploaded. So those set of painters we can provide which the consumer can rely upon. Otherwise they had a fear. How do I allow unknown painter to come in my house, right? So all those fears we have tried to negate by doing a KYC for all those such set of painters and then recommending to our customers along with their work where the star rating is provided by the consumers on the work done by those painters. So that's the digital piece which currently we are working on, digitizing every aspect of business we are looking at, whether it's a Salesforce automation or it's the consumer side. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you very much. This so any questions, anything which you would like to ask, open for those questions.
We are short over time, sir.
Oh,
But can we have a big round of applause for him, please?
thank you.
I request you to just stay a moment here. Wow, 100 years of legacy and 100 more. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now invite Mr. Deepak Khurana, co-founder and CEO of VServe, to please join us back on stage to give a small token of appreciation to Mr. Ram Mehrotra. What a wonderful story. Thank you, sir, for sharing it here with us. And once again, a reminder to everybody, if you are sharing any key takeaways or insights outside this room on digital platforms, then don't forget to use our hashtag #IndiaBrandConclave. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, in today's world, led by the likes of ChatGPT and Google Bard, brands that are shying away from using AI for advertisers are at a continuous competitive disadvantage. Most advertisers are already using AI to identify and segment audiences, build ad creative, test ads, improve ad performance, and optimize spend all automatically in real time at scale. Now, to take us through the enormous opportunities that can emerge by marrying human creativity and AI, I'm going to invite Mr. Rishabh Shekhar, co-founder and chief operating officer, Pepper Content, who will speak on the power of human plus AI, how brands can win at marketing. So I'd like all of you to please put your hands together and welcome Shekhar on stage. A very warm welcome to you. That's forward. Yeah.
Cool. Hey guys, thanks for agreeing to sit here and listen to me, right? I wonder why we do that, but then I remember we sponsored the event, so thanks for this. Quick introduction, I'm Rishabh, co-founder and CEO at Pepper Content. I'm 24, me and Anirudh started this company back in college, second year of college, BITS Pilani, right? And I think BITS Pilani has this very unique thing of where you don't need to go to school, classes. So we had a lot of time to, do something with it, right? So I think, my presentation, to be honest, fades in front of what the last two have been, right? And what Nunme probably did was the presentation I should be doing, because it really showed the power of, the modern digital world, what content means, right? Every ad that Mr. Ram just played was content created, right? The only difference is that now how content is created between a Nerolac and a Shahrukh ad and between what Wow Skincare is doing has evolved a lot, right? And Nerolac is also catching up. And I think I would love to just, talk about that, slightly in my presentation. So we are living in a content economy, right? I like to say that, the transaction, as the online GDP increase, that although the transaction happens through money, the currency is content, right? The decision is made when you view something, when you read something, when something is consumed, right? The decision is not made while purchasing. It's made while when you see or consume something, and when you make a sense that, okay, this is something that I want, right? And that's why it's a content economy, right? We have moved from an industrial first approach to the information value based first approach, right? Even if you look at the Nerolac presentation, right? Mr. Ram very, rightly said, right? Earlier it was paint, now it's low smell. low VOC paint, right? Now you need to sell more, you need to give the inherent properties of that very paint, right? Which wasn't the case, say, 20, 30 years ago, right? So it's information value, and even, when Nunme said about war, right? Every consumer has almost the entire world's information in their hands, and if you don't get on that train, you probably are, left behind, right? Then you are a brand, you're an individual, you're a politician, right? Marketer. You're competing for today's most important asset, which is called attention, right? I think there's a very interesting concept of attention, deliberation, where the first 10 seconds of anything that you create, that is the only time when people will consider you, right? And if you get them hooked on right there, right, that is when you actually can make an impact, right? So you are technically fighting for that attention, and everyone in this room, right, is fighting for the same thing, right? And you're probably competing with the likes of celebrities, right? There's so much content available. I definitely cannot fight with the Kardashians, right? People dancing on the internet. I think all of us go through, 10, 20 reels a day, see new trends emerge almost every day to new songs, right? And that is where a lot of attention, a lot of digital time is being spent. And political coverage, right? Every political party, every political minister, right, now has a PR agency, has a content arm, digital arms, right, where they're trying to create content on a scale that probably no brand can even possibly imagine, right? So what do we do in that case? So in this ocean of content, right, you need to create a wave that makes it to the shoreline, right? The fight is not even now of, creating something, it's about creating something and getting it to the people, right? For example, 694,000 hours of video are streamed every minute, right? 2,500 new videos are uploaded every hour, right? And 6 million blog posts are being put out in the internet every day, right? And with the advent of something like a chat GPT, imagine that 6 can go to 60 million as soon as tomorrow, right? And I think that is where, how do you thrive in this content economy? That's the question, we all would love to answer. That's the question we at Pepper Content hope are answering for some of our clients. And that's the question we would love to answer with you as well if we get the chance. Pepper Content, in the last 5 years, we have worked with over 2,500 brands across the country and some globally as well, right? And deliver over 100,000 content projects, right? This amounts to roughly 10 to 15 lakh of individual content pieces that we have created, right? And we have host of data, experience, knowledge about how they do, what works, what doesn't work, right? And I think this also gave us the opportunity to work with marketers around the world, right? I think these marketers highlighted 4 major challenges, and I hope you all relate to this challenge when you think of content and when you think of marketing, right? Yeah, these 4 challenges, right? First of all is creating and publishing quality content at scale. First, hiring a team, setting up, say getting an agency on board. The creation process is already so much to and fro. And then once that is done, you need to send that content to the developer. The developing team uploads that on the WordPress, and that's again takes some time lag, right? Then secondly is optimizing content marketing and workflow and operation, right? Most of the companies that we first onboard have been doing a lot of content, but they do that on WhatsApp, they do that on emails, they do that on, random drives that they share with each other, and so much of that content gets lost in a company's life cycle, right? Because every team gets replaced, the brand managers, the content managers get replaced, and all that information that they had created, all that content that they had created just lies there, not being used, right? And that's inefficiency at its best. Then integrating content and data across multiple platforms. ROAS as a term, right? So when 2008, when Facebook came in, right? I think nobody believed that Facebook ad engine can become what it became today. But it became that just because of it could prove its definite ROAS, right? Return on ad spends, that's every marketer's, jargony word that they use in a meeting and tell, okay, we have done this is what we are bringing to the table. But when you look on the content side, when you go to an SEO person, right? What is ROCC, return on content created? Nobody really knows, right? I invested 5 lakhs with an agency, I'm getting brand recall, I'm getting traffics, I'm getting visitors. But is that converting? Is that what you are, is that, are you really getting traffic from your brand, right? From your competitors, right? Nobody really digs deeper into that, right? The L1 metrics are traffic, and I think that's what satisfies most of us, right? But as, paid marketing, saturates, right? As people wants to move their dependence away from paid marketing, I think that is where content marketers, organic marketing needs to really step up and tell what they are bringing to the table, right? To have an equal seat at the table. And I think the last is the proving the ROI of content, right? Content both in terms of brand awareness and ROI of content in both of the lead acquisition and business acquisition, right? And I think that is what we hope to solve for in the long term, right? Addressing some of these aspects already and some very, very soon, right? And we do that through a very interesting combination of human plus AI. When ChatGPT was launched, our investors, all our partners, all our well-wishers, messaged us, right? What's next, right? Because ChatGPT is here. What are you going to do, right? I think the best companies are not built against waves. They're built on tides. Right? They're built, on top of trends that are overtaking the entire world, and we wanted to do the same, right? Just for your information, we got on the GPT-3 bandwagon almost 2 years ago, the only company in India to have done so, right? We have peppertype.ai launched in February of 2020. And it has over 400,000 users from across the globe, right? And we have created over 1 billion words till now, right? So that was already there, and ChatGPT came in and just made the whole thing very famous. Everyone in this room probably has used it or has asked their teammates to use it, right? So I think we believe that human plus AI is the future. And people usually ask, will AI replace humans? AI will replace humans who doesn't know how to use AI. And I think that's what we believe in. I think in terms of solutions, the first is Pepper AI, generative AI for teams to scale content, right? For example, there's a big company in US, RVShare, where we are creating around 10,000 content pieces for them every month with the help of AI and a human editing layer, right? That gives them agility, scale, and cost effectiveness at the same time, while with the right set of keywords being there in the content, which helps them get the right kind of traffic, right? Now, if you have to do 10,000 just through human writers, that probably will be a very, very mammoth task, right? And I think that is where you need to be smart. We need to be smart as an industry as to where does an AI part come play, right? If you're creating a brochure, if you're creating a brand voice document, right? You wouldn't want an AI to write it. You would want to protect it with all your heart and pour your soul into it, right? But if you're creating templated maybe content that can, after one point of time can be automated to some extent, you should definitely do that, because that is where efficiency of the entire org can come in, right? Then, when it comes to content, right, we define content into 10 grades, right? 0 to 10, right? 1 to 10, right? We believe 1 to 4 is the kind of content that will be automated through, AI, through ChatGPT. But, high value content, the 5 to 10, right, is something where you still need experts, right? If you have to get someone to write up, article on, say, paint, or a research paper on paint, you would need someone like Mr. Ram to get that written for you, right? I don't think ChatGPT can give you the kind of insights, someone like him can bring to the table, right? So I think that's where we believe in working with a top 3% talent, right? This wasn't the hypothesis when we started. We believe to work with all creators, right? And I think in our learnings, we burnt our hands the wrong way, but now we have realized that the companies don't look for, 100 people. They look for 10 people, but which can provide them the best quality. And I think we have made, strong progress towards, getting the top talent in India to work with us and, give that service to the brands that work with us, right? And then the last, which is the important part, is the end-to-end automation of content workflows for SEO localization, right? You need one single place where you think of what keyword you go after, where you come up with topics, where you create the content, where you optimize that content for SEO and other things, right? And then where you publish that content and then close the loop while after getting inputs as to how that content is performing, what you should do on that content. Should you refresh that content? Should you, remove that content, right? Should you repurpose that content, right? So I think all of that insights, I think, is lost, because of array of things that we try to do, but there are some very low-hanging fruits. I'm pretty sure at least 50% of the companies here have around 1,500 pages on their website. Have we ever went back and asked, okay, out of these 1,500, how many are still relevant? How many can be, tweaked to some extent to get our traffic immediately up, right? And I think that is what we are trying to do, right? The goal is not to just become content churning partners, but to really create content that impacts, and that can either be through repurpose, recreation, or new creation. And I think that is what we try to do. I think that's the goal of this company on which we built is make content marketing work for you. And the goal is, I think we were talking to the CMO of HubSpot, right? And he said a very interesting thing that, paid marketing is like burning a dollar, and content marketing is like putting that dollar in the bank, right? And I think we want to be your bank. We have a booth outside. We have some interesting goodies, and we have a lot of people. If you see the Pepper Content logo, go to talk to them and learn how we are doing all of this. But thank you. You have been an amazing audience, and I hope to interact with all of you soon. Thank you. Thank you.
Please stay with me a moment here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to invite Ms. Priyanka Baduria, Associate Director, Exchange for Media, to please join us on stage and give a small token of appreciation to Rishabh. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a reminder, if you want to put out anything about the human intervention with AI, don't forget to use the hashtag India Brand Conclave. As you can see, we want to create as much buzz as possible on social media platforms as well, and we'd like to be part of that conversation too. Now, before we move forward, let me remind you that we're going to have the next set of quiz questions right after this session, so get ready because the winners who give the right answer will get rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, Lakshya Media Group launched Lakshya Live Experiences in 2014 to create consumer engagement designs and experiences. At the heart of Lakshya Live Experiences is a promise to create new, delightful, and unforgettable brand and consumer experiences. To tell us more on this, I'd like to invite Mr. Saurabh Khurana, Chief Executive Officer, Lakshya Live Experiences, who shares his insights on the topic, building brands through experiences. A very warm welcome to you, Saurabh.
Hi, I think my presentation is not going to be about data. It doesn't have any analysis. It doesn't have any graphs. It only has entertainment, entertainment, and entertainment. So hopefully, I think the quick 10-12 minutes of my presentation should be about that. You guys are getting something right now on your tables. You'll have to hurry it up a bit, please. Yeah, please, cut it. Baat dijiye. So basically, I mean, whatever you guys are getting right now, the idea was to kind of, ask that when you get a melody or a eclair or a Cadbury, there is some kind of nostalgia, there is some kind of emotional connect that all you guys feel, right? Am I right? Am I wrong? When in today you don't have Poppins, you don't have those Kiss Me and all of it. My entire premise of the next 10-20 minutes is going to be about creating moments. It's about creating experiences and how, as marketers and brands, brand managers, you guys can actually create and build brands through using experiences, whether it's events, whether it's out of home, or it's technology. So I'm going to start off with that. Brands create experiences and experiences build brands. The entire idea to do this was to see how we can create that emotional connect with the audience, whether it's your end consumer, whether it's your B2B audience, whatever we plan, whatever we do, eventually we want to evoke emotions with the brands, and that's exactly what we as an experiential industry also do. Most of you guys will remember and see that a lot of these events are actually known with the brand names with it. So for example, a fashion week is not called a fashion week, it's always called Lakme Fashion Week. Mumbai Marathon, Stancy's been sponsoring and being part of that event for years, and now Tata has taken over that, but they've always been known for a Stancy Mumbai Marathon. And that's how, for example, a Red Bull soap box or a Heineken Champions Cup, most of these brands have built a lot of their legacy using experiences and using events in their entire marketing campaign. ATL does its part, but you know what experiences and BTL does is very different. Like I said, evokes emotions, gets consumer engagement, gets gratification there and then because you're dealing in a physical space with your end audience. And we all know post-pandemic what a physical space meant for us to deal with people. Some of the few more examples of, for example, like a Bonvita quiz contest. Anything to do with quiz contest, Bonvita was the first name that came up in our heads. What do? Experiences is what we live for, build for, and spend for. A customer who believes they're on your wavelength is the one who will listen to what you have to say. I think in that space, when you connect with your customer, when you connect with your consumer, and you have the entire event experience to deliver what the brand wants to talk. I think those 2 hours, 3 hours of commitment with the consumer is the most important aspect. What do and what is it that we, as part of experiences we do? Is to identify the correct audience, whether it's your end consumer, whether it's your channel partner, whether it's your dealers, and what is it that they will connect with. Create the connect with them, personalize the experiences. I think that's where the experiential industry and the out-of-home industry and tech industry stands for. Like I said, instant gratifications is something that any event or experience will offer you. And lastly, what the entire exercise was about to create and evoke expressions and evoke emotions. I think there's nothing, and especially in India, there's nothing beyond creating emotion, because a brand that can actually connect an emotional bond with its consumers, no other brand can ever do that. Some of the globally brands that have always used experiences and build their legacies. So I'm going to just quickly take you guys through some of the case studies that we as Lux Group have done, and plus some of the other brands that we've directly not been involved. This is something that we did for YouTube. So when YouTube FanFest is something, and I know most of you guys would know happens as an event year on year, and they wanted to actually get into the regional space. There was a lot of regional creators that were coming up, and they wanted to actually get into and connect with them, saying, how do we kind of get YouTube beyond just the viewing screens and get it on ground? And that's when we came up with this concept of the mall jack. We said, let's go to people, let's go to consumers where they are. We kind of hijacked Hyderabad and Delhi as the two places. I'm going to play a quick short AV for you guys to see what we did and how we did it. Audio.
A country with a large and diverse population, YouTube has emerged as a popular destination for digital entertainment. And when not on their phones, youngsters are spotted visiting malls. With YouTube FanFest 2019, we decided to take the popular YouTube stars from the screen and bring them right to the people at their favorite weekend destination, the mall. To integrate the concepts, we decided to introduce a twist to the popular practice of product sampling in malls. In a first, we presented the YouTube FanFest Showcase as a digital sample where the digital content consumers and fans would get a tiny taste of their favorite YouTube stars up close. What was the best way to do it? By mall jacking, of course. This was to be the first of its kind event which brought YouTube stars and fans together at malls across different cities simultaneously. More than 30 YouTube stars were a part of this event, and more, who came off the screen up close and personal for their fans. Events in the format of mini concerts were held across the country at major malls such as the Ambience Mall at Gurugram, the Sujana Mall at Hyderabad, and more. Our target was to tap the right audience, youngsters between 18 to 26 who were not only crazy YouTubers themselves, but also looked up to these digital artists. We aped the familiar mall sampling format, so there was no entrance fee as we wanted the amplification to be maximum. Vloggers, bloggers, sponsors, invitees, along with the younger mall-going audience, thronged to the venue to groove to the tunes of their favorite YouTube artists. To connect with them better, the execution was in a combination of Hindi, English, and regional, which turned out to be the perfect way to connect. The outdoor design was appreciated by all. The footfall was over 200,000, beyond the wildest expectations, who all went home exhilarated with the mini concerts they had just witnessed at almost no cost. India.
Sorry. Yeah, so I think when we did that event, after which we realized the entire new creator economy that is being built, we never knew the fan following that these creators had, and most of us didn't even connect with them. But when we saw the audiences in those malls, we thought this is a different parallel universe of following that is being built. And today we know what these YouTube stars and digital creators actually command in terms of fan following. Something a lot of you guys would have seen or heard about is the Coca-Cola Christmas truck tour. So, as a brand, they kind of took on Christmas as an occasion and build an experience around it. And this truck has done, as of date, 1 million kilometers in terms of its entire journey. And, kids, parents, everybody look for this Christmas truck that comes from Coca-Cola. It actually created a massive emotional connect with the entire campaign of Open Happiness as well. So something that, as a brand, how do we kind of take an occasion and then create an experience around it which will connect with our consumers. Recently, Heineken kind of did the silver launch. So they came up with this new product, which is Heineken Silver, and talking about how brands can use trending opportunities, right? So metaverse, it was trending and is trending in the last 1 year, especially pandemic and post-pandemic, and how they kind of created a silververse, something that the entire event spoke about Heineken, spoke about what they have offer, spoke about their brand values, spoke about the new product. So a quick short AV on what something that they did at the event. As an out-of-home experience, so right, the idea is also that we representing Lux, which is a company. I imagine most of you guys would have known the brand from an out-of-home perspective, but a lot of these event case studies that we've shown you is as part of the experiential industry. Lux has been there for the past 8 years as Lux Live experiences in the experiential industry. And not only out of home, but it's events, it's technology, a lot of stuff as a group that we've now grown from what we used to do primarily as a business. This is something very innovative and interesting we did for Z5, which was actually using technology and out of home. And on one billboard, we actually got a lot of the series of Z5 to come in, where they could actually track what is the time that they're going to still take to reach from that particular location to the destination. So for example, if they were at Western Express Highway, it said that it will take 34 minutes for you to reach Andheri, and in that 34 minutes, you can watch one episode of, Abhay, or one episode of Rangbaz. So that's the kind of in tech innovation that we brought in for the client. And it was not just a regular out-of-home, but an innovation that happened in the out-of-home, and that's what created the brand recall for a lot of these new series that ZEE5 was launching. Very recently, anamorphic content, if you guys would have a lot of heard, is actually the current in thing in terms of content creation. And Laksh, they did their first 3D anamorphic billboard for Tanishq. I'm going to play a quick short AV on what we did and how actually we integrated with the audience through tech, and not just showcase what the brand wanted to do, but also engage with them on ground.
Darling, oh darling, what you thinking about? 'Cause you're not good at hiding that smile on your mouth. Even though you're far away, you're still my closest friend. And I won't be myself until I hear from you again.
Something, just a last quick case study is about Vodafone. This is, about how brands can actually take CSR and something that is currently talking about and what we can do for it. So this is something for, during the entire period where we all heard about a lot of suicide by farmers in the interiors of Maharashtra. Vodafone actually came up with this thought, and we kind of collaborated with them and created this campaign. So the video is very self-explanatory, so I'm just going to quickly play that for you.
Maharashtra's heart of darkness. Marathwada has seen 555 farmer suicides in the last 8 months.
A huge number of farmers from Maharashtra, India are committing suicide because of the drought. Their farming land becomes a barren land, and the whole family suffers a huge poverty.
शेतीमध्ये पाण्याचा खूप प्रॉब्लेम आहे आणि पाऊस वरून येत काही नाही.
They only pray for the rains. Vodafone, the country's top mobile service provider, came forward to help the farmers. Presenting the rainwater harvesting service. A simple and effective mechanism on top of each billboard. A U-curved aluminum sheet as a rainwater collection funnel on top of the billboards. This funnel is then channeled to a big tank installed at the bottom of each billboard, which stores the collected rainwater. To keep a track of water levels in each water tank, a unique Vodafone SIM-based water sensor technology was created. Once the tanks were full, they sent out an SMS to the admin. These water sensors were placed on each tank. This rainwater was then transported to help the drought-affected regions and the farmers. About 50,000 liters of rainwater was donated over a period of 30 days, which helped the farmers. The campaign has been covered in various media platforms. Most importantly, the barren land is now transformed again into farming land.
So yes, I think it's all about creating these unforgettable moments, whether it's to do with CSR, whether it's to do with what is trending currently. That's all what we stand for, and as a group is what we stand for. I'm going to just leave you guys with a last AV, which just give you a snapshot of the Laksh Media Group overall, and happy to have conversations post the session as well.
I'm feeling good. The sun is shining. I knew it would. The world's a playground. I'm in the clouds. Let me show you what it's all about. Check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light it up. Check it out. I'm gonna light it up. Yeah, I'm gonna light
Thank you so much, everyone. And just lastly, when agencies come to you, please don't keep changing the briefs all the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Saurabh, please stay with me a moment further. I'd like to invite Sarabjit Singh, CBO Profitville, to please join us on stage and give a small token of appreciation to Mr. Saurabh Khurana. And we can all applaud for that wonderful, entertaining presentation. I think it's a weekday and people are low on energy. Are we? Yeah? But it's great to see so many of the campaigns here on stage and some that we were part of as well. But before we move forward, like I mentioned, we have a quiz that is going to be rewarded for the ones who can answer correctly. And let me also give you a quick hint that there were cues in Saurabh's presentation on some of these questions. So if you watched it carefully, I think you're going to get the answer. So my first question to all of you is, which brand is currently running a campaign at Bandra Promenade? Which agency is handling? Do you know the theme of the campaign? Either of the answers would be correct. So if you know the answer, please raise your hand and we'll bring the mic to you. Anybody been to the Bandra Promenade recently? Seen it on social media? Yes, can you please raise your hands? Yeah, I'll get you the mic. Can we bring the mic, please? Yeah, can you come forward? It's on the first table.
Was it Tanishq?
No. Closer, very close. All right, we have another lady raising her hand. Can you please raise your hand? He'll come to you.
Is it Z5?
No. All right, all the campaigns that you saw on presentation were not part of it, but which agency? Chalo, I'm going to make it so simple for you.
Lakshya.
Is it Lakshya Media? Is it Lakshya Live? Lakshya OOH?
Lakshya Media.
Okay, one last chance, otherwise I'm giving it to the gentleman here. No?
It's OOH.
Oh, it's not though, but sir, what is your name? Huh? I'm going to bring the mic to you. Can you give it to the gentleman here, please? So, please tell me your name.
Yeah, my name is Santosh.
Santosh. Santosh, that's absolutely correct. It's Lakshya Live. Lakshya Live Experiences is doing this campaign for Absolute, and the theme is LGBTQ, talks about uniformity. So that's the campaign happening there. All right, my second question. Which is the largest OOH installation in India on Mumbai-Pune Expressway, which is now in the Guinness Book of World Records? All right, a lot of hands going up, so please give it the mic there.
Hi, Sharvari here. Is
Hi.
it Jeep?
That is correct, Sharvari. Well done. Give her a big hand. Without any guesses, so I'm going to invite Sharvari, you. Santosh, would you please join us on stage? Yes. And Sarabjit, and we had another winner, so I'm going to invite Abneesh. Abneesh, can you also please join us on stage? All four of you, please, do come up. And can I bring back Saurabh? Is Saurabh here? Yeah, so can one of you from Lakshya join us on stage and give away the prizes for the quiz? And ladies and gentlemen, we can all be a good sport and applaud for the winners. Wonderfully done. Please join us on stage. Thank you.
I should also mention that it takes a lot of guts to create something like the Jeep installation. I would like to thank the team of Jeep for supporting it. It's already there for 5 years and we're still going, trying to, and big round of applause for Jeep for showing that guts.
Absolutely. It's Now time, ladies and gentlemen, to move on to our next panel discussion. But before we do that, can we have our partner audiovisual on screen, please?
Your content has a huge impact on revenue. It's a shame nobody knows it. Proving content marketing ROI is not a piece of cake. Some people understand, and some even empathize. But empathy doesn't get you results. Pepper will. Not this. This.
How? Well, content marketing is a multiplayer game. Let's get all hands on deck. First things first, let's address the big question. What should I write about? Use AI to find out what your audience is looking for and get an idea about the expected traffic. And then, if you're wondering, what are my competitors up to? We've got you covered. As they say, keep your friends close and your SERP enemies closer. Use these best practices to structure and write optimized content by default. Complete the brief and share it with your content writers, giving them the right context so they spend time getting more stuff done and not stuffing more. Use our AI writing assistant to create content. Your writers can offload some head scratching and start with more than a blank page. Also, if you have a long list of to-dos, we can help. All you have to do is share your requirements with us while you take care of other parts of your business. Or save the world. We never know. When it comes to publishing, copy-pasting your content can be a huge pain in the... It's just so 2022. Not the case anymore. Save time and get more done with less. Measure your content success, see what isn't working, and identify areas you're missing out on. Keep a track of all your content in one shared, easily accessible workspace. Collaborate and stay on top of things. Achieve your marketing goals and OKRs with the CMP. Make content marketing work for your business. Book a demo today.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to our next panel discussion at hand, although an intangible asset, it is crucial for brands to invest more in brand building and make a mark in the industry. In today's highly competitive market, it becomes really crucial for any brand to be in tandem with the new technological and social developments to ensure that it will survive and remain strong and keep up with advancements in the wider world. In this scenario, do brands need to go beyond key aspects like a well-thought-out strategy, extensive insight, and good management? Or our next panel discusses building future-proof brands, defining the playbook for connected era. Now to do so, may I first invite our session chair up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Ms. Rubina Singh, Country Manager, India and MENA, Any Mind. With almost 20 years of experience, Rubina Singh has developed expertise and built an enviable track record across digital, print, and broadcasting. She has set up various next-gen services like Intelligent Content Creative and Solution Labs Martech to offer an entire spectrum of data-driven digital performance strategies, which led to the agency winning 100+ awards in the last year. And at an individual level, she has been named one of the top 50 influential women in the media and entertainment industry in India by Impact Magazine. Give her a big hand. Very warm welcome, Rubina. And now please join me in welcoming our panelists for the discussion. We have with us Mr. Deepak Khurana, who is the co-founder and CEO of VServe, Audience Pro, India's leading consumer intelligence and marketing activation platform. Hundreds of leading brands leverage the Audience Pro platform to make their digital marketing efficient. Deepak comes with over 2 decades of experience in the digital realm. As a founder of vServe, he is driven by the vision of democratizing consumer intelligence at scale for any enterprise, large or small business, to fuel their business growth. In addition to being an angel investor, he enjoys collaborating with those who possess an entrepreneurial mindset. A very warm welcome to you, Deepak. Can we have a big round of applause for him as well? Next up on our panel, we have Dhrubajyoti Sarkar, Director, Product Marketing and GTM Consumer Platform Advertising in Mobi. Mr. Sarkar focuses on helping advertisers on their mobile marketing journey and drives ecosystem partnerships to develop and execute growth strategies with revenue management aspects. He has been with InMobi for over 8 years and has worn many hats in his time, maximizing business value from strategic sales and product solutions. Give a big round of applause to Mr. Sarkar. A very warm welcome to you. We also have on our panel Lakshmi Narayanan B, Chief Marketing Officer, CEAT Limited. Currently CMO at CEAT, Mr. Narayan has led a diverse team and played a defining role in consistently building multi-category portfolio and making inroads into new market segments, fueling growth. His accomplishments include growing the business operations in the premium segment, launching and spearheading forays in retailing and services that create new and powerful consumer experiences. A very warm welcome to you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to clap. I'd also like to invite our next panelist, Pallavi Burman, Business Head HRX. Pallavi, who has a BTech in computer, could easily have been coding at one of the Indian IT majors, but that didn't really interest her. Brands and fashion were her interest right from the beginning, and she's one of the few doing exactly what she likes, running one of India's most recognizable athleisure brands, HRX, as its business head. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Pallavi Burman. And last but not the least, please join me in welcoming our panelist, Puneet Bekul, Director Marketing MasterCard. Puneet has been with MasterCard for about 5 years now. He has shared his expertise with the marketing team to drive core business growth and execute the nascent but fast-rising emerging payments opportunities countrywide. In his last role, prior to MasterCard, Puneet headed India's largest and first of its kind master brand campaign for 8 brands in consumer goods, packaged food, food retail, real estate, home furnishing, and consumer electronics at Godrej. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Puneet. And after that marathon of introductions, Ravina, I'm going to leave the stage over to you for the discussion.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, so I have a few questions for you before I start the discussion with my panelists. I want to start off with asking, how many of you remember watching television channels when they were less than 5? Raise your hands. Okay, few of us. Okay, few of us, okay. Do you remember the ads that played at that point in time? I do. Yeah, I do. Raise your hands. Show me your hands who all remember. Okay. How many of you remember watching channels when they were about 20 odd, 20 to 30? Few. Okay, yeah, obviously excluding us, like, okay, 20 to 30. And how many of you are on social media now? Yeah? Everybody, raise hands. Who's not on social media? Okay. How many of you have posted ever a picture or video of yourself on social media? All of us, right? How many of you still watch ads? Okay, lots. Encouraging. Okay, that's encouraging. The point that I'm really making is this one point in time, and when I said how many less remember watching channels when they were less than 5, gives away our age. We're all like in our 40s, and the others who raised their hand, the few there are in their 30s, and all the others in this room are youngsters I can see. And I think brand marketing has made a huge shift since we started, and the shift really that has happened is there was one point where marketeers would craft their stories and would take a lot of pain in telling their stories in a very elegant manner. From there to now, what happens is often we discover brands on maybe Instagram. We read reviews about it, maybe on a marketplace like Amazon or Flipkart or maybe a TripAdvisor. We'll go and maybe watch a YouTube video on it somewhere. And then very often we are also happy to give our own point of view on our experience with that brand, right? Lots of us have sent not so good tweets about brands and messages to them, etc. But we do participate in how we feel about a brand as well. And I think that poses a real complex problem for marketers, right? So, you know, today brands are getting discovered through fellow consumers, and they're sort of perpetuating the buying process, right? It's been completely changed. So in that context, I want to start off with you, Pallavi, and ask you that as a brand, how do you handle this complex system? What is the playbook that a brand should have to navigate this complex system?
Hi, everyone. Already introduced to you, Pallavi. I work with HRX. And thank you, Rubina, for that solid opening. I mean, I think it just gets us thinking a lot more about, as marketeers and brand creators. Since I'm the first one and I'm doing the opening, I'm just taking a step back and getting into a slightly academic discussion about brand creation, right? And what is a brand? If you look at the process of brand creation as marketers, I would broadly classify it into 3 stages, right? One is the creation of the brand, which is not just a logo creation, but you have to create a bunch of raw material which you're going to shoot at your consumer, and it's the perception they will start generating as an outcome of what you shoot out to them. So brand essentially is an outcome, right? It's not just a logo or a device. Second stage would be the amplification. TV, Instagram, social media, direct marketing, whatever you sort of start using, the vehicle or the carrier of your message becomes the amplification media. And at some point in time, we get into the transformative exercise of the brand. But I think what makes a solid brand, and which is the most important point in the playbook of brand creation, would be the underlying factor to all of these things, right? When we were in college, we kind of discovered something called a brand personality. I mean, you try drawing a pen picture of who your consumer is going to be, how your brand tone would look like, how your brand will speak to this consumer. I, again, sort of drill it down to another level of detailing, saying not just personality, but what makes a brand brand. And makes it resilient, something that can withstand the times and the uncertainties of time and the abrupt changes which happens, is the character of the brand. Character, drilling down to the character of a brand is a painstaking exercise. It doesn't happen in one go. I'm a fitness brand, and I often give this analogy saying, if you look at a sports person, or if you talk about Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000 hours rule, anything for it to become successful and solid takes that much amount of time. So even a brand needs to be consistent with its character, with the message which is in sync with its character, and keep harping on it. Like a sports person or a fitness enthusiast does the same drill every day to arrive at a level of expertise which is surpassable. Sometimes when you become better at it, you even break it down to a micro level. Take the same analogy to brand building. You have to work on the building blocks bit by bit on a daily basis. So if I'm a fitness brand, I keep talking to the same guy saying, hey, I'm a fitness brand. I don't necessarily talk the language of a product saying, buy me. But I talk to him and I converse to him saying, I'm a fitness brand. This is what I do for you. This is what my character is. I'm honest. This is the change I'm trying to bring about. I'm trying to buddy up with you. And this message remains consistent over a period of time. So the character is what creates resilience in that brand, and that resilience is something which will help you sustain even a pandemic. Brands which were just a label, which didn't have that resilience, which didn't have that character, unfortunately, we all are familiar with such sad stories. They fizzled out. Some withstood. Again, taking off from heyday examples, if you look at a brand like Colgate, everyone in this room can associate Colgate with an imagery of white, sparkling teeth, right? If you talk about Lux, everyone can probably remember Filmi Sitaro Ka Sabun. And how many times have you seen these commercials? Like how many times on different faces, different media, different channel? Well, they've been made to become resilient over a period of time, and that's how they have survived. To me, the playbook, the most important thing is identify the character of that brand and keep at it. Keep at it till you reach a stage where it becomes synonymous to the reaction you're expecting from your consumer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's amazing, Pallavi, and what you said is so true. And just building on what you said, I want to go to you, Puneet, and ask you that, while what Pallavi said is so important for any brand to build its character and be resilient and keep saying it over and over again till people understand the brand personality, the brand character. It's very important. But how do you do it in today's day and age? Because you don't have so much control, like I said in my opening remarks. You don't have, as a marketer, so much control about what a consumer is going to say about your brand. So we are in a stage, I believe, what I call, we all started in this age of storytelling. Today, it's more like story creating, story living, along with the consumer. So how do you make your brand consistent, resilient, and so that people can still understand the character of the brand with all the noise that's happening around it?
I think today consumers feel the need to be connected with the brand for them to engage with the brand. There is this book by Jeffrey Samuels which talks about how do you turn consumer passion points into marketing opportunities. And I also feel the most memorable interactions that consumers have with brand is when the subject is about their passion point, right? Now for us, this is when there's a memorable interaction between the consumer and the brand, that is when the consumer feels deeply connected with the product and service and understands what the brand stands for, which is the crux and the core of what marketers are looking for. Now at MasterCard, we have identified 9 passion points across geographies, from travel to culinary, from fashion to health, from sports to music. And these passion points obviously keep changing across different demographics and geography. And this has become a pillar for us for every sponsorship or a priceless program, what we call it internally, framework, right? And we have not stopped at that. We today have also started something called as multi-sensory marketing. Like for example, we have our MasterCard Sonic sound. Now, typically brands use the Sonic identity to just slap it as a logo on the end slate. But what we're doing is that we have created a deep level of brand identity from a sonic level, which enables us to collaborate with musicians, with composers around the world, and renowned ones at it, to create popular music. Hence, the brand becomes part of popular culture. We have recently launched our flagship culinary experience. We very soon are going to launch a premium line of perfume with an iconic brand. In India, for example, last year in December, we are sponsors of the biggest passion point in this country, which is cricket. We've managed to pivot a campaign primarily to promote women in sports. And how do you build gender equality on and off the ground? And that was recently concluded with the fact of creating a sports clinic for aspiring women cricketers, where we have gotten legendary cricketers to mentor them. And now this is an ongoing plan which we intend to continue. Now, if you look at all the examples which I have shown, and all of them have given us remarkable response in terms of impact and engagement. Now, each one of them have a strong purpose, which is based on a passion point. And it not only enables us to build richer storytelling formats, but also enables consumers to reach out to us in different ways other than your typical traditional ways, which typically most brands do.
Thanks for sharing that. And I think it's an interesting point, what you brought forward. What you're really trying to say is that you're trying to be part of the pop culture in many different segments, which is a little bit expanded from your just truly your business, to be able to consistently, to Pallavi's point, build stories still around them and encourage people to build stories around that area. I think works beautifully. And as you were speaking, I was thinking of some of the things that MasterCard's done, and yes, it did resonate with me as a consumer as well. But Deepak, moving to you next, I want to ask you that, like Puneet was saying, that they're doing something for somebody who's perhaps a sports lover. They're doing something for another person who's a culinary, has a culinary interest, while there may be another person who's interested in travel and or in music, and they're engaging with them at another level. How do you master this whole experience on digital and bring it out still in a unified way that the brand still is center stage? How does one do that?
Okay, interesting. That's a loaded question, you know. So I think one interesting thing in marketing which is happening because of the way people are connected, digitally connected, I would say that now the feedback loop, you know, or the kind of signals which you can pick from consumers have increased multifold. Yeah. So back in the day, you would say that, listen, I'm relying on certain signals. If I was relying on probably some research or some insights, I put out some panel data out there, I go to a research agency and I probably learn something about my customers out there. So what has really shifted significantly is now that the amount of intelligence which can come to you, okay, can most times overwhelm you, okay. You know, so, but the good part about it is that at least it is coming to you, yeah. So yes, it is complex, but there are tools available out there which can simplify that complexity and make it manageable for you. Yeah. Talking about Rubina's point that there are people who are showing some interest points. Yeah. And I would like to say, draw a journey out here. When there were platforms like Facebook which came into the market, when search came in, you know, search picked up signals which was around intent, Facebook came in around interest. Yeah, so suddenly the marketer saw that, okay, fine, my number of signals are increasing through these platforms. Fast track that to today and fast track that as we are going to go forward for the next 2-3 years. Another interesting signal is happening is that all of us in the room as consumers are most times leaving breadcrumbs of our digital transaction habits at lots of different places. Okay, so it's no more at a stage or at a point where that information or that understanding is centralized or probably limited to a few platforms. Okay, so it's going to get more and more democratized. It's going to be out there. Yeah, so tomorrow you may say, oh, there is shopping happening. So a platform like Amazon is capturing interest and behavior or transacting behavior of customers who are shopping into certain things. You end up going to a financial loan marketplace, they are able to profile you at a deeper level. So, you know, you go to a D2C site, you are buying a range of product categories, and there again, that information is there across various behavior points. Yeah. So by and large, there is going to be significant amount of intelligence out there. And there are tools which are out there which help you make sense out of it. Yeah. So I would not, in this conversation, I would not spend too much time on the tools, but there are tools out there. I think as a framework, when you're looking to future-proof your brand, and one of the frameworks inside that narrative is that, look, I should become more and more hungry so that I can receive those signals. Yeah. If I'm able to be at a place where I'm constantly listening through these, you know, I will sooner or later start making sense of how to apply those signals to my marketing objectives or to the kind of personas which I want to target. And there, one last point I would like to make here is that I think it's not about data, it's not about technology, it's about people and processes. Okay, so if your people and teams have that mindset, you know, you will be able to, there are tools and technologies which can simplify things. Yeah.
Thanks, Deepak. Very nicely put, and you try to simplify it. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, but I totally agree with you that you have to start collecting the data, making sense of it, and seeing that how you can build that whole unifying experience so that the brand voice is still not lost. But Lakshmi, coming to you and wanting to ask you, Deepak said about peoples and processes, and so how do you work within the organization to make sure that those people and that people mindset is there, the process is followed, and secondly, when it comes to technology, which I know is a genuine problem, you get thrown with so many partners doing so many different things, right? How do you choose the right tools, right partners? How do you evaluate it, and how do you, make those decisions?
I think first up, I think one of the key things for a brand is to actually travel along with consumers, right? And I think, be it in my earlier organization or even now, one of the things I've realized is one needs to actually be very true to the entire life journey of a consumer. And when I say life journey, we are in the space of mobility. Today one might be owning a two-wheeler, probably even a car, but their personal evolution is very steep. The aspiration levels for the country today or every citizen is pretty high. And the moment the brand is able to kind of walk that particular journey, I think it becomes easier for the brand to kind of relate to the consumer. And yes, at some point in time, picking a partner or, was more of a decision of commerce, right? And at some point in time, it was pure luck. In my earlier organization, I just discovered, a few years back that, one of the top advertisers of the country, the top creative head, working and writing about a particular brilliant campaign, Har Ghar Kuch Kehta Hai, was pure luck. It was just a piece of scratch of paper, and that was supposed to be rejected, and it turned out to be the biggest hit ever. So, but gone are those days. You can have a very structured approach to it, and I kind of discovered more than a decade back when I kind of walked in, as a true blue sales guy into marketing, and I said, "Dhanda dekha hai, aur kya karna hai? Kar lenge." Right? But then the evolution happened, and that was the stage of discovery. And I think in partner, you will find many. You have people from research, from advertising, from the brand world, whatnot. But what the brand should clearly look forward to is a very powerful custodian. And it takes time. It's not easy. But those custodians have very, I would say, a very nice knack of working with you, right? And what those custodians add to the brand is also very significant. In simple terms, they have multiple zones. Clearly one zone which says this is what the brand should do. There are certain zones, okay, you can do it. But there are clear-cut zones which says that, this is not what the brand should do. And, when you work with consultants or anybody, more of a tactical game, you're looking at the short-term game and everything is perfectly okay for you to work with. But a custodian is very clear on the fact that what a brand should not do. And I think that's the most important part. For partners, I think be it any world, be it advertising, brand, or any space, working with a custodian and identifying them is super crucial for the success. And I personally remember, and coincidentally, it was in this very same room a decade back, I didn't get the world of design and decor. And patiently, I remember the team that I worked with, these custodians were very clear in kind of saying that we will not take a business brief from you. Okay, we want a design brief and we will only work on a design brief from you. And they made me run around the country for a month and a half. And then I was in a position to kind of give a true design brief with clear-cut inspiration. And then we had a whole set of, a range of things come alive. So I think that's the world of custodians, and they exist everywhere. I mean, they exist in the world of advertising. I mean, you suddenly find custodians with even the world of production houses. I mean, you work with certain directors, they really get the brand, right? And that's important for you, and that's where, the quintessential relationship comes into picture, because, and marketeers come and go into brands, but the custodians stay, right? And the custodians actually, over decades, carry that particular legacy. And it's not just a function of brands which have legacy, it's also about brands which are just newborn, right? You can have a world of, different points of view come in, different perspectives come in, and I think that's the charm of building a brand. Because, and today, if even C8 for that matter, right? C8 was not built over the last 2 years, right? There are hundreds of people, and the associations with each of these partners have lasted so long that there is a story or two that everyone is able to share. And I think that's the charm of building a future-proof brand, because you have trust, and you can definitely rely on those partners. And for everyone out there, every marketeer, please find your custodian. That's the only thing I would kind of say.
Wow, so nicely put.
That is so beautifully put together. I'm a fan of this line. I'm going to use it, Lakshmi. And I just want to add to this. I've been itching to add to this. It's an anecdote I want to share. We had a meeting a few days back, and it was me and my team. And before I entered the room, one round of introductions had already happened. And then when I entered, I started from the beginning. And the client happened to turn around and say, hey, your version of your brand is very different from your team's version of your brand. It was a eureka moment to realize that a victory happens when everyone from the CEO to the lowest denomination in the team can respond to a tweet in the same way, in the same language. that is when you've created a brand, that's when you have kind of achieved coherence, and you know that you've been consistently doing the same thing in the right way. So I just wanted to top it up with my...
Thanks, Pallavi, to share that instant with such candor. And Lakshmi, it was truly insightful. I think all of us were listening to every single word that you were saying. It's so important. We get lost sometimes in the commercials and we don't understand what brands are really looking for. But yeah, it's back to the basics. Look for custodians, people you can trust, because it's so rightfully said that people who think long-term for the brand and tell you what is not good as much as they tell you what you should be doing, So important, but thanks for sharing that with us. Shifting gears a little bit now, Dhruvo, with you. Can't get away any panel these days without talking about throwing in words like data, IoT, voice, AR, VR, it's all disrupting us. And everybody gets really excited when we talk about it in panels, but they also throws a lot of challenges, right? Both innovations and challenges to brands. And it's not easy for brands to kind of navigate through these upcoming consumer trends and create interesting stories while leveraging these trends. From your experience, can you share some interesting brands that have done some interesting work in that space?
Absolutely, Rubina. I think whatever Lakshmi and all of us spoke about, it definitely gave a glimpse of what's happening in the ecosystem. And been in Mobi for last 9 years, and then seeing the global market, what I've noticed, the challenges and the trends, what we're seeing globally, they're almost same. In Mobi, which is a programmatic platform, it connects to millions of users out there. When we work with our North American customers, take example of Nike, nobody can beat their brand communication story. They're the best out there, and they've been doing this for years now. They work now for user acquisition strategies, right? And that's a paradigm shift because, and the conversation which we are having with Nike, that kind of dwells towards user acquisition, how they can beat scan, which are very, very technical stuff which is happening out there. And it just kind of gives you a glimpse of how brand marketers are kind of leveraging performance marketing. On the other side, and which is in Mobi's consumer platform, which is Glance, and so Glance is kind of powering almost 225 million devices in India and Indonesia at the moment. We are present in almost all the Android phones out there, right? And we are partnering with all the largest OEMs out there. So essentially what we are trying to simplify is the user's journey to find the content. I think in the previous section when Saurav and Rishabh were talking about that we are in consumer economy, content economy, users' attention spans are very less. How do you simplify that content and kind of give it to users on one click, right? And that's the product philosophy of Glance, what we have built in last 3 to 3.5 years. So when a user is picking up the device, they're able to see the content, and when they're getting into the indulge mode, they're able to do a lot of various things. They're able to get news, they're able to play games, they're able to find live content, right? And what essentially is happening out there is we are trying to give users authentic content, right? Because I've been hearing, for last two sessions, there's so much of content out there, but which also brings a lot of owners on every marketer, every consumer, every platform. What kind of content users are getting it? Are they getting authentic content? Because we all know we live day in, day out, we see a lot of fake content out there, right? And this is what we have been trying to experiment with Glance platform. We call it super engagement platform, right? Because there is so much of experiences and engagement which is happening out there. Consumers are able to find the content out there, right? So that is the product hypothesis which we are building for consumers. Now coming to the brands, right? I'll take probably 2 examples how two greatest brand out there are working with us, and they have probably worked with us. One of them is Tata Tea, right? And I think Tata Tea is there in India for last 35 years. They're one of the iconic brands. If the numbers are correct, 1 in every 3 Indian consumers drink Tata Tea, right? And what campaigns they have been doing for last, I think, 12 to 13 years is a lot of campaigns which are related to social impact, right? Their property name is Jagore. And they have kind of touched upon all the social causes campaigns, right? Social impact campaigns. Last year, they've kind of worked with our creative team, our brand solutions team for climate change campaign, right? They wanted to kind of reach to millions of users telling, like when you get up every day, you are having your hot tea, do have that. but don't make the planet hot, right? And they did that on the consumer's lock screen because they were able to see the content, and it kind of cut across every age group, right? While, you know, I'm sure everybody sitting out here, we are all the privileged group, we're all having iPhones and all, but Android is probably, you know, 90% of what consumers are having in the country, right? It did create that impact with the consumers, and I will not get into the matrices because it was a phenomenal campaign for Tata Tea. They were able to bring that communication of Jagore from television to mobile, right? And that's the trend what marketers are now trying to pick it up. They are trying to pick it up, the platform which they have never tried before, right? Jagoro has always been a television, and then they all moved to digital. But they figured it out, India being the mobile first country, we need to reach consumers on their mobile. That's one thing. Second brand, which is Swiggy, right? Which is, we all know, they're doing a lot of very interesting campaigns, and so far they have been doing a lot of user acquisition campaigns, right? But then they figured it out, game streaming is something which is picking up in the country, right? Lot of young population, which are in the age group of 18 to 24, they're watching, you know, streamers play the game. It took me some time to understand what it is, but then I understood this is what the new kick is, right? Kids these days love watching, you know, somebody playing the games. And this is where Swiggy worked with us because we have a massive game streaming platform. 75 million users are there. And they did a lot of in-show integrations on there, right? They were able to, you know, kind of, you know, lot of features, content-related stuff, and all of that. So it just gives a very nice dichotomy of what's happening, right? Every brand is at a crossroad. Nike being in US, they are best at the content creation, communication. They're trying to do user acquisition. Tata Tea, which is known in country for last 35 years, iconic brand, they're trying digital. Swiggy, you know, which is a very digital first brand, they're trying gaming, and they're trying brand campaigns, right? And that's a very interesting thing. I think this is how marketers kind of experimenting in the latest, the marketing era.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I think it's great that marketers are taking those risks, they're experimenting, they're trying new things, they're trying to stay relevant in today's day and age. And Deepak, I want to ask you this question, that, you know, the panel today we are on is about future-proofing your brand. So is it even required? I mean, do you need to adapt yourself to the changing environments, or do you need to really future-proof yourself? And if you do need to, what does it truly mean?
Is there something called future-proofing? I don't think so. Okay, there is nothing called future-proofing, at least in my belief. Yeah, I think, which is why I said it's a very loaded theme. But I think, you know, from my perspective, it gets down, Rubina, to that basic part that I think as a team, I just would, you know, we're talking about, as a marketing function today, I would say that, okay, you know what, I have to manage messaging, I have to manage multiple channels, yeah, I have to manage multiple marketing technologies, yeah. So there is, I need to orchestrate a lot of these things, okay, and I need to possibly orchestrate all these things, you know, very quickly in an agile manner. Then I need to also ensure that, you know what, I'm constantly having a team with me, okay, which can evolve. Yeah. So there is a need to adapt, there is a need to evolve, and there is also a need to learn, unlearn. Okay. So honestly speaking, I think we are all having fun in the marketing space right now. It is a golden period because it is fresh. You know, when we look at marketing roles as, you know, whether you know, Lakshmi as a CMO, okay, you know, Pallavi as a brand head out there, Puneet there, or any one of us out there in the room, right? You're basically orchestrating a lot of these things with the hope that you don't fail. Yeah. Yeah. So there is no hope of a future, but there is some hope that you should not fail.
Like Pallavi is saying, keep making money for your brands.
Yeah. And you have to do it very, you also need to do it in a manner where I think scale management is testing all of us. Okay, when I say scale management of our own ideas, scale management of our own expectations, okay, scale management of our own time, not easy. Okay, and simultaneously, in all of this, you also, I was talking to someone else, a leading marketer, and he said that, listen, I keep reminding myself that I should not fall into the FOMO trap. Yeah. In all of this, just because I hear a conversation which is happening today, it should not happen. I made a note and next day morning, come on guys, we need to do this. Yeah. So you have to manage that part. You have to really just calmly look at your business. You have to look at saying that, okay, this is my marketing strength. This is what I am doing. This is how I'm improving. Okay, I don't need to look at peer group. I can be inspired, yeah, but not like kind of feel anxious about it. Because I feel that the whole market opportunity for any brand, and I just want to add a very interesting point, Rubina, I'll take another minute out here. What is very cool now from a consumer behavior perspective is like, just imagine that as a consumer, today I have let thousands of brands enter my life. So if you see the number of D2C brands out there, okay, or if you go and open your own wardrobe, right? 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I would probably, maybe I'm not a good example, yeah? I would open my wardrobe and there are just 3 or 4 brands out there. So my shirts are restricted only to 2 or 3 brands at best. And like I said, don't count me as the right example, yeah? But today when I open my wardrobe, I have 20 brands. Okay, when I go to my kitchen, I open my fridge, there are 50 brands out there, right? And we are all seeming to be at a place where we are hungry for more, So now you're suddenly saying that the consumer is embracing so many brands. Wow, yeah? So there is an appetite out there, okay? So overall, the markets, the consumer's appetite to bring brands into their life, the frequency at which the brands they want to indulge with, okay, all that is amplifying. It is growing at an infinite scale. Now it's about, when all of that is happening, you as a brand custodian are thinking that, this is a ever increasing market size, and I want to capitalize on my market share. That's about it. Yeah. So it's a very interesting space from my view.
No, actually, I mean, what you said is so true and so real. And building on that, Puneet, I want to move to you and ask you that, how do you learn, unlearn every day at MasterCard, and how do you make sure you're still in that choice of the consumer when the consumers, while they're expanding and opening their doors to many more brands, at the same point becoming more discerning, right? So how do you still be part of their lives?
So just adding to what Deepak said.
Or will continue to be in the future as well.
Correct. So I'm just adding to what Deepak said. So whatever we speak today on the panel may or may not be relevant in the next 3 or 5 years, right? Yeah. But the point I'm trying to make is that 2 things which stands the test of time with regards to brand is brand purpose and brand identity. Now, if you look at everything which is available for marketers today, for them to strengthen either brand purpose or brand identity, there are certain tools and trends which every marketer, no matter which level in the organization he or she is in, should definitely expose themselves to. I think the first thing is data analytics and AI and ML. The reason I bring this up is because if you look at what machines are able to predict in terms of human patterns and insights, in fact, to a point, how a particular cohort or a consumer segment is what's going to be the next action is mind-boggling. So for brands to invest in AI, ML is almost a mandatory aspect to build and future-proof the brand, so we call it. The second point, which again I want to bring, which again Deepak is an expert on this one, is relevant and humanized interventions in the entire consumer cycle journey through marketing automations is important, but the key word here is relevant and humanized. Okay. The third part, which I was just thinking about before, we were talking about this panel, is which is honestly the least spoken about subject, is AR. The reason why I bring this up is because AR is one technology which is ready to use. We have the entire technology to use it across the sales, pre-sales, sales, the consumption cycle, and after sales. And more importantly, I think AR is a first step that brands could take, followed by VR, and whenever metaverse happens and becomes scalable and executable, right? Again, from a Gen Z point of view, data security and data is an important aspect. They would be attracted and pulled towards brand who understand the sensitivity of data. And hence, blockchain becomes an integral part in every brand going forward to make sure that blockchain makes the brand transparent in every engagement, be it transaction, be it conversation, be it engagement. And finally, one thing which I'd like to put forward, which I think again adds to the brand future, purely from a consistency perspective, something which Lakshmi and Pallavi spoke about, is the project management tool in your organization which allows employees within the organization to talk to each other. I think currently, even irrespective of which level of brands today we work in India specifically, I think there isn't an open space for employees across functions to converse, to collaborate, to brainstorm, which not only adds to innovation, but more importantly, there is a common aligned goal, which is possible through tech tools which are available today. So I think some of these are the aspects put in together, possibly would future-proof your brand.
Thanks for sharing that. And I think what you're trying to say, Puneet, again, is like use analytics, use data, use machine learning, algorithms, etc., to understand the segments and perhaps a segment of one. And drawing back to you, Pallavi, from where we started off. And I want to ask you this question: is it important for brands to still be consistent or be coherent? As he was talking about that, I was thinking about that because you made that point on consistency. And, the other part is that as a brand, how do you experiment with that flexibility? Because when I started working and when I worked with marketeers, obviously brand is something which is very close to their chest. So how do you allow for experiment and flexibility there?
Okay, to answer the latter part first, I think a brand, let's just talk about this entity brand. It becomes a feel-good factor only when the entire working team from top to bottom is sort of satiated with what it communicates, what it does, what it looks like. So like most agencies, it's a practice to involve all the stakeholders before we arrive at something, before we arrive at a potential campaign. Like Har Ghar Kuch Kehta Hai was an aberration, like Lakshmi said, but typically everybody involved in the chain is, has something or the other to offer, and that kind of contributes to a feel-good and a belief and a conviction from everyone, the entire team working on a brand front. Coming to the coherence and the consistency part. Well, I've spoken enough about the consistency part because I'm a strong believer in consistency, and I think consistency does the magic, because if you keep saying something, sales ki language mein bola jata, I mean, kuch bhi bech sakte ho. If you keep calling something else over and over again, people will start believing it and they will buy into it, right? That is consistency after all. Coherence. Now that's the tricky part. Imagine we are a generation who are absolutely adaptable and malleable because we have, in a way, moved from ICQ to WhatsApp, floppy to disk, landlines to mobile, and I don't know what all. And today's marketer, particularly at this juncture, in this era, and I can speak for my brand because I sell fitness, we speak to the silvers, we speak to the millennials, and we also speak to the Gen Z. Adaptability comes naturally to us because we have undergone that transition, step by step. We've seen the evolution. But along with the evolution, what needs to be done is that responsiveness needs to be very agile. I think Deepak was saying that, or Dhruva was saying that, because you need to work with momentum because it's a very fast changing world. If you don't bring that momentum, if that momentum doesn't bring that energy, then in all likelihood, you're going to be redundant. So I think as marketers, what we are constantly doing today is repositioning ourselves some bit every day and also creating a market. Like earlier, it was just one of the two tasks, I feel, but right now it's become both. And both of these have become a necessity because you have to keep growing that market for accommodating the new Gen Z and their needs and the way they look at things. And you have to keep serving the silvers, you have to keep serving the millennials, and each of these cohorts, they understand your character. The language evolves, the personalities evolve, but what is constant for me, for us, is consistency and that character. So I guess that does the trick. I mean, I can speak for my language, my brand again, and like fitness is not just a physical fitness. That's the belief that we have been selling, and that's the character of HRX, saying Fitness cannot be just a physical phenomena. It has to be mental, it has to be holistic. And the moment you include everything, you become the new age definition of fitness. The physical aspect is going to the silvers, maybe to the millennials, but Gen Z today is interested in e-sport, which is a sport. I mean, you have to cater to that. There is no way I cannot speak that language and I cannot be a part of the e-sport phenomena. Well, NFT is gaining ground. I have to be there to harvest, to talk, to communicate. There's no way I cannot be there. We're talking about marathons gaining ground. People are coming together in the act of community events. We are doing it. People love walking. I mean, if I come back to the 40 demographics, 40 to 50, well, they're also doing high intensity stuff, but let's look at the 60s. They are still walking. So we have to cater to their needs. We have to supply to what they believe fitness is to them. Underlying point being that I am a brand for the everyday athlete. That is something that I don't change. And an everyday athlete is somebody who's waking up and making an effort to get out of bed and get out of home and doing that little bit. So I'm not talking to the podium finisher. I'm not talking to the person who's sort of trying to improve their personal best or sprint their fastest or hit their hardest. But we're talking to the guy who's waking up and making an effort. That is consistent. That is coherent in the messages which go out to people. But the avenues have changed, the personalities have changed, the language has evolved, there is ChatGPT also, there's everything that needs to be there. I guess that's how we're balancing coherence and consistency today.
Sure, and I think it's a tough act. Nobody's got it right, Pallavi. So, and I also believe to manage this consistency and coherency, brand again comes to center stage, right? You have to, like you said, you have to be true to your character, and you've said it many times, and I can't agree more with you. And Truppo, I want to ask you this slightly open, and I hope you answer it with full candor. Given that conversation we've had and what brands are saying here today, do you think brands are investing enough in branding per se?
I will be honest, yes and no. I think I'll just pick up from where Pallavi was talking about, right? And brands always need to do a lot of legwork, right? And that legwork is required because what's happening is at one side technology is kind of advancing. At the same time, consumers' behaviors are changing, right? And what is kind of coming out is the consumer's non-linear purchase behavior, omni-channel presence, right? Now when brands need to do branding, right, they need to take care of all of these things, right? Consumers are seeing products online, going and buying on retail stores, vice versa, right? And all of these things will keep happening. So what brands need to ensure is how do they find a right balance out there, right? And that's a difficult thing for them to do. A couple of brands are really doing well out there. Then I think we always think long-term, right, when you're building a brand legacy, right? But then also what's happening is CMOs are getting pressures from their counterparts in the board meetings and all to get sales, right? And this is where you're doing a lot of campaigns which are seasonal campaigns, right? Which doesn't leave impression, like probably, and this is what I think Deepak was also talking about, we have like so many brands out in our life, right? We see so many campaigns which comes during festive season, but we don't remember. This also dials back to Rubina, your point, what you were telling, how many ads I remember from my childhood, because option was less and it sticks in my memory. Now brands are in that rat race, right? They're trying to reach the same consumer, right? And they're finding it very difficult, right, to create that communication part. So it's again tough job. A couple of brands like which I gave example previously, they're doing some good stuff out there. So I think that's one thing. Second thing is, I think that's also very important because we're just coming out of pandemic. Purpose-based marketing is something which is going to stay for long. We have seen some amazing campaigns which Lifebuoy has done, start of 2022. Haath Hotero campaign, it became viral, but it did deliver that message, right? One of the campaign which was also very close to me is a government campaign, Har Ghar Dastak, which Government of India did for vaccination, right? So these are purpose-driven communications what brands are trying to do, right? And this will stick to consumers, right? Yeah, I think answer is yes or no. There are brands who are trying to do out there, but then there are a few brands, I think it's a challenge which they need to figure it out. There are a lot of data, there are a lot of stuff, but at the end of the day, you need to do with a lot of gut feeling, right? Hey, this way are doing it for our brand legacy, right?
Okay, I know we are out of time, but I'm going to, a very diplomatic answer. Yeah, I would not take that, but we are out of time, so I'm not going to labor the point. But I'm going to ask you one last question, Lakshmi. From a brand point of view, what are the challenges that you have convincing internal stakeholders for brand budgets? I'm sure there are plenty, right? Because partners always think that the CMO doesn't want to spend on branding, but I'd love to understand the other point of view as well. I think that should be a last closing statement.
So I think for marketeers, it is a brand, and for the rest of the organization, it's an organization. I think the fundamental difference lies there. And of course, you want to invest on the brand. There's no question whatsoever. And of course, you can, onboard people, with their currency, finance. You talk of whatever EBITDAs or ROC or whatever you want to kind of work on. It is not easy to kind of take stakeholders on board. Enrolling them, for example, we spoke so much on digital, right? I mean, it's very difficult, for example, for many of the marketing teams to onboard their legal teams. Right? I mean, yeah, it's good to kind of have a 24-hour leeway if you have to release an ad campaign, right? But if you have to respond to a meme, right, you can't do it with 24 hours. Yeah? There's no shelf life available to you. So getting all the stakeholders is not easy, but one thing that I've kind of seen, and I speak to my friends as well in other firms, slowly the organizations have also evolved. I think they understand the language of customer pain. And I think that's the first starting point. And the good part of it is marketeers have also started evolving a lot in their conversations with the rest of the organization. That includes the board. Because you need a larger, we spoke a lot about brand purpose. The larger strategy of the brand as such. You onboard as many people as possible. And the more you have them on your side, if they are able to speak the language of the brand, I think you don't need to convince them. It happens. But trust me, it's not easy. And, it's always a battle between, how much top line, how much bottom line. And for every investment, where is the attribution, right? And attribution is one word that, one gets chased to death with that single word. But yeah, at least I'm happy that organizations across the board have evolved to kind of start understanding the value what brand brings on table.
Again, another anecdote. I remember being told once that marketing will always be a cost head. Remember this? It will never be a revenue generating stream, so don't ask for too much money. But I guess marketeers have really evolved, because I think marketing has now become a combination of the right brain and the left brain. It's become a combination of imagination and intelligence both, with data coming in, with analytics coming to the fore. It's no more just an art. It's pretty much science. And I'm very, very sure about the fact that it's become very scientific in its approach, and so is the marketeers now. It's no more like irrational decisions anywhere.
Thank you. Thank you. I know we are totally out of time. I would love to continue this conversation. It was so interesting. Thank you. You were all very insightful, very honest, and I really had fun. I hope everybody had a good time enjoying this conversation. Thank you.
Check. Thank you. Thank you for bringing my voice back. Please step forward for a picture together as I also welcome Mr. Rishabh Shekhar, co-founder and chief operating officer at Pepper Content, to join us on stage and give a small token of appreciation to each of our panelists and moderator. Rishabh, would you come this way, please? To each one, to everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. And for everybody watching us off stage and those watching us virtually online as well, if you want to share your key takeaways or insights that you've derived from the session so far, don't forget to use the hashtag India Brand Conclave, as you see right here up on the screen. And let's keep the buzz going on social media. Thank you once again, all of you. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, up next is a leader who needs no introduction. During his career spanning over 34 years with the Tata Group, he has held several senior roles. He has played a key role in the launch and nurturing of many iconic brands of the group, such as Titan, Fast Track, Tanishq, and Tata Tea. He also played a key role in the successful turnaround of the jewelry business and in the milestone acquisition of Tetley. Please join me in welcoming virtually an astute marketeer and best-selling author Harish Bhatt, brand custodian at Tata Sons, who will speak about the Tata brand, a brief exploration of it. And he'll be joining us virtually, so all those who would like to tune in online can do so as well. From the console, can we have Harish online, please? A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Bhatt.
A very good evening to you, and thank you for hosting me today at this event. Look forward greatly to this session.
Absolutely. We all are looking forward to hearing from you as well. So I'd leave the stage over to you. The audience is here. A lot of them are watching us online as well on different social media platforms. So I'd leave the stage to you, sir.
Thank you very much. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Harish Bhatt, and I am the brand custodian at Tata Sons. It's my pleasure and privilege to address all of you at the India Brand Conclave this evening. I want to start by asking all of you a question. So, how old or how young the Tata brand is? If you do, take a guess. You have come to a conclusion. Put down the number of years on paper. The Tata brand this year, ladies and gentlemen, is 154 years of age. It was founded in the year 1868. The Tata Group was founded in 1868 by a Parsi merchant of this very city, Mumbai, Jamshedji Tata. But the question I have for all of you is, how many brands can you think of? How many Indian brands or how many global brands can you think of which are more than 150 years old? I'm going to pause for half a minute because I really want to give you time to think of brands which are more than 150 years of age. All of you are marketers here. Some of you are very senior marketers. Some of you are aspiring marketers. Think of brands which are more than 150 years of age. How many can you think of? 1, 2, 5, 10. I ask this question in many classes that I speak to. I get a few brands, and there are a few brands which are more than 150 years of age, but they're very, very few. The question then arises in my mind as a marketer and as a historian of brands and marketing. Why has the Tata brand survived and flourished and for 154 years, and why does it continue to grow from strength to strength? You know, the average age of a brand on the Fortune 500 list is 40 years. The average age of a medium-sized brand in this world is about 18 years, a medium-sized company. So companies come and go, but for some reason, the Tata Group and the Tata brand has lived on and flourished and grown from strength to strength, and it continues to grow from strength to strength today. It is India's most valuable brand today, with a brand valuation of more than $26 billion, and the only Indian origin brand in the top 100 in the world, as per the Brand Finance annual report of 2023. This takes me back. The answer to this question is very, very relevant to all of us who want to build sustained brands. So this takes me back to the foundation of the Tata brand in 1868. Let's go back to the time this brand was founded and this group was founded. The first enterprise that was established by our founder, Jamshedji Tata, was a textile mill, the first category in which the Tata Group was present. After the establishment of the Tata and Sons by Jamshedji Tata was a textile mill that he created in Nagpur called the Empress Mills. Now, the Empress Mills soon became a very, very profitable enterprise. It was established in Nagpur in the heartland of the cotton industry. Jamshedji Tata used the best quality of long stapled cotton for the textiles that he made there. He used the most modern innovations like the ring spindle, which had not even been used in the UK at that time, to make the textiles that were woven there. And it soon became one of India's most profitable enterprises. But that is not why I'm narrating the story. He did a few things in the Empress Mills which are memorable until today. In the 1870s and 1880s, he introduced in the Empress Mills accident insurance for his workers. Soon thereafter, in the 1880s, he introduced a pension fund for workers of the Empress Mills. And these were semi-educated or uneducated women who came from the hinterlands of Nagpur. In 1901, he did something that all of us who work in corporates today see every month on our payslips. He introduced the concept of the Provident Fund. He introduced Provident Fund for his workers in the mills. And a few people went to him and asked him, why are you doing all this? Why are you spending so much money on the welfare of workers? After all, wealth belongs to shareholders, doesn't it? And Jamshedji Tata, in a speech in 1895, said, we are not more generous or more philanthropic than others. We believe that the success of our shareholders, the wealth we create for our shareholders, is indeed, very, very important. But we also believe that the welfare of our workers and the welfare of our community is central to our enterprise and is a very, very important foundation on which we build the tomorrows of our enterprise. He said that because he had come to believe that the community is center stage in an organization. An organization exists, in Jamshedji Tata's views, for the sake of the community. Indeed, brands like yours and mine have to make a lot of profits, have to earn economic wealth, but he believed that eventually that wealth should go back to the community. And he set out his vision of a group and a brand where the community is center stage and not another stakeholder. It's fashionable to say that in today's day and age, where conscious capitalism is repeated like a mantra by many, many people, and indeed it's the right mantra to repeat. But what his sons and he did thereafter was a masterstroke of conscious capitalism. What they did, his sons Dorabji Tata and Sir Ratan Tata, what they did was they transferred their wealth to charitable trusts, and thereby the parent company of the Tata Group, Tata Sons, became majority owned by the Tata Charitable Trusts. That was quite unheard of. Very, very few corporations in the world are owned by charitable trusts. But more than 100 years after Jamshedji Tata and his sons did that, Tata Sons today, the holding company of the Tata Group, is still 66% owned by the Tata Charitable Trusts. What does this mean? This means that of all the profits that the Tata Group generates through dividends, 66% of the dividends are issued to the Tata Charitable Trusts. And what do the trusts use these for? Over the years, they've used them for the building of the Tata Memorial Hospital at Parel, the Tata Cancer Hospital in Kolkata, 7 new Tata Cancer Hospitals which have recently been inaugurated in Assam, the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, education, water facilities, the National Center for Performing Arts, NCPA in Mumbai, and a host of other institutions. In fact, when COVID-19 came upon us just 3 years ago, in March 2020, Mr. Ratan Tata, who is the chairman of the Tata Trusts, and Mr. Chandrasekharan, who is chairman of Tata Sons, jointly announced that the Tata Group would commit 1,500 crores in the fight against COVID-19 as a continuation of that focus of the community. And I felt very proud that day because it reinforced what we stand for as a group, that the community is center stage for us. What this means, ladies and gentlemen, is that the Tata brand, the Tata trademark is, of course, owned by Tata Sons. But emotionally, and for many, many reasons, the Tata brand is emotionally owned by the people of India. It belongs to the people of India. It's a brand which I think has transcended being a commercial brand and become, in many people's mind, their own brand. That happens when you put the community center stage. When over years and over decades, you do what you think is right for the community. Then I think the brand transcends commercial boundaries and becomes an institution that people resonate with very, very strongly. That indeed is the story of the Tata brand. It has done a number of things for the community over the past 150 years of its existence, some of which I have already pointed out, some of India's finest institutions, finest universities, the fight for health, the National Water Mission, the Cancer Grid, and I can go on and on and on. But I suffice it to say that the community lies at the heart of the Tata Group's success over the past 150 years. J.R.D. Tata, who was our chairman for more than 50 years, said, "The philosophy of the Tata Group is that what comes from the people must go back to the people time and time and again." What that does for a brand is very important. Since all of you here and me myself are marketers, when a brand exists in harmony with its community, when a brand contributes to its community, then I think it also builds a lot of trust. People see the brand doing that time and again over years, over decades, over century. But that is one of the pillars of the Tata brand. The fact that the community is center stage for us in everything that we do, and that is the central idea that underpins Tata. But the other central idea which underpins brand Tata is that we have chosen to invest in industries which are very important to our nation. Industries which lie at the confluence of national interest and business opportunity. Let me give you some examples. Let me narrate a story to you. In the late 1890s and early 1900s, Jamshedji Tata felt that India needed its own steel mill to make steel. He said India should not depend on foreign countries for all its steel. It should not depend on the UK for all its steel. Remember, we were still ruled by the British at that time. He went round the world, found the right technologist, brought him to India. One of the finest metallurgical engineers of the world, Charles Page Perrine, attracted him to India to put up India's first integrated steel plant, which came up at Sakchi, now called Jamshedpur. That is the plant, and that is the brand you now know as Tata Steel, which is one of the finest brands in the country. As they say, we also make tomorrow, we also make steel, but it is the company that came in because of Jamshedji Tata's love for India. He wanted India to have its own steel plant. More than 40 years later, J.R.D. Tata thought India needs aviation. He said aviation is essential to a country's progress. And therefore, he began at that time what was called Tata Airlines. Tata Airlines is the airline that later became Air India. At some stage, it was nationalized by the government of India. And very recently, just about a year back, the Tatas have acquired it back, and it's back in our group now. But the reason why Air India began was J.R.D. Tata's love for aviation and his strong belief that a country to advance requires aviation, requires quick air transport. And it went on to become a business where, it was one of the finest airlines in the world in the 1960s and 1970s, to the extent that when the Singapore Premier Lee Kuan Yew was thinking of an airline for Singapore, he said, go and study J.R.D. Tata's airline in India and find out what has made it tick. But let me give you a more recent example. If you come to the 2000s, 1990s and 2000s, Mr. Ratan Tata, who is now the chairman emeritus of our group and the chairman of the Tata Trust, at that time he was the chairman of Tata Sons. He was convinced that India needed its own car, its own indigenous car. At that stage, India had the Maruti 800, it had the Hyundai Santro, but these were cars which were designed in Japan and Korea and assembled in India. He wanted a car which was completely indigenous, made for Indian families to Indian specifications using Indian ancillary parts. Once again, people were skeptical of his aim, but he said we would invest in this because it is important for a nation. When a nation has an automobile industry, it sets new levels of engineering excellence. And it's a story which can be told, I can narrate the story in great detail, but at that time, he had to actually Telco or Tata Motors was a small company. He had to invest more than $2 billion in creating a new car plant. Because Telco did not have the money, his team and he went across the world, found a disused Nissan car plant in Australia. Brick by brick, they disassembled it in Australia, brought it to Pune, set it up in Pune. He got his engineering research center people to create the designs along with IDEO of Turin for what the Indica should look like. A car as large as the Ambassador, as stylish as the Zen, and as fuel efficient as the Maruti. And that is how the Tata Indica was born. There were some initial quality hiccups, but eventually by 2002, 2003, the Tata Indica V2 went on to become the fastest selling car in India. That is the company which today produces the Tata Harrier, the Tata Nexon, the Tata Punch, is the leader in electric vehicles in India. But the origins of that company were in the creation of the Tata Indica, India's first indigenous car. If you take the Tata brand forward a few years after that, the creation of India's first major branded jewelry company, Tanishq, which I was fortunate to be part of for several years. The creation of India's first iodized branded salt at a national level, Tata Salt, which reaches 700 million consumers across the country today, maybe more than half of India's population garnishes its food with Tata Salt. Or if you go even further and take Tata New India, a super app which has been created for India, or you take the entire thrust towards electric vehicles, which Tata Motors is leading with today, and it's by far the market leader in India today because it's important for sustainable development of the country and good for the planet. But at the same time, we are grateful that tens of thousands of consumers are taking to driving electric vehicles in the country today. So if you take each of these, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see that over the years and over the decades, from steel to airlines to trucks to cars to IT services, more than 50 years ago, TCS was founded by the Tata Group, Tata Consultancy Services, which is today India's bellwether and flagship of its IT industry. I've talked about branded jewelry, I've talked about branded salt. So if you go virtually every decade, you can find that the Tata Group reinvents itself. And how does it reinvent itself? By founding businesses which are at that very sharp confluence of business opportunity and national interest. That is why I believe that the second big pillar of the Tata brand is its pioneering instinct. It's pioneering, but at the same time, pioneering of industries which contribute to the development of the nation. So pull back a little bit and think about what I've told you in the last 15 to 18 minutes. First, I have said the community is center stage for the Tata brand. And I gave you many examples of the institutions created by the Tata Trust, but I also told you that the Tata brand is eventually, owned through Tata and Sons by the Tata Trust, who are the majority shareholders of Tata. And the second thing that I told you is the pioneering instinct of the Tata brand and the Tata Group in creating new businesses, in creating new product categories, new industries, which are extremely important for the growth and development of our nation. And of course, it's very important when you do that to create excellent quality of products and services which are trusted by customers. Only then will customers come and buy the products and services that you make. And the Tata Group is committed to that. We have within the group the Tata Business Excellence model, which emphasizes that excellence of products and services is very, very important. So these, ladies and gentlemen, are the three pillars of the Tata brand: the community, the pioneering instinct, and a commitment to excellence, the highest quality of products and services. It is these three pillars together which constitute what the Tata brand is in the minds of people. And it is the combination of these three pillars together which leads to trust in the minds and hearts of every Indian, and indeed even customers outside the world who partake of products and services by the Tata brand. That is why if you go onto the streets of the country today, and I do that sometimes, and ask people, what do they think of Tata? One common answer that I always get is that we can trust products and services that Tata makes. That's what also comes out in the brand tracks that we do when we ask people about the Tata brand. That poses a great responsibility on us in the Tata Group. When your consumers and your stakeholders trust you, then we have to ensure that we nurture that trust for the future. We have to ensure that the 150 years that have gone by, which have been dedicated to nation building, the next 150 years and more are also dedicated to the same cause. Therefore, I know I may be running out of time now. I had a 20-minute session to deliver to you. What I'd like to mention to you is that as you think about great brands, as you think about iconic brands, as you think about brands that have become institutions, I would say the biggest learning that I've had, and something that all of us should think about, is why does your brand exist? Just like the Tata brand is dedicated to the community and nation building, what is the core reason why your brand exists? What is the core reason why your brand will be missed if it does not exist today? If your brand will be missed if it does not exist, then I think you're serving a core need of the consumer, a core need of the society and community around you. That is the single message, ladies and gentlemen, that I'd like to deliver to all of us today, that the core purpose of the brand is what is important. And if that core purpose is in harmony with your community and society and consumers and all your stakeholders, then you have a good chance at longevity. Then you have a good chance that your brand will continue to grow and flourish into many years and many decades into the future. There are many brands which do this very successfully across the world, Tata being one of them. And I hope that this brief address from my side has left a few key messages for you to take back with you. I'd like to thank the organizers of the India Brand Conclave for giving me this valuable opportunity of speaking to all of you. And I hope that the words that I've put forward to you will resonate, and there will be at least an idea or two that you take out of this address. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I wish all of you a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatt, for joining us virtually, even with your very busy schedule, and sharing the insights and stories here with us. We appreciate it so much, and thank you once again.
Thank you, madam.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have taken some key takeaways from the sessions through the day. And if you're sharing it outside, one last reminder to use the hashtag India Brand Conclave, which is right up on the screen. With that, I'm going to ask you to take a short little break, have some tea, coffee, some beverages outside, and we will see you back for the Indian Marketing Awards. The 9th edition of the awards will happen this evening. So we'll see you back in 30 minutes at 5:45. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good evening.